running at 10:30, 12 and 4 o'clock today. Live Action Arena featuring Podzilla, Swamp Thing, Lee Bowers and of course Terry Grant, and there's so much going on over there. They tweak the show each time as they go along, and you've got two shows today. The first one is at 11 o'clock, second show at 1:45. So do not miss those. We have Jets running today. Fire Force 5 is running at 11 o'clock today and also at 3 o'clock this afternoon. We've also got Jet Car matchup with Fire Force 3 and Firestorm. That is sort of round about 4-ish. Eric is back with the rocket bike. He was actually the quickest down the track yesterday. Great to have Eric back, trialling a new power plant in the rocket bike, which should make him quicker to the 8th mile. But obviously the speed at the traps will be slightly less, because obviously the acceleration will be phenomenal off the start. The idea being that eventually Eric could and possibly will into the 4-second zone. Really do look forward to that. Things to be aware of, folks. Just be careful walking around the pits. It's going to be a busy day over there today, so if you are walking around, just be aware of race cars and bikes as you go around. They'll be moving around quite a lot today. A massive welcome to Go2 Engineering this weekend, who are sponsoring both the Top Fuel Dragster Shootout and the Funny Car Shootout. It's great to have a large company like that, and also with their head offices in Wellingborough. It's very nice indeed that local large companies are starting to get involved with drag racing here at Santipod Raceway. So the Go2 Engineering Group and G2E Motorsports, an umbrella of companies, it really is, that can cater for so many specific sectors within the motorsport industry. So it's certainly worth checking them out. But massive thanks to them for upping their involvement. Also, Kestrel Beers. They are not here today because they are off at a sort of filming, I think, for a YouTube special. So they were here yesterday, and of course they are back again tomorrow, and we hope to have a chat with the people from Kestrel Beers, obviously our left lane sponsor, and you'll be able to get samples of Kestrel beer again tomorrow. Again, that's behind the main grandstand, so a big thank you to them. Also, can't go without saying some of the other great companies that support us here. Draper Tools, their on-site shop, if you like, is directly opposite the pot shop. They've got some special offers. They always do, actually. So it's certainly worth checking out Draper Tools. They have the specials, and also they do little competitions as well, so go and support them. Also, a big thank you to VP Racing Fuels, heavily involved last weekend here, being the sort of title sponsor of Door Slammers, and also sponsoring the VP Racing Fuels Pro Door Slammer class as well. And they've also got an offer this weekend, and their offer is a free hose with every fuel jug purchase, and that is subject to availability. It's limited stock, but you should be okay if you pop over today. And they've also got 50% off all VP merchandise clothing, so you'll probably see quite a few people wearing VP Racing Fuels apparel. So that's my basic notes, and that's perfectly timed because I can hear Pro ET engines starting up round the corner, and here they come, the first pair, and it is Top Fuel Carl, as we like to call him. It's Carl Goldsmith, and he is going alongside James Forster with the ML Howe Limited sponsor machine. So here we go then. It is Pro ET. It is session number 3 here at the Euro Finals Shootout. Well, Carl Goldsmith broke out by a minuscule margin yesterday in one of his qualifying runs. It was like 0.6 of a second. So he could have taken the #1 spot and also the Perfect ET award, but unfortunately he missed. Going alongside is James Forster. James in a very nice spot at the moment. He was running bang on his numbers. He's dialing in a 9:40 this morning. A little bit quicker than what he ran yesterday. The reason they dial in a quicker number in the mornings, the air is generally better. The headwind, there's still a little bit of a breeze out there, but it's not full-on headwind today, so a slight adjustment for them. So let's have a look at then once again. Carl Goldsmith dialing in 10:21. He's currently on the bump spot, number 32. James comfortably in at number 6 at the moment. breakout there for James. Goes 9.37 on a 9.40, but Carl Goldsmith goes 10.36, and he moves up to number 27. Right, it's the Fulton boys. Simon Fulton with the Blitzkrieg Racing Falcon, going alongside brother Dave with the Camaro. Currently, Simon number 9, Dave number 25. The dial-ins for this one, 990 for Simon. That's the same number that obviously he runs to in Supergas. Dave Fulton, 9. And actually, they're both on 990. Just realised. See the throttle stops kick in. Slightly better reaction to Simon. At 994, place at 981, so it's a breakout for Dave. Simon, the right side, just 400s off, but he stays in the number 9 spot. Vic Parsons up next, going alongside Simon Innes. So Vic, oh, he's in the number 26 spot at the moment, dialing in at 10.35, and Simon Innes, 10.76. He's currently number 21. Simon just coming up to the pre-stage beams. Vic's there waiting patiently. Don't forget, reaction times are not absolutely critical. It's all about ETs today, but they like to cut a good light because obviously they're racers as well, and they want to get themselves practiced. Vic Parsons into number 1. What a run for him, 10.35 with a 1. Simon Innes also improves up to 21 to 17, but Vic, excellent job from him. So he is your new number 1 qualifier for the time being. Next up, Alan Schofield, Paul Marston. Now Paul is on the bump spot. He's in the number 32, looking for an 850. Alan looking for 889.
How many cars have we got in?
It's about 34.
34, so there's going to be 2.
Yeah.
2 on the outside. So what's Paul Marston got this time? He goes too quick again, stays at 32. 846, 885 for Alan Schofield, breaks out as well.
Right.
Oh.
John Giles, Lee Huxley. Lee currently in the number 6 spot. John Giles. Well, he's dialing in that 990 as well. That's more for the car because Tim Adam will be driving this car in Supergas. He's currently in the number 25 spot. Lee doing very well indeed. 9.40. Yeah.
So Lee Huxley was off the trailer, number 1 qualifier back. You can hear me. Excellent. Okay.
And I wish I couldn't.
Yeah, actually, that's a little bit better too. I can hear you as well. So Lee Huxley, 940, 990 for John Giles, 37 for Lee, just that bit too quick. They both actually, everyone's going a little bit too quick this morning, I think.
Air is obviously good, and that headwind isn't as strong as they think, but it always happens round 1.
Well, it's because it's probably not going to make too much difference to the Tesla, but probably everything else. It's not normally aspirated, is it? Can you have a normally aspirated Tesla? I don't know.
No, just normally charged.
I'm actually really normally charged. I'm actually really surprised no one's put a big block Chevy in one of those for a laugh. It's just one of those cars that people, I'm sure, would want to change just to be annoying. You know. It's the same as shoving a sort of like a twin turbo big block in a Sunbeam, but there we are.
So it's Andrew Garnett with the Millennium Hawk, the Tesla. And it's Chloe Wilkins with a button that works now due to some modifying of fingernails.
Yeah, with snips as well. 940 for Chloe, that's going to move her up to 15. And Andrew Garnett goes 11.09 on 11.05. 400s off, and he's still only 19.
And although we would have had loads of qualifying yesterday, this is only Q3. So
They've got a few today. How many have they got today?
well, that's the
roughly.
question. It's 3 rounds scheduled.
However, we might.
Exactly that.
might.
We've just got to see how it goes.
Okay. Good problem to have anyway.
Yeah.
Oh, Al Medley, Bob Molden. Bob is number 2 at the moment. Dials 969 this morning. It's not actually a headwind. It's I think that's a westerly, isn't it? So it's more of a side breeze, but it's coming from the direction of the banking. So there is some shielding down there on the racetrack, and the fact the weather's lovely. Nice bit of light clouds, probably about 18, 19 degrees, something like that. Track is good as always. Perfect racing conditions. Look at that for Bob. He's had his Yorkshire tea this morning. 0-1 on the tree, and he goes 969. Do you know what? That doesn't improve him.
No.
3 thou off, and he doesn't improve.
He was number 1 coming in this morning. It's only Vic Parsons taking that number 1 spot, but Bob's got a race car this weekend.
It certainly has, and 0-1 on the tree as well. Al Medley went 10.86 at 122. So, Simon Goff, very good morning, Sharon. I hope your clients are enjoying the race coverage. Sharon's actually got this on while she's working, so I'm sure there are some, her clients being dogs, obviously, so I'm sure they're loving it. Simon taking on Brian Huxley in the Kestrel Lane, 958, 870 for Si with the Camaro. Si's going to get there first with an 871 with a 4, goes from 17 up to 5. Bumps Brian Huxley down 1 spot. Brian was only 200ths off his dial-in as well.
Yeah, close one that. Right, well, the man that ran away with the perfect reaction time money yesterday, Mason Griffiths. But it wasn't perfect, it was mega perfect. He had all the zeros.
Not just perfect, but mega perfect. Yeah, I like that.
Perfect can be 0, 0, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever afterwards, but that's the new one. A mega perfect is all the zeros. We make it up as we go along.
Mega perfect Mason, as he will now be known forevermore. Taking on Pete Dodd with the Metamorphosis in the Kestrel Lane, 9.12. Pete is number 14 at the moment, really getting to grips well with his new race car. Mason, number 3. Mason was 009 red that time.
.534 with a 9.
Oh,
he's bang on this weekend.
Do you know what? If you add those two together, that's a perfect run.
Yeah.
That's actually
yes, it is.
if you see what I mean. I know it isn't, but morning. Nice to see Karen and Mike enjoying themselves. 9.30 on a 912 for Pete Dodd. Not quite what he was after. So let's see what Mark Huxley does. That normally that would normally tell us what the track in the air is doing.
The obvious thing now is like, whoa, looking at what everybody else is doing. I hate to say it, but I think we could see Mark break out here.
Well, hope so. In a nice way.
He's a canny lad, though. He's good. He is good. Will Clark with the Junior Comp Dragster, looking for a 984.
Oh, well, we know nothing.
Mark knows more than I do.
10.15 with a 7 on a 10.14. That makes him to the number 9 spot. And a 9.87 for Will Clark. I'm really sorry it disappeared off the screen before. Oh, 16. Seriously? 87 on an 84 and he's number 16. Wow. Tough crowd as usual.
300ths off.
Well, John Turner's got the Thatcher's tune-up. That's Thatcher's cider, by the way, in the Greenfish Barracuda in the Kestrel Lane. 10.13. I hope he has, because that's about 3/10 quicker than he was running yesterday. Taking on Chris Newsom. Could we have Junior Dragster into the lanes for qualifying session number 3, please? Junior Dragster into the lanes, please. So, yeah, Chris Newsom with the Pro Stock MG in the Auto Glim lane. He's looking for a 9.51. Johnny's a bit eager to get it underway, goes red. 9.54, 10.35. Chris Newsom actually makes quite a big move, up 10 spots from 24 to 14. 54 on 51 only gets you. in Q3 as well only gets you number 14. John Turner 10:35. I don't think that helped him at all, actually. So one thing I've just noticed as well, it's not only this morning when I came down this morning before 9 o'clock, there were people setting up on the banking. We've got everybody back on their VIP balconies underneath as well. How good is that? Yeah. It's just nice to see everybody.
Not only that, it's not even 10 o'clock yet. Look how many people are here already. Fantastic. Yeah, well done, everybody.
Eager to get on with it like the rest of us, I think. John Bean taking on Keith Herbert. John Bean's number 10. Keith currently number 11. John Dahl's 997 this morning, actually. I think that's his first 9 Dahl of the weekend. Keith goes 960 and 998 for John Bean. And he doesn't improve.
That's unreal.
John's one of those guys that's come into Pro ET. Has he raced anything before, or did he just buy that car and think I'd like to try?
Good question. I have had a good old chat with John. Has got a few cars.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right,
so that's not the only one he's got. Those, if you remember, that was the X Team Extreme.
Yeah.
Gun Mustang. Mm-hmm. So yeah, it's got good pedigree, that car. He absolutely loves that car. Really does. Came to the Mustang owners track day.
As you would.
As you would. But really enjoying the time in the car. I think he's broken a few bits and obviously repaired, got them all repaired as well. It's pretty much standard procedure. But yeah, absolutely loving drag racing now.
Excellent. Al Platt, Ronnie Mercer. Al is one of those not in the show currently. Looking for 1160 with the Camaro. Ronnie Mercer, though, long gone to an 891. That's going to help. Al Platt, 1360, 2 seconds off. Ronnie Mercer moves up to 18 with an 891 on a 98. Thank you very much indeed, Simon. So a couple of notes, if that's all right.
You were saying about numbers. It is only 33 cars so far that have put times in, so it's Al that's on the outside.
And we got that one 2. That's all right. That's for ET Bike a little bit later. Up next, Dave Cherritt, Tom Kay. I haven't seen Tom yet. No, this will be car number 34. We didn't see Tom all day yesterday. I didn't think so. With the rear engine, the bike engine junior comp dragster in the Kestrel lane, 990 for him, 986 for Dave Cherritt. This car is quite a wild thing, isn't it? The car that Tom Kay drives. Likes getting a bit of a wiggle on. Well, they both break out. Tom Kay gets on the list, but only at number 34 at the moment. Dave Cherritt goes 983, just that little bit too quick. Oh dear, Jeff Cowley being told to click off. There is a trail of something coming out the back of the car. Well, it came out underneath it, it's now under the back. It's going to be Lee Morris on his own. This little Jaguar type has been around as long as, well, us, I think. No, longer than us. A lot longer than us. A lot longer than our predecessors as well.
Just looking at the points, Lee Huxley we've seen go through. He's number 2 in the points. He's only 10 ahead of Simon Innes. But you've got Amy Watkins top of the pile, and you have got Tom Watkins 4th in the points chase. So it's all quite entertaining in the Pro ET Championship. Right, Neil Watkins up next with the purple pickup. Now, basically, Tom's been driving this car all year long, but now his engine is fixed. It's Neil back in the pickup. Neil does extremely well with this. Won the, I think it was the Lifestyle Championship for Nostalgia Superstock last year. And, of course, Dave Bilodeau takes that championship this year. And if you knew what was going up here, you'd laugh as well. But an absolute classic. Darren Brentford, that one.
Yeah, talk about putting your size 9 firmly in it. That's another great one, that one. Tom, sorry. It might take a while. Sharon, I'm very, very sorry. I really do apologise.
Right, Tom Watkins then, he's lifting those front wheels up yet again, dialing in a 9.10. We know where this car is going to head, and it won't be a 9, it will be an 8 at some stage, but this time it's a 9.18 at 147. Tom moves up from the bump, which was number 32, up to number 27.
Excellent stuff. Very good morning to Vinny Buzz Killington out there in Spectator Land somewhere. Not sure where you are, Vinny, but hope you're having a great weekend, mate. He wants to say a very good morning and a very good weekend to the Wild Bunch from the White Bunch.
That's it.
And also
he's sticking with that name now, isn't he? The White Bunch, isn't it?
I wonder why. Well, the other name.
All right, Brett Featherstone. Not taking on the shoe, obviously. Dave just doing some clean-up in the Kestrel Beers Lane.
Yeah, it's not going to be shoe against Nova. Unfortunately, but quite good. I think we know win, though.
So Brett currently in the number 15 spot. He has got to find, well, where are we? 960. If he's not within 300ths of his dial-in, he's not going to improve. That's how tight it is in the top half of the field at the moment.
Well, he actually was dialing 9.5 yesterday, and I think his number 15 qualifying run was a 9.68.
Yeah. But at least he's adjusted it downwards, which is the right way to go, because everyone's going quicker. Let's see how he gets on. 963.
He's 15.
He doesn't. Well, that's nearly 400s off, so no improvement there.
Yeah, we're just running one lane at the moment while the clean-up goes on. It's behind the start line. It's not on the racing surface in the Kestrel Lane.
Here comes JT. The one-man burnout competition.
But also, this summer, the one-man park sideways on the start line competition.
So it's going to be a solo then for John, obviously. Now then, he is in the number 36 spot. Because obviously,
36?
Because we have had some more people come in this morning.
Blimey.
So JT needs to go 907 or slower to around about 920, I think, to get into the show. Yeah, certainly the top half of the field is 300ths of a second. We've just got to see how the other numbers pan out.
Oh. 146 miles an hour, maybe. And he may be back in Super Pro, you never know.
Yeah, so that's a breakout.
So, Amy Watkins, points leader, I think. In.
Oh, Shane's limping a bit this morning. What was he? Oh dear, Shane. What have you done, mate? Shane instantly recognisable by the variety of hats. He always wears a different one each time he comes down to the start line.
I was going to say by the beard myself, but there we go.
957 the target.
Oh, so close. Just 100 off. I hope you're doing all right, Shane. That limp looks pretty vicious, to be honest.
Yeah.
Maybe jumping up and down too much. Also, having a chat down there with our good friend, resident photographer, Mr. Ian Blackett. Ian and Paula have their cabin behind the Spectator grandstand, or just the end of the pairing lanes over there. Caught up with Paula and Ian this morning. They do have a special offer again for racers that sign up for the online prints. you do get a digital print, or digital photograph, sorry. You do get a digital print included, which is worth a fair bit. So Ian does lots of the slow-mo stuff that you see, or most of it, frankly, that you see on racers' Facebook pages and stuff like that. It's really good as well, because it helps them with the setup of their cars, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Just to know exactly, or you can see exactly what's going on. For us, those of us that don't have race cars, but like watching, it's quite amazing to see just how hard some of them shake, isn't it? Have you noticed that?
But also the slow-mo shows tyre shake. It's
flapping all over the place.
Yeah.
Yeah. Things that take, obviously, well, that's what slow-mo is, isn't it? But things that take a moment in real life, when they're slowed down, God, do they look scary. And you can see how tyre shake break stuff. So anyway, Ian Blackett Photography, Ian and Paula over there at the head of the lanes. If you are a racer, you're here this weekend, then check them out, because they do have some fantastic stuff. Where did that come? I was going to ask about that.
This was a good one. Yeah, Angie popped in this morning with this item. We think it's a steering rod or part of a steering off a VW vehicle.
Only because it's got VW on it.
Stamp on it. It was found in the shutdown area. It's
well used.
Old. it's very well used. But we've checked in with people like Luke Stevenson, Carl Goldsmith. It hasn't come off their vehicles. So we have this VW part. What I'll do in a little while is I'll take a photograph of it, put it on my Facebook page. So if anybody knows what it's off or if it's theirs, we've got it up here in the tower. But it's
snapped as well, though. It's not like it's not just fallen off. I don't. Or has it? Yeah, it has. I mean,
yeah, but that's an old wall wound behind the looks of it. But anyway, we'll take a photograph of it and I'll put it on the social media page, and just have a look on my Facebook page and you'll see it later on. It's obviously been modified because that's all been filed down and everything like that. But yeah, a strange part to have up here.
I think the thread snapped wherever that was, but there wasn't much holding it on in the first place, was there?
That's true. So we've got that part. We'll put a photograph on social media later on, so if anybody missing anything.
Has it got a part number? Actually, it has. You can see some kind of part number.
Yeah, casting number, isn't it? Sorry.
Yeah. Anyway, whatever it is, it's rather heavy for a teeny-weeny part, isn't it?
Yeah, it's old school part, definitely.
Well, normal service is resumed.
That sounds like Dave Russell.
There you go. And
Tom Atkinson.
There you go. Yeah. So I said normal service is resumed.
Super Pro ET then, our second class today. Number one qualifier in Super Pro at the moment is, of course, the slingshot of Mark Coulsell, and then he went and broke out and set a new personal best as well, so he's going great guns this weekend.
There might be another one this morning with the weather.
Oh, update on Ron Bartlett's tyres.
Yep.
They're arriving on Tuesday.
In time for the national finals.
In time for national finals.
Not for the European finals.
But yeah, he's very happy indeed with his number 2 spot at the moment. Scott Hauser is in number 3. Daniel Giles with the Giles and Hartley car, points leader, and he is number 4.
So Dave Russell, Tom Atkinson, 887, plays an 8.98. Tom Atkinson's currently number 5. Dave Russell gets there first with an 882, 500's too quick. Tom, though, goes to number 3 with an 898 with a 7. Yeah, 898 with a 7 for Tom. Gets in the number 3 spot.
Oh, dear.
No, that's not good at all. I hope he hears that before starts coming back. Somebody wave at him to stop. Deary me. That's Kieran Ashley. Something's gone pop.
Yeah, there's a pool of fluid in front of the car, at the back of the car. And that's oil, unfortunately.
There was a puddle as well. Kieran did click it off. Obviously, he wouldn't have known. It just looks like... Was it a cap? It actually looked like a cap that had come off as opposed to something gone pop. But, well, they were making great strides with that.
All right, so unbelievably, Phil Toppin has got this car up for sale just when it was starting to go really, really well. See them in the pits. Ballpark figure 25 grand will get you into an 8-second Super Pro Corvette Stingray.
Surprised Georgina's not saved up.
Yeah. $870 breakout by a tenth.
Well, the conditions are obviously a lot better than everyone reckons they might be this morning. It's happened a few times now. Not sure what's gone pop on Kieran's dragster. Hopefully it's nothing terminal. Mix on the case already. Yeah, whatever it is, I think. There we go. That looks like an oil filter, actually. Is it an oil filter?
Yes, it could have been, actually, right.
Breathe a sigh of relief. No, it's not. It's not. Sorry. Okay. I'm glad you're being politer than usual this morning. Otherwise, it'd seem unusual, wouldn't it? Yeah, that, basically. Anyway, morning, everyone. Nice to see you all down there. Hopefully that's nothing too serious for Kieran. Obviously, we've got clean-up to do on the racetrack. And that's obviously why Kieran didn't think there was a problem, because obviously the engine was probably still running like normal. Just unfortunately, it was leaking stuff from where something should be there. Anyway,
I think the oil pressure gauge would have been moving around a fair bit on that one.
It was, yeah, okay. Probably like your backside when you realised there was oil on the track. Yeah, there we go. Anyway.
Just a couple of notes actually with regards to Super Pro, and there's one that we picked up on yesterday, and we can expand on it a little bit further now. Was Pell Norman. And we have the information here. Oh, you've got exactly the same note as I've just been given.
Yeah, that's fine.
It is Pell driving the car this weekend. We were a bit confused why it said Andrew Norman. But this is one and the same person, of course. Mm-hmm. So that's good. And they wouldn't be in competition this weekend if it wasn't for the Williams brothers. They managed to source and obtain, bring to the track a new fuel pump. The Pell stroke Andrew, and of course the whole of the team. Massive thanks to Williams Brothers Racing for getting them out of a bit of a hole and getting them racing again this weekend. So that's good news for them.
And we also now know his name when he does things wrong. Yeah.
Well, sometimes you have to put your proper name, but it's like, we just know him as Pell. It's always, it's more than what everybody knows him as, instead of his real name.
It was always suspect when Pell wasn't actually hanging around.
Yeah.
There we go. Anyway, our excellent Santa Pod Raceway track crew doing clean up again, just trying to get the majority of the oil up before they go over it with the shoe to clean up. Left lane's been a bit worse for wear this morning already, but hopefully anyway, Kieran Ash's car won't be too.
Whilst we've got another quiet moment, I don't know if you saw, but Al Mack is in the pits. And he is ready to go today.
Yeah,
absolutely unbelievable effort. Last weekend at Door Slammers, in his, I think, semi-final run, blew a turbo.
Oh,
so you've got twin turbos on there, 76mm turbos, Gen 1. I must say that, because that's quite an important part of this.
Okay.
And had trying to source a replacement turbo all week long. I couldn't find one anywhere, none about at all, and basically game over. Then right at the last minute yesterday, managed to source or find a pair of Gen 2 76mm turbos. A pair, right? So Al's gone, yep, let's go for it. It was an upgrade that he wasn't expecting to do straight away, because these newer turbos run a lot better than the Gen 1 turbos. Basically giving him an extra 200 horsepower to play with. So the development, in a funny sort of way, has been sped up. Yeah. So basically, what happened was he's got a pipe on the front of the where all the pipe work is, and there was a wire around that pipe that had basically burnt off and gone into the impeller of the turbo, hence breaking it. That's what actually happened. So quick say, Lee Owen is the man that managed to source these turbos, and he wanted to say a massive, massive thanks to Lee for that, and also to Sally for pulling some strings to get them to them for the weekend. So he's basically saying every run that he does is a test pass, but obviously he's going quicker and quicker and quicker. So
hopefully going quicker.
Yeah.
But the thing is, it remains to be seen just how much it's going to screw up the tune-up, because obviously they were really getting it done with the combination that they have.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's going to be quicker. It's just the when part, because it just depends how it performs compared to what the previous combination did.
Because yesterday they weren't even in the pits. The turbos only arrived at 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon. And I was, it's like Christmas. So they got up here last night, a bit bleary-eyed this morning, but the turbos are on, and they're pretty much ready to go and eager to get back in the show. So because we've only got 5 street eliminator cars that have put numbers on the board so far this weekend, Al will be number 6. So that is good news today.
Well, the track crew out there are obviously doing their thing. Also, what else have we got going on? Well, loads got going on today, obviously. We've got a full run order, which I think, have you got the run order for today? I was just going to say, just to give people an idea of what's happening when. Thank you very much indeed. On the racetrack, this is obviously, we're just about to go with Junior Dragster, then we go through all of our classes. We've got Funny Bike, Super Street Bike, were exceptionally good yesterday. And then at 11:25 or 11:30-ish, there or thereabouts, Comp Eliminator, we got the Jet Dragster, Pro Mod, Top Fuel, Funny Car, Nostalgia Funny Car, Top Fuel Bike. And then at the end, we got Fire Force versus Firestorm again. So if you were here last night, you saw the firework display after they ran.
That was exceptionally good.
That was really, it's always a great way to end a day, that one. But that was really, really good. And obviously then, around about 3 o'clock this afternoon, we do it all again with them. Live action arena timings, I think. Sorry, Colin, again.
Yeah, no problem at all. It is today 11 o'clock and 1:45.
Okay. So basically, you can go over to behind the main spectator banking and watch the live action arena, come back over to the racetrack, watch the jets, watch Top Fuel and everything else as well, and then obviously enjoy the rest of your day as you go. Did you notice the shoe then had to have a push? They're actually guiding it in the right direction. Anyway, sorry. Go on. What's on at live action arena?
Yeah, live action arena. You got the monster trucks, Swamp Thing and Podzilla. Basically, if you leave your car parked in the live action arena, it'll be flattened. But they do get a fresh stock of cars each weekend. Lee Bowers, of course, and Terry Grant, and Broke FMX, the freestyle stunt display team. You know, they're doing nearly 100-foot jumps over in the arena there. It's quite a sight. Got a fantastic setup there with their rig. It's got a takeoff ramp, landing ramp. Really, really cool. As per usual, obviously you've already spotted it, but Callum has sent us the photograph of said incident that we're just clearing up there. Kieran Astley, the oil filter coming up straight away there. So Callum gets the shot and sends it up to me. Thank you very, very much indeed.
You're going to have shares in brake cleaner now, aren't you? Well, hope it didn't go too all over the place. It's probably a lot easier, although the track crew wouldn't necessarily agree, but it's probably a lot easier to clean off the track than it is to clean out of every nook and cranny of a race car.
Let's just say the track clean-up will be completed before Kieran has managed to get all the oil out of the car.
Yeah.
But hopefully it is just the filter, hasn't done any damage to the car, and fingers crossed we'll get him to see him at the next Super Pro qualifying session.
Yeah, you bet. That's the reason the car's green and black as well. She don't notice the oil. Just kidding, Kieran.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Well, as the car gets towed back to the pits, as I say, massive fingers crossed for the team, and they can get that back, because that's such an unusual combination we don't normally see here.
Great combination, that one. Nice to see something completely different as well. Anyway, we'll stop yabbering for a little while, hand back to Nitro FM. The clean-up crew won't be too long. Just to explain again what's going on, if you haven't seen this before, we can't have any fluid at all on the racetrack, whether that be water, oil, fuel, anything like that at all. It ends badly if we don't clear it up. We can't just sort of change tyres or go a bit slower over the affected area. It just don't work, I'm afraid. So anyway, Nitro FM, hopefully only for a few moments. As soon as we hear engines, we'll be back with you.
On the bump spot, number 32. James comfortably in at number 6 at the moment. Breakout there for James. Goes nice. See the throttle stops kick in. Slightly better reaction to Simon. At 994, place at 981, so it's a breakout for Dave. ETs today, but they liked Kind of Good Light because obviously they're racers as well, and they want to get themselves practiced.
So what's Paul Marston got this time? He goes too quick again. Stays at 30. You can hear me. Excellent. Okay.
And I wish I couldn't.
Yeah, actually, that's a little bit better too. I can hear you as well. So Lee Huxley, 940, 990 for John Giles, 37 for Lee. Just that bit too quick. They both actually.
Right, it's Chloe Wilkins. With a button that works now due to some modifying of the fingernails.
Yeah, with snips as well. 940 for Chloe, that's going to move her up to 15. Lovely. Nice bit of light clouds. Probably about 18, 19 degrees, something like that. Track as good as always. Perfect racing conditions. Look at that for Bob. He's had his Yorkshire tea this morning. 01 on the tree and he goes 969. Do you know what? That doesn't deep for sight. With the Camaro. So he's going to get there first with an 871 with a 4. Goes from 17. Mason, number 3. Mason was 009 red that time.
.534 with a 9.
Oh,
he's bang on this week. Comp dragster looking for a 984.
oh, well, we know nothing. He's looking for a 951. Johnny's a bit eager to get it underway. Goes red. 954, 1035. On with it like the rest of us, I think. John Bean taking on Keith Herbert. John Bean's number 10. Keith currently number 11. John Doss 997 this morning, actually. I think that's his first 9 dial of the weekend. Keith goes 960 and 998 for John Bean.
Junior was pretty much standard procedure, but yeah, absolutely loving drag racing there.
Excellent. Al Platt, Ronnie Mercer. Al is one of those not in the show currently. Looking for 1160 with the Camaro. Ronnie Mercer, though, long gone to an 891. That's going to help. The car that Tom Kay drives. Likes getting a bit of a wiggle on. Well, they both break out. Tom Kay gets on the list.
2 in the points. He's only 10 ahead of Simon Innes. But you've got Amy Watkins top of the pile, and you have got Tom Watkins 4th in the points chase. So it's all quite entertaining in the Pro ET Championship. Yeah. And of course, Dave Billadou takes that championship this year. And if you knew what was going up here, you'd laugh as well. Right, Tom Watkins then, he's lifting those front wheels up yet again, dialing in a 9.10. We know where this car is going to head, and it won't be a 9, it will be an 8 at some stage, but this time it's a 918 at 147. Tom,
he was dialing 9.5 yesterday, and I think his number 15 qualifying run was a 968.
Yeah. But at least he's adjusted it downwards, which is the right way to go because everyone's going quicker. Let's see how he gets on. 963.
Stays 15.
He doesn't. What about 920? I think to get into the show. It's certainly the top half of the field. is 300ths of a second. We've just got to see how the other numbers pan out.
I was going to say by the beard myself, but there we go.
9:57 the target.
Oh, so close. Just 100 off. Tom Atkinson's currently number 5. Dave Russell gets there first with an 8.82, 500ths too quick. Tom, though, goes.
.870 breakout by a 10th.
Well, the conditions are obviously a lot better than.
Number 32. James comfortably in at number 6 at the moment. Breakout there for James. Goes nice. See the throttle stops kick in. Slightly better reaction to Simon. At 9.94, place at 9.81, so it's a breakout for Dave. ETs today, but they like to cut a good light, because obviously they're racers as well, and they want to get themselves practice.
So what's Paul Martin got this time? He goes too quick again. Stays at 30. You can hear me. Excellent. Okay.
And I wish I couldn't.
Yeah, actually, that's a little bit better too. I can hear you as well. So Lee Huxley, 9:40, 9:90 for John Giles, 37 for Lee. Just that bit too quick. They both actually.
And it's Chloe Wilkins. With a button that works now due to some modifying of the fingernails.
Yeah, with snips as well. 9:40 for Chloe. That's going to move her up to 15. Lovely. Nice bit of light clouds. Probably about 18, 19 degrees, something like that. Track as good as always. Perfect racing conditions. Look at that for Bob. He's had his Yorkshire tea this morning. 0-1 on the tree and he goes 9.69. Do you know what? That doesn't deep for sight. With the Camaro. So he's going to get there first with an 8.71 with a 4. Goes from 17. Mason, number 3. Mason was 009 red that time.
.534 with a 9.
Oh,
He's bang on this week. The comp dragster looking for a 984.
oh. Well, we know nothing. He's looking for a 951. Johnny's a bit eager to get it underway. Goes red. 954, 1035. On with it like the rest of us, I think. John Bean taking on Keith Herbert. John Bean's number 10. Keith currently number 11. John Dahl's 997 this morning, actually. I think that's his first 9 Dahl of the weekend. Keith goes 960 and 998 for John Bean.
Junior was pretty much standard procedure, but yeah, absolutely loving drag racing there.
Excellent. Al Platt, Ronnie Mercer. Al is one of those not in the show currently. Looking for 1160 with the Camaro. Ronnie Mercer, though, long gone to an 891. That's going to help. The car that Tom Kay drives. Likes getting a bit of a wiggle on. Well, they both break out. Tom Kay gets on the list.
2 in the points. He's only 10 ahead of Simon Innes. But you've got Amy Watkins top of the pile, and you have got Tom Watkins 4th in the points chase. So it's all quite entertaining in the Pro ET Championship. Yeah. And of course, Dave Billadou takes that championship this year. And if you knew what was going up here, you'd laugh as well. All right, Tom Watkins then, he's lifting those front wheels up yet again, dialing in a 9.10. We know where this car is going to head, and it won't be a 9, it will be an 8 at some stage, but this time it's a 918 at 147. Tom...
He was dialing 9.5 yesterday, and I think his number 15 qualifying run was a 968.
Yeah. But at least he's adjusted it downwards, which is the right way to go, because everyone's going quicker. Let's see how he gets on. 963.
He's 15.
He doesn't... What about 920, I think, to get into the show? It's certainly the top half of the field is 300ths of a second. We've just got to see how the other numbers pan out.
I was going to say by the beard myself, but there we go.
957, the target.
Oh, so close. Just 100 off. Tom Atkinson's currently number 5. Dave Russell gets there first with an 882, 500ths too quick. Tom, though, goes.
.870 breakout by a 10th.
Well, the conditions are obviously a lot better than...
Once again, our track crew are heroes, as they've managed to get the lane back very quickly indeed, to be fair. That was a fair bit of oil that unfortunately deposited from the track, onto the track from Kieran Astley's dragster. So we are back with Mark Turner and Ian Brown as we continue qualifying for Super Pro ET. Well, needless to say, Team Valadu have been very, very busy indeed. Last weekend, obviously this car was here last weekend, but it didn't have a transmission in it, so they were concentrating on the Pro ET car. Good to see that it's all working well today.
Cracking piece of trivia about this race.
Come on.
Yeah, you know what I'm going to say.
No, I don't yet.
Oh,
Go
no,
on.
no. Two of the founding early 90s Pro Mod cars out there, side by side.
Oh, yeah.
Because that was Bert and Andy's Supra that eventually they got down into the 6s, which is a terrific achievement. That's in the Kestrel lane. And the other car in the Autoglym lane was Gordon Appleton's. The Final Demand, if you remember that car from back when. So these cars have raced each other on a number of occasions throughout the years. Yeah, they are. I think they're sort of more mid-90s, actually, both of these cars. But yeah, from like 25 plus years ago, these cars were like some of the founding very quick cars of UK Pro Modified. And they don't run far off what they did then, even though they're just bracket racing these days, frankly.
That's the staggering thing. I mean, what used to be, in a funny sort of like state-of-the-art, quickest things around, and now are just bracket cars running the same numbers up to date.
Yeah. So Ian Brown, 770, and 875 for Mark Turner. Mark goes way early, but it doesn't matter, it is only qualifying. Mark 7, Ian 19. Ian goes too quick, as does Mark, by a couple of hundredths both lanes.
The two seemed too displeased, actually. They were. Harrison was a little fist pump to himself, thinking, yes, it's working well. So good speed as well, actually. 180 mile an hour there for Ian Brown. Pete Walters with the reloaded dragster. Going alongside Ash Bell with the Firebird. So Pete currently in the number 14 spot. Ash Bell currently number 24.
Yeah, Ash has changed the dialing a little. Back to 8.40. Pete with a 774 from the supercharged big block car. He's number 1424 for Ash.
Yeah, 26 cars in Super Pro this weekend.
I think there was a few more entered, but a couple switched classes, haven't they?
Yeah.
Saying that though, we didn't see Mark Manning this morning, did we?
And we haven't seen yet Andy Thetford. He's in the pits, but not sure.
003 on the tree for Pete. Pete nails it to a 776, up to the number 6 spot. Ashley Bell moves up a couple of spots, actually, to 21.
Well, for a man that's low on
taking
tyres.
It easy on his tyres, yeah.
Can we have Super Comp into the pairing lanes, please? Super Comp into the pairing lanes. Well, one of the happiest campers on site this weekend certainly is Mark Courcelle, a new PB. It was a breakout run, but he didn't care because it's a new PB. But he has already got the number 1 qualifying spot. It's 8.15 with a 2 on an 8.15 dial-in. Yeah, there's wiggle room. You can still get in front of that. But at the moment, that number 1 is Mark Courcelle's with the ball breaker slingshot. Going alongside Ron Bartlett with Sweet FA, and he's number 2. So these are your top 2 in qualifying.
Well, if they break out again, Steve may set the standing jump beard record, I think. Anna's joined in today, as well as Marky Turton down there on the start line. Mark yesterday, the whole team had a really good days like that. You just want to make the most of. You know, there's lots of days where things don't go right, but the days that they do go right all make it worth it. So Ron Bartlett is no slouch. These are numbers 1 and 2 actually on the chart at the moment. Ron went 8:30.
Well, ain't going to be a quickie for Ron. He stopped completely about 200 foot out.
8:18 slows up slightly. 1:59 for Mark. Very unusual for Ron to have any kind of problem. All okay by the looks of it. Well, at least that's in qualifying, not in eliminations for Ron. Normally nothing but deadly consistent. He's still in the hunt for the Super Pro Championship.
He certainly is. He's number 2 in the points chase.
Refires and hopefully just drives on up the racetrack. Nothing on, nothing dropped off the car or out of it. So
I'm going to put that down to experience, because basically if Ron thought he'd had an issue, he's going to stop, let the track crew have a look round. If it's all okay, then he'll take it to the top end.
Not just idle up the track.
Yeah, and exactly that. Don't want to make a situation worse than it could have possibly been, but good switched on brain there. Well done. So Ron's going to retain that number 2 spot. Obviously no improvement on that run. Mark Russell's still number 1. So Laura Turbeville, and it's the Buffalo Bob. So Bob Dog currently in the number 12 spot. He's only 0.07 off his dialing. Laura, she's currently the number 16 spot. 794 on her 780 dial.
Yeah,
so just sped up a little bit today.
I was going to say 779's a little bit quicker. Notice the dialing for Bob's gone back, or backwards a little bit to that 874.
Yeah, he's oh no, he was 874 yesterday as well actually, but the ET was 881 that he ran, so
he's been running quite a bit quicker than that though. That's
oh he has, yeah.
Bob's been doing this a while though. Oh, Laura clicks it off as well. Curse of the Kestrel beer lane today, I think.
Oh, nicely done, Bob. 75 on a 74.
With a 0 as well. That'll get him into the top 5. No, number 4 actually. No improvement for Laura. I think that Capri of Andrew Pell Norman, or Pell Andrew Norman, one of the two, anyway, in the Auto Gloom lane. One of those travel cars in Europe, I think.
Yes,
definitely one of those travel Capris. He's raced it here in Sweden. He's raced it all over Europe. He's raced it in Malta as well, I'm pretty sure. Is that right?
Yeah.
Thought so.
Close in France, and he's raced it
That's
there
right,
as well.
yeah. Going against Mark Flavel in the Kestrel lane. 740 for the funny car, the Pontiac funny car. Mark at the moment is number 22. Pell is number 11. I still can't get over seeing his name on the screen as Andrew, but anyway. Can we have Street Eliminator into the lanes, please? Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator into the lanes, please. That's going to be fun today, isn't it?
Once again, Pell and the team just wanted to say a big thanks to Williams Brothers Racing for obtaining and getting to them a new fuel pump. Otherwise, they wouldn't be down on the start line today, that's for sure. So currently number 11 is Pell. 22 for Mark.
Two of the North's finest racers going at it there. Mark Flavel gets there first with a 768. No improvements. Still not running quite right. So obviously looking for that bit more. 793 for Pell.
So good to see the young team of Aaron Fensom and Saskia, who share the driving on this car. Saskia licensed with a beautiful 7.0 run, really was on it. And I think at the moment, not that there's rivalry between them, they are a team, but Saskia is the quicker of the two drivers in the car at the moment. I'm not trying to rub it in. Aaron,
but, obviously, yes. I'm glad it's your turn to your turn to dish it out today.
Yeah.
I think we're looking for a dial-in actually. For
yeah, it's just
Aaron.
a bit. 719 or 14.
714, I think it is. It's 714 up there. Taking on Brian Pateman. One thing I noticed about Brian on this one, dials an 849. Actually vented the nitrous this time as well.
He pulled a peach of a wheelie yesterday.
It was beautiful.
Steph was watching on and I'll be filming this one as well.
Brian's raced a lot of people in his career. Aaron is the newest. Literally,
yes,
to take his shot. A little bit too much on the wheel stand for Brian that time. Aaron goes through with a 729 at 169. Looks like he backed off it before the finish line. I don't think, obviously the car slammed down a little bit hard. I'm glad. A little bit too much on the wheel stand for Brian that time. Aaron goes through with a 729 at 169. Looks like he backed off it before the finish line. Certainly a different twist on things. A couple of dragsters coming up next. You got in the Kestrel lane, dialing 7.70. That's Alan Dibwell with a beautifully turned out little monotail dragster. Actually, they're both monotail dragsters, aren't they? And by that I mean, instead of having the regular 4 struts, they've just got one in the middle of the wing. And they've both got the aerodynamic device around it as well, actually. So Joe Kellett, 7.58. 770 for Alan Dibwell. The number's 12 at the moment for Joe, 14 for Alan. Still got a couple more sessions to go today to try and move on up the order a little bit. Beautiful lights for both of them. 001 for Joe, 005 for Alan Dibwell. Oh, and a 757, 100 too quick. Alan Dibwell, though, goes 772 on a 70. If he does that in eliminations, he's going to be seriously hard to beat. What a terrific side-by-side run.
Yeah, that was super match up, that pair. All right, your points leader. Team Giles and Hartley, Barry and son Daniel share the driving. And between them, built up a nice little points lead. Going alongside Nick Good in the number 14 spot at the moment. Ran a 759 to get that. He's going with the dial-in today of 755. Giles and Hartley dial in 744, ran 746.
Yeah, perfect example of the different versions of rear wing I was mentioning, with the monotail on Nick's car. So Daniel's number 6, Nick is number 14 at the moment. Daniel and the team are leading the Super Pro Points Championship.
Yeah, obviously there is qualifying points as well. Team Giles and Hartley in the number 6 spot. Ron Bartlett, he's in the number 2 spot, so he's closing that gap just a little bit, but he's got over 300 points to make up, so it's quite a big ask.
How many is it per round of racing, do you know?
I'm not 100% certain, but I think it's 100 points per round.
So it's still very doable over the next couple of weekends, yeah. One on the tree for Daniel. visible difference in reaction time. 7.6. Goes at number 6. Nick Good goes 57 on a 55, gets him up to the number 11 spot. They seem a little bit happier with that. This is like the drag racing version of golf, isn't it? You spend ages doing it, trying to perfect it, and keep coming back again and again and again and again and again and trying to nail it every time. Scott Hauser, 739. That's, again, that's a backed off dial-in compared to usual. You can still run it, though. Him and his dad Jeff are normally absolutely bang on the money when it comes to dialing in. Jeff, he's not a happy bunny unless it's on the money. Callum Swinchat with the Altered. Beautiful car to go racing with, that one.
I'd have to look back through records as such, but both of these guys came from Junior Dragster in effect. But I don't think these two raced each other in juniors, but I'd have to double check. Obviously Scott's been in Super Pro for a number of years now. Callum, not quite as long, but certainly both of them have made a name for themselves in the sport of drag racing. Quarter mile and the 8th mile.
Well, as expected, Scott's long gone to a 7.40 with a 2, stays number 5. I think Callum, it sounds like he's got a misfire actually.
Well, I think the directional launch
didn't help.
Scrubbed a bit of us off the
yeah,
ET
9.05 on an 8.96. Still fairly close, but we're used to them being a couple of hundredths off, aren't we? Jack Rooster with Just Mustard Pontiac. Very happy.
Very happy with the performance yesterday, and look at the dial-in now, 720.
2 runs. The first run was a belter, frankly, straight down the centre line, all the way down the track. I think he went 721, didn't he? Hence the 720 dial-in. He was way too quick for what he did dial originally. Whereas the second run, it went left again, but he was in the left-hand lane, so he backed off because he got close to the wall. The only thing for Jack is obviously, yeah, there we go. The crew expertly lining him up just to make sure he goes down the middle of the lane. Well, he's going to start in the middle of the lane, I think, as opposed to go down it.
So anything straight would be nice. As you say, Dale, both runs move to the left.
That'd be good. He's going to run too quick, I think that was. Yeah. Here we go then. Still can't believe you can bracket race with this.
Still moving to the left.
A very, very nice launch. No problems at all. Not quite sure why Jack backed off, actually. 8.38, 121. He stays at 25.
I'm no expert, but they're working on it. It's one of those things that's going to go, oh no. I'm just wondering about tyre size on the rear. Maybe one thing, not a perfectly matched pair. The rollout might be slightly different.
So it moves the car one way, yeah.
I don't know.
It did drift left a little bit, but nothing like he did yesterday.
Yeah, they're tuning it out of the car, that's for sure. But they're a very experienced team. They know what they're doing. They really do. And they'll have it sussed. And boy, when they do, Jack's going to take it all the way through.
I'm sure Jack enjoyed that 720 yesterday.
Oh, yeah, did they?
Anytime you spend that much time and money building a car. Mick Howling, Billy Gain. Mick is only 24 for the Banks Nightclub dragster in the Kestrel lane.
Notice the dial in 846. Paul Marston dialed in 850 and broke out. So obviously they're working together. Hence, that's why they probably come up with the 46.
The problem for Paul, I think if you go too quick twice, you have to change classes. Now, Paul can't do that, can he? Because he's in Pro ET, he can't move into Super Pro because the car's already there.
Yeah. Good point.
Interesting dilemma, that one.
Dilemma. Yeah.
That is a very interesting dilemma. Well, Billy's looking for 861, goes 857.
Mick Howling. And that is perfect ET. Yeah. 846 with a 0 on an 846. And finally that money, that was carried over
Is that right?
So 75 quid, I think. Yep. So well done to Cedric, driven by Mick Howling. Takes the #1 spot in Super Pro and takes the perfect ET money as well.
The only thing is, Paul's now got to work out how to slow it down for Pro ET, because otherwise, yeah, that is I mean, all joking aside, that's a real dilemma. Because if you're in one class and you go too quick for the class twice, you have to move into the next class up. But the problem is, because they're double entered, they can't do that.
Yeah. Well, I bet somebody celebrating at home is Sam Marston, unless she's actually made it to the track.
She's here. No, I
she's
saw
here
Sam
today.
this morning, yep.
Right, okay, she was watching the live feed yesterday. Right, passenger time. It is Carl Taylor in the back of the dragster. This one isn't a carryover.
Wow.
This is somebody that had a two-seater ride 10 years ago and fancied another go. So, good on you, Carl.
Proper investment then. Paul Brown in the hot seat again today. I wonder if him and Steve compare notes on reaction times. What do you think?
Well, they're both very, very good at it. 790, 169 miles an hour.
I'm sure he enjoyed that one too, yeah.
Carl, one of the few people that had 2 goes in the back of the two-seater, so well done to him. I could just got a message from Luke Stevenson, who's...
made a mess of stuff.
Yeah, well, got a new engine going in. Obviously got help with Top Fuel Carl.
It's good to have fuel crew members hanging around as friends.
Killed a cylinder, basically. Yeah, they got a new motor going in.
I saw the post last night about the very unhappy rear end as well. The car's not
that's
loose.
right.
Yeah, that was out. And when you get up in the morning and you look, and you get up at 7 o'clock and you see a post from 3 hours ago,
you know
it's not great. You know it's not going well.
Fingers crossed, Luke. I hope it all goes well, mate. Right, Lucas Oil's Junior Dragster. This is where we find out which kids weren't allowed out of school yesterday.
Aha. That's one of them. Jack Taylor.
Jack Taylor, yeah. Actually, they're pitted right behind me in the pits. Did see Steve having a beer last night. Mind you, I was going to bed then, so it was a bit late. So I'll catch up with Steve later on.
So not a number on the board yet for Jack. So he was in school yesterday. Chevrolet Check-It was number 4 qualifier, which tells you we need to know. Very good morning to Emma and Letty. Hopefully up there, I'm sure they're up there, watching somewhere, either on the grandstand or on the banking. Let's see what Big Sis can do this morning. She's currently number 4 with an 0.15, which I think was her first reaction time of the day yesterday. Well, it looks like Jack's actually stalled, or the car's stalled. Steve's trying to get it running again. Yeah.
Well, Steve. We can see poor Jack a bit frustrated in the car there.
0.30 for Chevy, no help. Unfortunately for her that time round. Jack, absolutely no help. Well, he got a green light, but does that mean he doesn't? No? Because he didn't move forward, obviously. Oh, he has got a reaction time.
I don't know, I think that's when he rocked in the car.
Well, it's still a reaction time.
Yeah, I suppose so.
But it hasn't actually shown a number, but then that's probably because he didn't make it past the finish line. Anyway. Ada Cassisi with the cherry bomb down there. Good to see Ada enjoying her junior dragster racing, taking on Harley J. Derby with Bullet Boy. So Harley J. Derby taking on Ada. Harley's 21, Ada's 15. Went 0.11 yesterday, goes quite red this morning with an 0.4 red. Harley Derby is going to improve up into the top 20. And he goes to the number 14 spot. Could we have Super Gas into the pairing lanes, please? Super Gas, please. Into the lanes. Daniel Ware and Katie Ellis on the line. Both going red. Katie very close with an 0-1. Daniel slightly further adrift with an 0-2. All about reaction times, as we've said many times. This is why junior dragster racers are absolute killers in other classes, excuse me, where they progress, where they get older. Jessica Bishop and Freddie Taylor. Jessica Kestrel Lane, Freddie with the Outlaw Anglia. Is this car for sale? I think it is, actually.
No, it was his sister's car.
Oh, the sister, sorry, yes, I beg your pardon.
But Freddie, no, he's we don't want to sell it yet because he's number 2 in the championship points. So doing very, very well at the moment. Would like to move up from the number 19 spot in qualifying because all the little points count as well. And that's one way to do it with an 042 light. Going to put him into the number 10 spot from number 19. Well done. Jessica drops a spot because of Freddie's improvement. And she's quite nice. Jessica is number 3 in the points. All right, young Luke Mugridge taking on Jake Cooper.
Yeah, and I saw, again, thank you to everybody, all of our races. One of the best ways for us to keep updated with what's going on is check out Facebook. And Nick, his brother, is very good at doing that. And he was saying he's kind of running out of stuff to try and cure the misfire from half-track onwards. I'm sure we'll get there, though. He's a smart lad. Luke is a very, very good driver.
So Luke currently number 13, Jake currently 23. Anything below 0.11 will get you onto the front page of our timing screen, which is the top 16. And Luke Mugridge has well and truly done that with that one. He's put himself into number 10.
I think the team are more worried about it making it to the finish line in good fashion, which, by the looks of it, still not happy. Jake Cooper, no improvement, like you said, Colin, unfortunately. So, Max Taylor in the Kestrel Lane. The other Taylor in competition. Going to be taking on young Miss Purdy Hadfield with Twister's sister down there in the Auto Glim Lane. Purdy is currently qualified number 13 with an 06 yesterday. She's been much, much closer than that many times before. Purdy's always a threat to go to number 1 at any time. Well, Max is deep staged. That's a bit of improvement for Purdy. Takes her into the top. I was going to say 10. Actually, yes, that will be, I think, number 8, actually. Problems for Max. He went 0.19 on the tree. Purdy, I think, moves up to about the number 8 spot with that one, isn't it?
Indeed, she does.
Yeah.
Right, another one, well, another 2 that would like to move up a bit. Kai Cooper. He's holding that number 16 spot at the moment with a 0.11. Number 15 was on a 0.7. And they've got Ellie Brown there with Mystig. Currently number 20.
Very good morning to Mum Tracy as well. I'm sure he's watching on. Dad Lee is paying very close attention behind the car. Ellie's number 20 at the moment. Kai, 16.
Oh, you saw Kai try to chop the tree down there, but went a tenth too quickly there. And Ellie, 0.20. Don't think it's going to move her up at the moment.
It won't, no. They both stay put where they were, 16 and 20.
Thomas Cook Abbott, this car is up for sale after the national finals as he then becomes too old to race the car. Thomas has actually turned 18, but he's turned 18 during the racing season, so he can finish off the season, yeah. Alongside Caitlin Wilson, a former champion in the misdemeanor Mike Boss Jr. Dragster. So Thomas is currently number 9. Caitlin, number 18.
So I was just watching the helicopter landing with my heart in my mouth going round the... it looks like it's going round the windmill. It's not. It's much further forwards. Yeah. But, my goodness me. Looks a bit close. Yeah, so Caitlin is way better than the 18th spot. Way better than the 18th spot. As is Thomas.
Well, not today.
107 and a 0.15. No improvement at all for either, I don't think. Oh, yes, Caitlin moves up a couple of spots actually to 16, but still not where you'd normally expect her to be. Could we have Super Street Bike into the pairing lanes, please? Super Street Bike into the lanes. So, Harley Coulsell with Bandit 1. Mark Coulsell, the old bandit, keeping his fingers crossed behind. Having a good weekend, those guys.
Currently number 6. Needs an 03 or better. Gets an 05. Well, at least she's consistent.
That is a long pedal for Steve Taylor to push that car back.
Yeah, all looks good for Harley. The team are happy. Good stuff. Well done. Right, Lola Bell Kent.
Well, Grandad Tony out front. At least checking stuff over as well. Obviously, Mum and Dad are a little busy getting the fuel car ready for racing very shortly. No, they shouldn't be too far away, actually. Against Luke Fulton. With the Fulton ladies in attendance.
Yeah, Luke unfortunately slipped back to number 10 in the points, obviously because the family wedding meant that they missed a meeting. But to retain a top 10 spot, having missed an event, very good indeed. Shows how good a racer he is. And a 07 light. Already had a 04, so no improvement for Luke. And Lola Bell's going to stay in her current position as well.
They've still got a few more to go. I think we've got Super Comp actually after Junior Dragster, is that right?
It is, yep. And then Street Eliminator. Still quite a few juniors to put their runs in. All right, Teddy Sullivan. This is another one that was at school yesterday, I can only assume, as he hasn't put a run in yet. Going alongside Mackenzie Love with the Mad Max machine. Mackenzie currently number 10 with an 036 reaction time.
Yeah, you can tell the ones that have got understanding headmasters or mistresses or not, as the case may be. That was good.
Done, Mackenzie.
No improvement though, actually. Already was number 10 with an 03. That 05 will not help. Teddy Sullivan will get on the board somewhere. At 25? 23.
Well, he's in the show. That's the important thing. Right, Damien Redshaw. He's in the number 5 spot at the moment. Going alongside his brother, Harry Redshaw, currently number 19. But it is Harry Redshaw that is leading the points chase at the moment. And quite handsome. He's got over 400 point lead coming into this meeting. Qualifying points, that will shuffle things around a little bit, unless he can move up, because he's in the number 19 spot. Wouldn't mind swapping places with Damien, who's in number 5, but can't do that unless you do it on track. He's not going to move up with that one.
Even Dad kind of shrugs his shoulders with both of them that time.
Yeah, they both stay put. Harry stays 19, Damien stays 5. But what this does do, it sorts out the pairings, and it is still dial-ins for eliminations for Junior Dragster. So they are looking at the numbers that they run as well, but as we know, part of drag racing is the reaction time, so it's quite key. Right, well, we had the 2 Redshaws, now we've got the 2 Bartlett girls, Lara and Jacqueline. Lara is your #1 qualifier at the moment. She is in the Kestrel beer lane. Jacqueline, currently number 21.
And Dad is standing in the middle.
Yeah.
Like you would. Very quickly, Colin, I don't know if you read that. Very kindly, John Crawford messaged to say Paul Bargate had a front suspension failure at the top end a couple of weeks ago in VW Pro. Might be that.
Could be his, yeah.
Could be that.
So I need to take a photograph of that part.
Yeah, and put it up.
See if anybody claims it. Right, so look at the numbers. 0-7 for Jacqueline. That will help her because she was currently in the 21 spot. It's 0-2 for Lara. Obviously stays #1, but Jacqueline moves up from 21 to 15. Well done.
On with Supercomp. Two very different ways of going 890 racing. We have the traditional rear engine dragster against the even more traditional front engine dragster. Well, I also just noticed the size of the weight bar on the front of Steve Field's car to keep it down. Well, it's very, very lightweight, that car. And obviously there's virtually 0 weight on the front apart from the front wheels and the axle. All of it is on the back. It's no offence to Steve, it's just the way the cars are built. Currently at the moment, Steve Field is number 4. We went 9:02. Paul Hudson went way too quick with an 8:77. So 890 is the name of the game. That's the number you can see on the board up there on the finish line. Well, Steve Field is long gone. Whoa, and all over the place. Is he going to back off and try and run 890? It looks like he is. Goes 910. No improvement. 9 flat for Paul Hudson. That shifts him to the number 4 spot. Have you just posted that?
Yeah. So John Crawford, if you have a look on my Facebook page, I've just put that picture up of that, what we think is a steering part.
Would be interested to know how on earth it was connected though, because it looks like it wasn't connected in. Anyway, there we go. Because it's all painted, isn't it?
Yeah.
It doesn't look like there's anything that's visibly slapped. Okay, Leah Kellett, number 1 qualifier against Al Schofield.
Only 100th between them.
I'm sure Al Schofield doesn't regret for a moment buying a race car.
Not at all. Well, Al slightly better on the tree.
What about the top end? Someone's pedalling. Oh, 889 with a 1 for Al Schofield.
Just missed.
895 again, 4. Leah stays at number 1. So up next we got another pair, actually this time, of slingshot dragsters. This is the way it used to be with the engine in front. Pretty safe these days, obviously, for lower horsepower combinations. However, when you put a blower and nitro in it, a bit of a different equation. Andy Clifford and Darrell Howes are the two on the line. Andy Clifford with a beautifully turned out Snake Eyes dragster. That's a big block Ford in there in the Auto Glimley. And for Darrell, small block Chevy. That's Sarah putting him in the beams. He's deep stage. He still will get a time. Now, yesterday, his way of scrubbing off speed was to wiggle all over the racetrack. He's way out in front, and he goes, oh, so close. If he hadn't achieved stage, that would have been an 890.
Oh,
889 with an 8.
So close.
958, unusually off pace for Andy Clifford that time round. Martin Kirbishley for Fix Auto. Been running a little bit too quick every run this weekend. Going to be taking on Steve Hudson, number 3 qualifier. The points at the top are quite tight, actually, aren't they? I think
it is between Leia and Steve. It's between those two at the moment.
Martin was visibly off the tree first, but have they calmed it down enough for it to run 890? Nope. 884, 151, and 896 for Steve Hudson. Improves his time slightly, but not the qualified position.
I was just looking at Darrell Howes and Steve Hill with their runs. They're in a fortunate position, like some of the races were last week. They're just going to leave all their kit here this week because it's
of course.
Hot Rod Drags next weekend, and
yeah.
it's the Wild Bunch, so that's where you'll find them.
Okay, we're on to Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator, the fastest street legal, I was going to say cars, vehicles in the world. Nigel Hale with a Redneck Racing, big Pro Charger and a big block Chevy in the pickup.
Suffered
Against
from
Nick
wheel spin yesterday. Same again today.
Still got that tyre shake thing going on off the start line with the truck. You heard that right. Nice, 10.57 for Nick at 125, 11.12 at 124 for Nigel. Well, it's that pesky 9-second transit up next. Again, you heard right, it is a transit van. Ashley Cooper yesterday, at the end of the first qualifying session, was number 1. He went 9.71 was his best run yesterday and ever, actually. He's in the Auto Glim lane, going to be taking on a newly turboed Almac.
Yeah, just wanted to say once again, Sally and Lee Owen, massive thank you. Sally pulled quite a few strings to get the new turbos to them. They arrived at 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon at Al's place. They then loaded up, came up to Santa Pod, got here late last night and got the new turbos fitted this morning. So well done.
Well, it was in the 780s with the old setup, wasn't it? Well, we're going to see anyway, because obviously still his first run with everything. Oh, wow. Taking it easy, obviously. 124 to 60 foot for Almac. That's what you call bedding them in. 784, 175 miles an hour, and the crew look overjoyed.
Yeah. No, as they said, testing pass.
Yeah, test pass something that rhymes with pass.
We've been waiting ages for this.
Well, this could be one of the passes of the year, one of the races of the year. I know it's only qualifying, but my goodness me. Oh, Nando's broke the broom. The ugly sister of Andy Bod in the Kestrel lane. Last weekend at the Door Slammers, he had a bracket 6.9 second car. I think the quickest was about 6.93. He went 213 miles an hour as well, didn't he? Going up alongside Mark Todd with the Aston Martin. Oh no, he's not. It's going to be a bye run for Mark Todd. What a shame. Not sure what the issue is. Yeah, wow, Andy's being pushed back. Oh, we're robbed of the pairing we really wanted to see. Mark Todd is number 1 with a 690. Whoa! Expertly held, Mr. Todd.
Yeah.
Obviously went after it a little bit more that time round.
He certainly did. I mean, he didn't want to go slower than 690, put it that way. Because if he does go quicker than 690, and it's within 1%, then that will be a new ET record.
Oh, it was the quickest run?
Yeah. Well, no.
Oh, sorry.
I'm saying if you went quicker, say if you went like 688,
Yeah.
then 688 would be the record because the 690 would back it up. Wow.
Well, Mark Todd trickles through. When the revs go up like that, a lot of the time it hits a limiter which cuts the engine. So Mark wasn't just poodling up there; it was for good reason.
Oh,
whoa! Not quite sure what happened with Andy Bond. That was a weird one. Thought they were looking to clean something or make sure it was clean.
Right. Well, the good news so far from that is that Al Mack is back. And very nicely back into the sevens as well. Next up, it is Supergas. And great to see 11 cars going for it in Supergas this weekend. Good to see John Morton back on form as well. Lots of cars racing in two classes this weekend. At the moment in the points chase, it is Andy Harrison that is leading the way from the Blitzkrieg Falcon. And then Dave Fulton, number 3 in the points, despite missing a round. Then it's Bob Molden, Andy Dibley, Simon Fulton, Mark White, and then the rest. So the Oakley team are not going anywhere.
No, they hit the back. Andy's rolling in the water box again.
Yeah.
So whatever it was that Andy Bond was shut down for wasn't that serious. And he's back.
That's better. Right, well, the number 1 spot, as we know, belongs to Mark Todd with a 6.90 with a 6.
Can we have Comp Bike into the lanes, please? Comp Bike into the lanes, please. Okay. Yeah, so going to be a bye run. Such a shame. We did want to see them side by side. It nearly happened. They're just waiting until the right dramatic moment, aren't they, to do it?
Well, they are 1 and 2 of a qualified order at the moment.
Yeah, but Andy Bond's got a lot of wriggle room from the 761. So where we have 2 cars in the 6s. And he's going to build up the boost. 123 to 60 foot. He's been a lot quicker than that before. That's still going to be a leisurely run for Andy Bond. I think he broke traction, didn't he?
He did, yeah.
A couple of 100 foot out. Goes 8.55 at 131. It's great, isn't it? In a street car going 8.55 and they're disappointed, not bothered about it at all. Just the way things are. Supergas is next.
Tim Adam and Andy Dibley. Andy, great 9.91 with an 8 for him yesterday. Was number 1 qualifier for a little while, but eventually slipped back into the number 2 spot. Tim Adam in the number 5 spot at the moment, but Tim doing very nicely in the points chase, as we said, currently in number 2 in the national championship points. Cracking lights up there, but it's more important about the GT.
9.90 with a 2. But Tim Adam goes to the top. And none too shabby, 9.92 in the other lane, but that was all about Tim Adam. Well done, Tim.
Right, Dave Fulton then. Dave, massive breakout on his run, 9.67. That's where we thought that he didn't put the throttle stop in from his Pro ET and realised he was going too quick, so we're not quite sure. We've got to the bottom of that story yet, but let's see how he gets on this time, going alongside John Turner with a Greenfish Barracuda. Throttle stop working now, I think.
Yeah, John Turner needs a big improvement to get close to the 990. 987 at 10.45.
Well, bizarrely he moves up a spot.
Yeah,
That's because he got a bit closer to the index, but he still broke out. Great to see Tim Moore back down. Tim, if you remember, drove back to the pits yesterday on his second qualifier. Basically, he'd suffered a dramatic drop in fuel pressure. They tested everything back in the pits, absolutely no problem at all. It turned out that the fuel pressure gauge was faulty. So, you can't risk it. but that's
of course
what
not.
the
No.
issue was, so,
You don't spend all that time building it just to go.
All good today.
008 on the tree for Simon Fulton.
Too bad for Tim either at 0.5.
92 to 10.16. Simon actually moves up to number 2 spot with that one.
Yeah. John Morton and Andy Harrison.
John Morton yesterday went 9.92. That's, I think, the closest run to the dial he's had with this car so far. Can't think why it's called no hair racing. Any ideas?
He's certainly grown a lot around his chin. He's had it. What's the word? Trimmed, looking very dapper now.
Really?
When he's put a suit on, he looked like a proper bloke. Got a lot of time for John. He's a great character. Been around drag racing all his life, I think.
Yeah, raced a lot of stuff, including the Top Fuel bike, Pro Stock bike, all sorts. Both bottom stops you can see coming in.
Well,
9.91 with a 6 for John Morton actually takes him up to the number 3 spot. No improvement for Andy Harrison with a 9.96. If that was a race though, Andy Harrison was over the stripe first by 0.007.
Look at the numbers here: 9.902, 9.911, 9.916, 9.918, 9.920.
How it should be. Junior Drag Bike, could we please have you into the pairing lanes? Junior Drag Bike, please. So Bob Molden with the Peugeot in your takelim lane. Got to try and slow it down to run the number. After Super Gas, we got Funny Bike coming next by the look of it. So Bob was bang on the money in Pro ET. Can he do the same in gas? Nope. 987 didn't slow down quite enough. Mark White goes 997 and stays number 6. Good effort though from Bob.
Right, another one who needs to slow it down then. Dave Cherritt with the Dark Revenger, 985. Morning, Steve.
What Colin actually means is good morning, Steve's shirt.
That's it. The legendary shirt of Steve Cherritt. Look at that. Awesome.
The problem is now, after a few wears and a few washes, it's going to start fading, or like every garment does. And he's going to have to try and find another one so it looks like it's not changed. It probably won't be easy. So Jay Cherritt's currently number 11. And he goes the right number, actually, or the right side of the number, with a 10.05. That takes him from 11, actually, up to the number 8 spot for now. Could we have 850 bike into the pairing lanes, please? Could we have 850 bike into the lanes, please? Coming up now, Funny Bike. This is going to be fun.
Yeah, it's going to be all bikes for a little while, and then we get into our show classes, if you like. Going to be Comp Eliminator, Fire Force, and then Pro Mods, Top Fuel, Funny Car. It's all going to come at us. But the bike racers need to continue putting their qualifying shots in. This is Q3, don't forget. Only 2 rounds of qualifying yesterday.
Up first is the real Roger Moore. Well, so is the other one, but you know what I mean. On the box of Frogs, supercharged methanol Funny Bike.
Rog went 7.80 yesterday.
On a run that was far from perfect, wasn't it? We're going to have an 8-bike field for Comp Bike. Funny Bike. The bump spot is 8.15 at the moment. We're probably going to have an all 7-second bump spot at the end of this. Martin Bishop, who this is a Pro Stock bike. Your eyes aren't deceiving you, but Martin slotted in with our friend from France into Funny Bike for the weekend. Could we have 950 bike into the lanes as well, please? 950. Okay. Here we go. Let's see what Martin Bishop can do this time round. Good low 7-second pro stock bike. Well, it is the pro stocker out there in front. What's Martin got? 7.56 and a 7.67 at 168 for the Moors. So, this pair, currently the #1 qualifier is Tony Clark. 7.19 he went yesterday in the Auto Glen Lane. Very good morning to Sky Collier as well, helping out. Morning, Sky. Going up against Dave Batchelor. Now, Dave is not in the show.
Just have to funny one. Just going to do a little bit of track prep. Okay.
So Dave Batchelor is on the outside looking in. He ran 7.19 yesterday. He needs to go 7.15 or quicker to ensure being around tomorrow to race. That won't be a 7.15. Tony Clark is long gone in the Auto Glen Lane. 7.21. Big old speed, 185 as well. 10.03 for Dave Batchelor. No improvement, unfortunately.
All right, Maurice Bertrand making it all the way over from France, and very well done indeed. Huge respect to our foreign racers this weekend for making it over to see us. Going alongside Jerry Lukes, the two brothers racing, not in the show yet. 8.74 is where they're at. Need to go quicker than 8.15. Maurice though with 7.24 at the moment.
Pro Stocker is on form. 7.32, backs off slightly from yesterday, 1.77. They look happy with that, though. No improvement for Jiri, unfortunately, 8.63. I think Jiri will have to run a PB to get under that 8.15 current bump spot.
Well, they say no improvement in position, but he found a bit more on the ET, so 8.63, still got a bit of work to do.
So it is the last pair.
After this, we are going into a bit of track prep, folks, so chance to have a breather for a moment.
That's before Super Street Bike.
Indeed,
This is the last pair of funny bikes. Mark Smith and Dave Peters. Dave is actually the one that's got that 8.15 number that you see on the board up the top end. ET Bike as well, please. Could we have you down? ET Bike, please, into the pairing lanes, please. So, Dave Peters looking to improve on that 8.15. He's been in the 7s loads of times. Now would be another good one to make it there. Mark Smith, though, yesterday, the team were absolutely overjoyed and almost in tears, I think, with that #3 qualifying effort, 7.28. They've had so many issues to work through. It was so nice to see the joy on their faces when it all went right. Well, Mark Smith headed for the wall and wisely backs out of it. Dave Peters long gone to a 7.24. 185. He goes from the 8th spot to #3, and I think that could be his quickest run ever by the look of that. And they're all in tears now as well. Fantastic run for Dave Peters. 10.10. Mark Smith rolls through as we now get ready for the next session of qualifying for Super Street Bike. We're just going to do a little bit of track prep, going to do a bit of gluing on their faces when it all went right. Well, Mark Smith headed for the wall and wisely backs out of it. Dave Peters long gone to a 7.24. 185. He goes from the 8th spot to #3, and I think that could be his quickest run ever by the look of that. And they're all in tears now as well.
The one my heart has gone to mean I want to wait. Tico, 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 tap. Tico, tick. Oh, tico, 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 tap. Tico, tick. Oh, tico, 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 tap. Tico, tick. Oh, tico, tico, tap. This tico, tico, he's a cuckoo in my car.
Number 32. James comfortably in at number 6 at the moment. Breakout there for James. Goes nice. See the throttle stops kick in. Slightly better reaction to Simon. At 994, place at 981, so it's a breakout for Dave. ETs today, but they liked Kind of Good Light because obviously they're racers as well, and they want to get themselves practice.
So what's Paul Martin got this time? He goes too quick again. Stays at 30. You can hear me. Excellent. Okay.
And I wish I couldn't.
Yeah, actually. That's a little bit better too. I can hear you as well. So Lee Huxley, 9:40, 9:90 for John Giles, 37 for Lee. Just that bit too quick. They both actually.
Right, it's Chloe Wilkins with a button that works now due to some modifying of fingernails.
Yeah, with snips as well. 9:40 for Chloe. That's going to move her up to 15. Lovely. Nice bit of light clouds. Probably about 18, 19 degrees, something like that. Track as good as always. Perfect racing conditions. Look at that for Bob. He's had his Yorkshire tea this morning. 0-1 on the tree, and he goes 9:69. Do you know what? That doesn't deep for sight with the Camaro. So he's going to get there first with an 8.71 with a 4. Goes from 17. Mason, number 3. And we are back. As you can tell by the burnout noise underneath the tower, Super Street Bike qualifying session number, well, few actually. They were fantastic yesterday. 7:28 bump. Steve Venables, Alex Hope, first pair. Carl, welcome back up into the tower. You were just telling me actually about what the issue Alex was having.
Yeah, Alex has had fueling issues with the bike. He's running nice and consistent, but he is having a few issues with the fuel delivery.
Well, that's been, I mean, the thing is, 7:18, he's not exactly hanging about, but they're looking for way more than that. And he hasn't been over 200 miles an hour yet this weekend. Steve Venables has, though. 124 to 60 for Ven. It will be another 6-second run. Just what the number will be. Oh, so close to the wall. 693 at 193, and he backed out of it as well.
Just another day of Ven being Ven. 6s all day long.
There's never a point with Steve that he looks anything other than in control, does it?
Yeah.
You know, he hangs on to it to the last moment.
Makes it look too easy.
Yeah. I think it's probably the best explanation I can give, or you can give, sorry. So, Len Padgett, Mark Hope. Now, Mark Hope, the Hope boys are actually on the 7th and 8th spot at the moment. That's Mark down there in the Auto Glen Lane against Lenny Padgett, who would normally be running Pro Stock Bike, but has decided to run Super Street.
Could be an uphill challenge for Lenny to get in the field. He'll have to run a huge PB to get under that 7:28. But Mark looking to step up and looking to get back into the 7.1s.
So far, it's been 7:28. Just seen his brother go down. Dad on the start line, who does a huge amount of work on both machines. That looked like a very poochy 60-foot for Mark. Indeed, it was. Well, he actually looks over his shoulder as well. I think that's to make sure nothing was bouncing behind him. A couple of more busted runs. 9.97 for Len, which actually, yeah, he's run 9.17 before. Not really what he's looking for, frankly. Mark makes the first turn off with a 10.22.
Mark's doing an awesome job riding that bike. That bike used to wheelie all the way down the track, but he's keeping the front end down and actually managing to get it down the track.
Well, he's run all of them. Both of them have run quicker than that before. And like you said, they're loving the track. The track is in great condition. The weather's good. The air's good. Just want to say a very big hello quickly as well to all our friends in Scandinavia. I'm sure are looking in, and all around Europe who are Super Street Bike fans. On the subject of that, Ross Morrison is not in the show yet in the Auto Glen Lane, taking on Jake Michelle, who ran a massive personal best yesterday.
Huge personal best. Jake's changed his tyre. He's trying a new tyre on this one. It's going to be pretty much the same tune-up. He's managing to get the power in early as well.
Well, it stuck, and it went 122 to 60. 125 for Ross. 709 at only
Wow.
170, yeah, wow indeed, 179 miles an hour. You don't see that ET with that speed very often. Ross went 7.62 at 182, his quickest run of the weekend, but he's still on the outside looking in at the moment.
Yeah, just very quickly, Jake Michelle at 1,000 foot was 193.
So he had the anchors on.
Yeah,
going
definitely.
through the finish line. Well, hopefully that wasn't anything that broke, but that was a lot quicker than a 7:09.
Nice pass for Ross there. That's only a 10th of his PB, so back in the ballpark.
Up next, Steve Mead and a returning Mr. Gary Bowe.
Steve back down at the 7-0s, desperately trying to get in that 6-second zone, being ever so close.
He's been over 200 miles an hour many, many times. The bike's got the horsepower. It's just all about, a lot of it is just about managing the tyre, making sure it doesn't slip off the start line, gets to 60 foot in good fashion, and once it does, everything else just, it doesn't take care of itself. Obviously, you need the right tune in it, but, you know, easier from then on. So both these two have been in the 7-0s yesterday, 7:05 and 7:09. Gary Bowe went 7:05 in the Auto Glim Lane. And 7:09 for Steve Mead. Could it be a 6-second run for one of them, or both of them, or none of them? It won't be for Gary because it went up, not forwards. Steve Mead with a stellar 1:21 again to 60, and a 7:11 at 2:01. Even with a pedal, 7:27 at 1:99 for Gary Bowe. Yeah, that's the problem, is that you want it going forward as quick as possible, but if you put too much in, you end up going up instead.
Yeah, I spoke to Dave in the lanes. He said he was going to put a lot more power to it. He did run a PB 60 foot last night, and he said there's low 690s and 680s in that bike.
Wow, this is Al Morrison Jr., another bike rider who's been doing fantastic stuff this summer. Been in the 6s as well. $120 to 60 foot for Al Morrison. He went 6:99 yesterday, 6:98 today. Look at the speed as well, a booming 210 miles an hour. They've done so well, haven't they, since they've got that bike?
Yeah, we don't do rookies of the season over here, but if we did have one.
That's very, very good indeed. We're on with Combike. Appreciate your help as always, Carl. Thank you very much indeed. Super Street Bike is one cool class.
Wow. Nice to actually sit back and watch that one. Right, into Combike and Chris Neary, the Hobo Racing Hayabusa, against that #1 man. It's basically ones all the way for the Goose. He's #1 qualifier, he wears the #1, and he's #1 in the points chase at the moment. Louis Davis.
You know your Brucified stickers. He needs to get some made that say you've been goosed. Thing is, you'd have to give him out to most of the field.
Oh, it's not going to be on this run, though.
No, it launched like a bandit, but unfortunately had to click it off. Chris Neary blasts through with a 780 at 177, that is. No improvement. A 106 to 60 for Louis, though. Yeah, I think you've been goosed. Could be a seriously, you'd do all right out of that. So, John McLean Sr.
And Junior.
Two immaculate-looking bikes. I love the paint scheme on these, based around the really nice blue and white scheme that the factory bikes use. Auto Glim Lane for Junior, Kestrel Lane for Senior. Yesterday, 782 for John McLean Jr. First ever 7-second run. How cool is this though, getting to race Dad?
Yeah,
I mean,
it's cool.
It's side by side. It's the sort of thing when you have kids, it's the sort of thing you want to do with them, race them. Well, John McLean Sr.'s got the best view in the house to watch his lad disappear through the finish line, but he didn't make it all the way there, unfortunately. 8:92 at 1:08 and 12:40 at 92 miles an hour. Could we have Motorsport UK Pro Modified into the pairing lanes, please? MS UK Pro Mod. Also, just want to say again, very good morning. It's nearly afternoon now. I think it is up there in Scandinavia. To all of our friends watching in, Lawrence, Pippi, everybody out there in drag racing land up that way. Some of you are actually at the racetrack this weekend. We've got a few events going on up there. Norway, Hudiksvall and Kalhaver, I think, this weekend. Well, we're getting on with the finals here over in England. Jordan Kenway, Sean Mills. Sean Mills not pointing quite as right as he did yesterday. He still went 7:56. Jordan Kenway was number 7 with a 9.17 in Combike.
Well, Sean Mills' rear tyre scrabbling for grip. It sort of pulled him right as he left the line, but it's a good-looking run for Jordan, though. Yeah, he's into the 8s at last.
And good speed as well. 898, 161. Sean Mills with a 773 at 185. Yeah, you always get the up. You can see the tyre jump as well. Look, it's fairly regular, unfortunately, for the big CC machine. So we've got Paul Hambidge last.
Yeah, went 774 on his best of his qualifying runs yesterday. The Silent Assassin. Oh, just loads of wheel spin off the line, and Paul aborts that one. So just cruise on up and clear the racetrack. So junior drag bike up next, and see 950 bike down there as well. And we can also see Comp Eliminator in the lanes. Yeah, so unfortunately Paul has stopped just past the 1,000-foot mark, so the quad is coming down from exit 1. They'll attach a tow rope and move it on up. So whilst they're just quickly removing that bike, just to say, don't forget to get hold of your race weekend program. It's only £3 available for the Santapod vendors on site. It gives you a rundown on pretty much everything that's going on in the world here at Santapod Raceway. And whilst you're in the merchandise outlets, check out some of the new items that have been added to the Santapod range. There's some really, really cool stuff out there now. So go over and get those. Also, so pleased to announce that some of our dates for next year have been announced, and of course those dates are in our race weekend program as well. Just wondering if I can quickly get those out, but of course the Easter weekend will be the Festival of Power as per usual. The Door Slammers event will be the 20th and the 22nd of May. Main event 26th to the 29th of May. It's not the bank holiday weekend that weekend. Dragstalgia 8th to the 10th of July, and then it's Bug Jam 22 to 24 of July. USC 5th to 7th of August. European Finals 8th to the 11th of September. Flame of Thunder 29th of October. Here we go then, junior drag bike. Holly King is your #1 qualifier at the moment, and she dials in 11.41. Samuel Hope 13.30. He's currently number 5 spot. 11.58 there for Holly. Sam goes 13.76, so they stay put. Holly stays 1, Sam stays 5. Can I please have Top Fuel Dragster to the pairing lanes, please? Top Fuel Dragster, can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? Casey Holgate and Lyra Humber. Casey, she's currently number 3. Dialing in a 9.9. Don't forget, this is 8th mile, not quarter mile. And Lyra Humber looking for a 16.30. Well, unfortunately, Casey is sitting up on the bike there, so she's not going to get near to that 9.90 that she was looking for. And I'm not quite sure what happened to Lyra there at all, but there's absolutely nothing on her side of the timing system. Very bizarre. So, yeah, 1971 there for Casey. So she stays number 3 at the moment, and Lyra staying number 2. But obviously we need to get Casey recovered. So the bike obviously has just run out of power completely. Has actually crossed the finish line for the 8th mile but obviously we do need to get the bike to the rest of the way of the quarter mile. As I was saying, just to recap then, just to give you those dates once again for next year. Festival of Power, 15th to the 17th of April. Door Slammers, back to its traditional date, which is a weekend before the main event. So Door Slammers, 20th to the 22nd of May. And then we're back 4 days later for the main event, Thursday through to Sunday. It's not the bank holiday weekend next year. It's quite key, that one, because bank holiday has moved to the first weekend of June due to the Jubilee celebrations. But the main event is staying on its normal weekend. So that's 26th to 29th of May. Dragstalgia, where we turn the clock back and everything is nostalgic. It's the 8th to the 10th of July. Some of our big lifestyle events, obviously Bug Jam and USC are the biggest ones, and they're 2 weeks apart. So you've got Bug Jam on the 22nd to the 24th of July, and Ultimate Streetcar, 5th to the 7th of August. European Finals, the event that we're at now, but next year we hope it will be the final round of all of our European Championships. By goodness me, we hope so. 8th through to the 11th of September. And then Flame and Thunder, 29th of October. Please keep an eye on the SantaPod website, as we hope to be able to confirm our calendar for 2022 in the next sort of weeks and months or so. So they'd like to get all of that confirmed, certainly by the end of the year, hopefully a bit sooner. So please keep an eye out for that. Once again, just got to mention some great sponsors that have got involved with us recently. Kestrel Beers are one of our lane sponsors here. They don't actually have their display stand here today because they're off doing some filming, and we'll find out more about that tomorrow. But tomorrow you'll be able to come to SantaPod and get a sample of Kestrel beer from behind the main grandstand. So be able to have a taster, and then you can go and get the proper drink from Fuelers Bar, as they have it on tap over there. What you can hear at the moment is the live action arena. That is just behind the spectator banking. They got another show lined up for us later on this afternoon. Just double checking the timing of the second show. Obviously the first one is running at the moment. The second show for live action arena is at 1:45. Just mentioned Kestrel Beers. Also, a big shout out to VP Racing Fuels, heavily involved with us here at SantaPod, especially last weekend for the Door Slammers event, and obviously title sponsor for the VP Racing Fuels Pro Door Slammer class, which was very entertaining and exciting indeed last weekend. And they've got a special offer on this weekend. If you pop up to the pod shop, and you'll find special discounts on some of the apparel that they have, t-shirts and that. And also, if you buy one of the fuel jugs, you'll get a free hose with that as well. That is subject to stock availability, but I think we're okay at the moment on that one. Your junior drag bike started up underneath us, so it's Meg Talbot. We've got some more sponsors to mention, and I'll get those out very, very shortly indeed. But a special shout out coming up for Go-To Engineering, who are sponsoring not only the Top Fuel Dragster shootout this weekend, but the Fuel Funny Cars as well. So G2E Motorsport and Go-To Engineering Group, massive thanks to them this weekend.
So Meg Talbot on the line, looking for 10:45. She's the number 4 qualifier at the moment. Meggie is normally higher than that. Goes a whole second quicker. That's outstanding, or a bit of an oops, depending on the way you look at it.
Yeah, a second quicker. That was hooking up and going. Right, we move to 8:50 bike. Number 1 qualifier at the moment is that man down there in the Autoglim lane. That is J Road, going alongside the man who's number 2. That's Alan Morrison. Purge of the nitrous there from Jay. Off he goes. Right, closest to 8:50 is what they want. 8:49 breakout. Oh, just a hundredth too quick there for Jay. And 8.63, so no help for either of them. They stay 1 and 2. Right, here's 3 and 4. This is Steve Howe on the ProTech Hayabusa in the Kestrel Beer Lane, going alongside Joe Elliott, currently number 4. So Steve on an 8.65, Joe on an 8.73. Well, literally side by side as they go up the racetrack. Steve 8:18. Am I reading that right? 8:18. Wow. Joe though, great run for him. 8:60. Moves into the number 2 spot.
Yeah, Joe nudging ever closer to the 850s.
Yeah. All right, Jasmine Cordell. Now then, Brett is on the start line, so I'm assuming he's not taking part in 950 this session.
He's there next.
So helping out Jazz.
Unless he's underdressed for it. Do you know what? I didn't actually see that. And Jazz posted a video of it on Facebook. And my goodness, that didn't look like a lot of fun.
No, it was... basically, the bike didn't shift gear. And I just described it as a hippie shakes yesterday, but that was a proper in-motion tag slapper.
That's it. Through the gears. Yeah, she did ask for anyone that's good at shoulder massages to pay her a visit. Yes. Oh, yes. 880 at 152. Everybody in the family looking a lot happier with that.
Yeah, much better. Oh, he broke. I'm chuffed that you're down on the start line to help Jazz, but unfortunately,
not for that reason.
Brett is broken for the weekend. What a shame. Right, Scotty Crookston, Rick Sawatsky. Wheel up in the air once again for Scotty.
Expertly held though, that was.
Yeah, very good.
Too quick, 944 for Rick. Scott Crookston though moves up to number 3 with a 962. Expertly held again.
All right, Martin Hallett and Phil Harrison. Martin currently number 2. Has the capability and has done it. He has run bang on 950 before. He's taken the perfect money previous events.
Which has got to be so hard to do in on a bike where you have to dump the clutch to leave the line and everything. They don't have 2 steps or anything else like that. They just bring the wheels up and let it go at the right time. 62 and 63, no improvement from Martin Hallett, but Phil Harrison goes up to number 4 with a 963. Last pair, I think, for 950, Brad Head, Craig Wright.
Yeah, Brad, number 1 qualifier.
Yeah, again, another one of those Facebook post things where he said he's so enjoyed running at night, which I could see why. Craig Wright, in a bit of a fight for the championship in 950 bike. Cat down there on the start line to cheer him on. Craig's number 6 at the moment, though. He's not anymore. 953 goes to the number 1 spot. Bradley Head gets bumped back and breaks out. Well done, Craig.
Craig takes it by thousandths, not hundredths. Wow, that was super tight. So, ET bike.
I think this is the last class before we get to comp and then Pro Mod and everything else as well. 2-seaters coming up shortly as well, Cole.
Thank you.
That's right. Well, in a minute anyway, but yeah, not far off. So, Paul Adams. That was a 910, 30.30 with a 004 light in the Kestrel lane. 909 for Paul Adams, breaks out just. And a 15.64 goes to 11 in the other lane. So, Phil Pratt. In St Lady in the Auto Glim lane, taking on Bill Marsh.
Big shout out to Phil's mum, Pat, who's watching the live stream. Very, very warm welcome to the coverage, Pat. She watches the whole event from start to finish. Basically, Pat was bringing Phil to the track since he was 3 years old. Pat used to make the parachutes for Bootsy and Chris Fisell a year back, and hand embroidered the crew shirts for Chris's Satan Sledge funny car.
What a story.
Sue's put on there, no wonder Phil got the racing bug.
Yeah, you bet. Hope you're enjoying watching your lad do well. Goes 9.17 on 11. He stays at number 1. Bill Marsh up to number 4 with a 9.50 with a 0 on a 9.35.
Bill Marsh. Up to number 4 there. Right. Look at that Chevy wasn't in 950 bike.
Yeah.
He hit the number bang on.
Right number, wrong class, I think. Gary Hester, Justin Morton. Great field of ET bikes this weekend and for the national finals in a couple of weeks' time. Right, 9 flats, what they're looking for, goes 9.01. That'll be number 1 qualifier for Gary Hester. It is indeed Justin Morton up to number 6.
Right, next up, Dave Grundy and Johnny Young. They're number 7 and number 8 on the qualified order at the moment. Dave Grundy didn't have the best of runs. I think it was his second pass yesterday. Johnny Young, well, would like to get back to the 9s, I think. Mind you, he's dining at a 10.20, so if he gets in the 9s, then it'll be quite a breakout.
10.77, 10.72. Dave Grundy actually moves up 1 spot to number 6. Oh no. Oh no.
Oh.
Deary me. Sorry, Luke's just walked in the tower, unfortunately, as opposed to being round there for comp. It's
I forgot I was in my Trump clothes.
What I was going to say, they look
holy
used. Yes.
These are my Sunday shorts.
Oh dear, oh dear. Right, Matt Jones on Bezel Bob, the bobber. And he's currently in the number 9 spot, dialing in at 10.30. Having to lean the bike over to the right. Does it nicely. 10.76, stays at number 9. Robbie Dobby on the Super Penguin then. He dials in 10.30. Sets himself up for the run, builds up the revs. Off he goes. Uses the bike, uses his legs to stabilise the bike until he shifts into second, then brings him up on the pegs. Goes through with a 10.26. Unfortunately, that's a breakout. 400ths too quick. So Robbie will stay at number 10. Right, the 2-seater dragster coming round once again. Right, so the passenger this time, Stuart Bone from Cannock. Employees booked him a ride. Devon is one of those employees here today, and he had a ride a couple of years ago. So Stuart will finally experience what Devon did a couple of years ago, and then they'll be telling everybody else all about the 2-seater ride. It wouldn't surprise me if we get more people from the company that they work for having to go in the 2-seater in the future.
I should have a go in this just so that I can go fast.
Well, I was thinking of asking Paul Brown when Keith Bartlett calls me out again. I said, well, look, can you just take me up in the 2-seater? That'll do.
More annoyingly, I called Keith out for Sunday.
Yeah.
And he was like, I'm up for that.
Oh dear, oh dear. So the thrill ride with Paul Brown at the controls. Been running very consistent 7.9 second passes between 167 and 170 miles an hour. A good friend of mine, Nigel Lockley, had a go in the back of the 2-seater yesterday. He'd had to wait a couple of years for that, as quite a few people have due to COVID. They booked their rides and then had to wait until now to get it done. Fair to say that Nigel enjoyed it as much as our passenger in this one. Look at that, 793, 169.8 miles an hour. Another cracking consistent run then from the thrill ride 2-seater dragster. Right, comp eliminator. We should have had Luke Stevenson down there, but he's up in the tower. We saw the photographs, Luke, but what's actually happened, mate?
Broken gearbox, broken engine.
Now, you said you're going to do an engine swap. Will you be able to come back in a couple of weeks' time for national finals?
No, I expect to be back in like 3 hours' time.
Oh, right. Oh, good news. Really good news. Right, first up then, Dan Williams taking on Spencer Tram. It's a Williams Brothers Racing matchup. Dan currently in number 3 spot, 10.21. His index that he's running to is 10.70. Spencer Tram has an index of 11.55. He's currently on 11.30. Can go at least a tenth quicker. Dan had a perfect light yesterday, but he was the second one to do it, didn't win the money. That had already gone to Mason Griffith. Oh, and he's almost pulled another one, 009. Spencer Tram was 0.5. Dan's going to get there first. 10.09. He goes into number 1 spot with that one. Spencer improves as well, and he moves up from 6 to 5. But Dan Williams into number 1. Right, Kev Jenkins with the Fraudster taking on Steve Lloyd. Steve Lloyd, another one of the Williams Brothers Racing squad. Steve basically took over the Impala from Dan. Beautiful car, this is.
I was going to say, I'm down here and it's pretty much show
Beautiful,
quality,
isn't
mate.
it?
It's I mean, even to the point where they black the tyres as well. It's
Yeah.
just-
Oh, they all
lovely.
do that now. It's part of the appearance in the pit.
Part of the routine. Yeah, the Fraudster with Kev Jenkins in the Kestrel lane ran all 7-second runs to win the 4-cylinder class last weekend. Not been in the 7s yet this weekend, though, I don't think.
No, he's 8.15 at the moment. So Kev Jenkins coming up to the line. His index 7.58. Steve Lloyd's index 11.45. Kev disappears and he's got that 789, 170. Steve Lloyd goes through with 1170, 116. Right, it's these two duking it out once again. They are number 1 and number 2 in the points chase, but not number 1 and number 2 in the qualifying order. They are 2 and 3 now as Dan Williams has taken pole position. So Nick is currently 2, Jordan is 3. Indexes they run to, well, we all know Jordan runs to the super modified index of 7.99. Nick Williams 9.30 for the 2020 Coco Camaro. Both away well. Jordan Payne's going to get to the stripe first. Goes 750. Nick Williams goes 882. Nick had actually backed off at the top end there, only 132 miles an hour. So they stay 2 and 3.
This down on the start line right now is what I love about this class. Blown Zephyr versus a front-wheel drive Golf.
However, Simon Crowley won't be moving forward to run, unfortunately. Another puddle underneath the front of the car just after the burnout. Oh my goodness me, that's burst in quite a big way. Very similar to yesterday, actually.
It's exactly the same by the looks of it.
Yeah, same colour fluid as well. Any idea what it was, Luke?
I think he's obviously just lifted the head again.
Oh, is that what does it?
Yeah,
Oh,
he's basically, the amount of boost that's in the engine, he's basically lifted the head in the burnout.
Blimey.
Oh, what a shame. Right, Elaine Hancock then with the lethal Zephyr. Runs to an index of 7.13. She has run in the 7s. but absolutely loves life behind the wheel of this car. She really does. She is the crazy lady. Foot well into the floor all the way through. 764, 185 miles an hour. Well done, Elaine. Great run.
That looked really good.
Very
just from
happy
the
with
off
that.
that did, didn't it? So we've got a little bit of clear up to do down here in your Tegler lane. So just to, if you can explain for us, Luke, what you guys have been through like the last 24 hours. It's never easy, is it? It's always hard work.
Who, my guys? Not me.
Well,
not
not
me.
you.
Not
Not you
me.
then,
I've
okay.
been sitting down eating cheese.
So, and you didn't go to bed early then, no?
No, unfortunately, we went to bed about 4 o'clock this morning. We broke a gear in the rear axle yesterday. We managed to swap some gears around to get us out for the second round, but it means the gearing's all changed now in the dragster, so that's why I come off boost when I changed from first to second and just basically eventually came on boost. And then on that run as well, Ian and that lot noticed it was breathing quite heavily, and unfortunately we lost compression on cylinder 1. So we've been working hard. I've already built a spare motor. Literally, I looked at it on Wednesday and I went, do you know what, I should take that with me. And then I went, oh, no, I can't be bothered, actually. I'll just leave it. No, well, I wish I had have, because Lee went and picked it up yesterday. We got to the point where we're about to drop the motor into the car, and we've realised it's missing a core plug. So that 50p part, we had to stop at like 3 o'clock in the morning, which is probably, all of our neighbours probably love that, because we were about to be doing all the noises, using the gun to try and tighten everything up.
Right.
So it was probably very polite of us to stop at that time. So Lee should be, by the time I leave here, Lee should be back in the pits, putting the core plug on. As soon as that's done, motor will be in the car. And yeah, and we'll be out for the 4th qualifier of the weekend, fingers crossed.
Oh, best of luck, mate. Fingers
So
crossed.
the whole idea, just sorry, Cole, just quickly, was to try and step it up this weekend. It's never as straightforward as just turning things up, is it?
No. This weekend was all about running an 8 and celebrating that. Test day, we basically worked away trying to do some upgrades, and we actually made it out at 4 o'clock in the afternoon to get one run, which didn't work. And then after that, it's been kind of downhill. But that's racing. It's not supposed to be easy.
Wow. It's never going to be easy, never supposed to be easy. One man I just want to have a quick word with, if I can get the chance to. Give me 10 seconds. Mr. John Tebenham strolled out. Nice shorts, sir. Very good. Do they match your mood or don't they match your mood? Give me 2 seconds. There we go. So, yeah, we're on with that one. JT down here on the start line. Obviously not in race suit, not in pro mod suit. Tell us.
Yeah, we ran 6:40 last night in the dark. Went through the finish line at about 2:26, 2:27. Pulled the parachutes, got involved in a bit of a bump, come back and threw conrods out of it.
Involved in a bit of a bump?
Well, it's airborne, yeah. But it's
okay.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad, but yeah, so threw the rods out of it. Conrods
Jesus.
had a crank and damaged the head a little bit, so we're out.
Oh, what a great shame, mate. Well, I know you did a lot of work to get it back together for last weekend and this weekend as well.
Yeah, the door slammers was pretty hard. We had about 5 big tyre shakes. Just started to get hold of it this weekend.
Yeah.
But it doesn't matter. We've got Crew Killer Pop. So, so everybody wants to see Crew Killer Pop. So we're going to come back out here later on and do some burnouts.
Yeah, why not? And so are you going to bow to popular opinion and put the Pro Mod engine in the Pop? I said, are you going to bow to popular opinion and put the Pro Mod engine in the Pop?
Well, I don't know. It's always good to have a spare car in it. But yeah, no, we're getting both out for the door slammers next year and then run them both. But yeah, today we're going to try and win Pro ET and tomorrow.
That'll be really, really good. I'm so sorry for you. I'm so sorry for you. It's just such a shame when you put that much effort in to have it end like that.
Yeah, and it's also the guys. You know, the guys have been working really hard on it. Last weekend, in one day alone, they spent 18 hours on it.
My goodness me. And you've got 2 cars as well, so you've got 2 teams, haven't you?
Yeah, got 2 teams, so 2 separate crew. So one crew, obviously, does Pro Mod. The other one does the Pop. And all the people on the Pop do not want to work on a Pro Mod.
I wonder why now, to be honest. Last thing, mate, really. How much fun was it running in the dark last night, going that fast?
It was all right running in the dark, but then as soon as the shift light came on, I couldn't see where I was going.
Because it blinds you, yeah?
Yeah, it's blinding me. We changed gear at 9,800.
Right.
So it's right up there.
That's right, go on.
And, yeah, every time I hit nearly 10,000 revs, I couldn't see where I was going.
Well, at least you know when to shift.
Yeah,
and you can't say that you couldn't see the shift light as well.
Oh, I can see it. Everybody can see it.
Yeah, I was going to say the crowd were trying to press the buttons for you, what do you think?
So the only thing is we are going to try and win a one-man burnout competition this weekend with a pop.
Good man. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. John Tebenham, everybody, with the Crew Killer and with Fabulous Lightning McQueen. Put your hands together for the whole team, please. Been working their backsides off all weekend, and unfortunately he's going home with a broken car.
Never a good thing, but he is Mr. Entertainment himself, JT. Quite a character, and lets his driving do the talking when his mouth isn't. So, yeah, really, really cool to have JT with us. Whilst they're doing a bit of a clear up, just been all sorts of notes coming up here. Top 10 performance giveaways. They're behind the main grandstand. It's the black and green gazebo. They've got a Clio RS 200 Cup car, the white one down there, and basically you have an opportunity to win that car. Not here this weekend. It's a draw that builds up. Tickets are £17.50, but they are doing a free raffle for £200 cash drawn tomorrow, just for like and share on social media. They're here all weekend, so pop down and see them. That's top 10 performance giveaways. They are behind the main grandstand. Right, little bit of the clean-up I think is almost done. So
Pretty much there. The other thing was as well, the oil got spread back behind the start area as well, due to the car being pushed back, but you couldn't do much else other than that, really. So still got a few more cars to go in Comp Eliminator. We've got the awesome Dirty Dog 55 of Rob Smallworth sitting here waiting to go. Dave Swift with the AMX. Dave Smith as well, right behind him with the Jag. And Mr. Entertainment himself, Robin Orthodoxu, with the Altered. And then I think we're going into Pro Mod after that. Is that
yeah,
right,
I
Colin?
believe you're right.
Is that
Yes.
the way the order's
Yep.
going?
That's how it looks to me.
Bobby Wallace at the front of the lanes. Actually,
That's right. Have you got a jet car down there?
we have indeed as well.
Yeah.
Martin Hill is over there actually strapped in as well.
Yeah, so I think he will go in before the Pro Mods,
Okay.
according to the run order, but we'll see how that one works out.
No problem. Well, the good news is as well, for all race fans, obviously, the temperature is a bit warmer today, which is always a good thing. I think it's probably around 19, 20 degrees, something like that. A little bit of sun to warm the racetrack. Track temperature to be where it needs to be, and all being well, they can get hold of it and absolutely fly today. So are you guys still working up in the pits, Luke?
Yeah.
I like the way you said that.
Don't tell anyone I'm here.
Right. What do you mean, other than you being on the PA might give it away, you mean?
It's a secret.
It is a secret.
No, hopefully by the time I leave here, Lee will be back with that core bag, and then we'll be on it. And then I'll literally be there, and Andy will go, "Get out! What are you doing?"
You sound like a proper functioning team, mate. That sounds really good.
I am. I'm there. No, I can't wait, and I can't thank them enough for what they've done this weekend. So,
How you getting on with the new race suit? That was the other question.
oh, it's beautiful. Yeah, me and Robin are like comfy brothers in our car. Oh no, it's terrible.
Yeah, because it's
It
got.
actually scared me on the first run the other day because it's a lot tighter. I mean, my shoulders are already too wide for the dragster, so I'm already quite uncomfortable in there. Now I put that Dash 15 suit on, it's even worse. I mean, now I'm like 3 runs in with it. I'm getting to grip. The first time we come down, I had some new harnesses as well, and we put the locks, the strap bits, the metal bits that go around, they were too high, so it was just below my helmet, so I couldn't actually bring my helmet down to see what I was doing. So it was all panicked that first run, but that's how it goes. Yeah. But we sorted that out. So I mean, a few more runs in the car and I'll be fine.
Good man. Good man. No, good to hear it, mate. And I'm so pleased that it's what you're telling us about swapping engines and having a broken other parts in the car that you're hopefully going to be making out for the next session as well. So well done to the team.
And we'll try and overcome the gearing issue just by ramping some more boosting.
Yeah.
Literally, the other night, Gordon, my tuner, who's up in the pits, he was just literally like, today, he was like, Just hold on. I was like, okay, that'll work. I loved this morning when I was having my breakfast and the live stream started, and I was like, it come up on my phone, Santapod Raceway Live. I was like, get in, watch that. Carl Goldsmith at the head of the lanes. Straight away, you come round and you're like, here comes Top Fuel Carl Goldsmith.
Well, that name has stuck.
It has.
It has totally stuck. So that is.
And he was
really
so
good.
close yesterday because he really, really wants to qualify well in Pro ET.
Yeah, he just went a smidge too quick, I think, on his dial, didn't he?
Yeah,
How the hell do you dial in a car like that, though? Honestly.
Yeah, he is the consummate Top Fuel professional.
Indeed he is. He makes a lot of runs as well, doesn't he?
Yeah,
Also
yeah.
fixes a lot of stuff
Well,
too.
he is going to try and run the 9 this afternoon again, so keep an eye out for
Fingers
that.
crossed for that. So the next pair, Rob Smallworth with the Dirty Dog 55. That is one mean-looking race car. Going to be taking on Dave Swift by the looks of it with the AMX. Just tell us a story about the AMX, Luke, because that's really interesting.
Basically, on a test day earlier this season, Dave had a big old fire in his VW Beetle. This come up for sale, and basically, I think he quite scared him when he had the fire in the Beetle, and it's always been a bit wayward. This come up for sale as a roller 7-second car, and he's bought it, and he's absolutely loved it. Last weekend, he was literally, my goal was to run an 8. He was like 8.99, I'll be happy. I think he's down to like 8.6 now.
Yeah, he's getting quicker and quicker.
And obviously, this is all motor at the moment. This car is actually built to run big Nitro. So it will gradually get quicker and quicker.
Well, you bowled out the burnout box just as quick as Rob Smallworth then. So.
Yeah, literally every run he gets back into the pits and he's like, this time I did a rolling burnout, loved it. This time I did this, loved it.
Yeah, more and more familiarisation is always a good thing, isn't it, really? And it gives drivers the confidence to stay with it when they get even, slightest bit out of shape, which is what he's doing at the moment, actually. He's getting more and more confident as he moves on.
It really does. It doesn't matter how powerful the car is. If you're not confident in the car, you're not going to go as quick as it is potentially going to go.
So how much different is driving the dragster to driving a door car? Because up till now, you've only ever driven door cars.
Amazingly different. Obviously, the reaction on the steering is completely different because it's about 20 foot away from me.
The other thing I always found as well was that I always couldn't get over the fact I was just looking at everyone's knees all the time. It was just so bizarre, isn't it, really?
My worst thing is sitting around in the pairing lanes when you want to get someone's attention, but your arms are strapped, so you're like a T-Rex in the car going, help.
Oh, the weird thing, I wanted to sort of look round at everybody, and you can't, can you? You want to see what's behind you, you can't. You just have to give up and let everybody, The great thing is when all your crew wander off and leave you, and then you've got no one, you just have to have a kip, really. So Rob Smallworth with the super modified 55, 7.99 the index in the Kestrel lane. Dave Smith 7.45 for him. He won't be anywhere near that yet. Maybe one day soon.
Well, both of them, 8.78 there for Rob Smallworth, 8.56 the quicker of the runs for Dave Swift.
Yeah, both having a bit of a wander round,
yeah,
actually.
They were.
Talking to wander around, we've got Dave Smith up next.
Yeah. So Dave Swift gets qualified in the number 11 spot. Rob stays number 9.
Just want to say massive commiserations again to Simon Crowley. It's a whole load of work. It's a whole load of work just to not even make it out of the burnout books twice in a row. It's
very much, and the potential that's in that car. I mean, his index for front-wheel drive, I believe, is 9.
I'm not sure.
I think it's like 9.4 or something like that. That car does have the potential eventually to go 8, but he's still stuck on 10.9 as a PB at the moment. But it will come together. It's just one of those.
Yeah, it's interesting because we can work out where the fluid was coming from yesterday, but obviously you saying he lifted the head.
Yeah, he's basically lifting the head.
Oil was coming out the grill, and he thought, well, that's high up.
No, that's it.
Obviously,
he's literally just lifting the head, and you're getting like 60 psi, just throwing water and oil out the block.
Right, the Chaos Brothers, the 27 Model T altered of Robin Orthodox, currently in the number 4 spot, went yesterday 7.10. Dave Smith with the Jag, 8.48 so far. He's in the number 10 spot.
I just thought if the UK made pro stock cars,
Yes.
the Jag, it's got to be done. So Dave Smith's still in the 8s. Robin looking to get in the 6s with the altered in the Kestrel lane.
Yes!
Finally.
97, 191 miles an hour. They're back.
Where does that put him qualified? Back 3, maybe?
No, it stays number 4.
Oh, you're joking. Yay, we've run a 6. No, we haven't moved up. The one thing I noticed about that car is compared to many previous runs, it's so undramatic off the line now. Just it almost drives off the start line. I know it doesn't. That's not how it works. But it really, really does look pretty undramatic. Talking of dramatic...
Do you know, I was just looking at qualifying there, and I was like, "Sweet, I'm last, yay!" But actually, I don't think Simon's actually made it down the track yet. So technically, I'm not last.
He hasn't made it out of the burnout box yet, mate. You have twice.
Yes, I've succeeded for the weekend.
Well, you entered and you're doing it. That's the most important thing. You don't, unless you try it, you don't get it. There's no way of knowing how it's going to work out. So. Just an immense amount of work to get to this point as well. I think you've had the car for 8 years as well.
Don't tell me about it.
Yeah. No. I mean that in a good way, mate. It's just I'm just saying about never giving up, not quitting, just keeping at it, keep going. When you've got the money to do it, when you've got the time to do stuff. Is the engine that you've injured repairable?
Oh, it will be repairable. Yeah, they're expendable. I got 3. I got 3 of those built, and then I got about 8 spares. And then obviously we've got the big motor to go in, but I'm not putting the big motor in until I've solved all the little issues. Because I don't mind breaking like £1,000 engine, the £10,000 one I don't want to.
Well, the funny thing you said about expendable is the crew say the same thing about the driver.
Yeah, that's it. They literally go, "Whoa, what's going to happen this way?" Don't worry, Luke's in the seat.
I always used to say to my lot that my right foot can take it apart a lot quicker than you can put it together. So don't wind me up.
That's it. Well, the best thing is like each time we break something, I think of a new way of improving stuff. So last night, obviously, we're taking the motor out. So we've had to take the inlet and the exhaust manifold off to be able to lift the engine out. And then while I'm looking at it, I'm like, why don't we take the cam cover off? And Lee, why don't you make a plate that will bolt onto the top and then we'll just lift from the centre? And he's like, brilliant, more work for me. And I'm like, yes, more work. So we just come up with each time we break it, we find a better way to fix it.
And a better way to break it to be able to fix it again.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, it's only little damage. It'll be fine.
Well, thank you very much indeed for coming up and explaining all that to us. Just a little bit of an insight. What a lot of people don't get about drag racing, an awful lot of the people that race out here are regular working folks. Luke is one of them. I hope he doesn't mind me saying that, but like all of them are, sometimes.
I'm a key worker in demand now. I'm a lorry driver.
There you go. See, that's what I mean. Is that you're out here competing, but you have a regular day job like everyone does pretty much. And this is what we do for fun. And it is a lot of fun. Even when it goes wrong, it's still better than going to work, I think. That's the rule of thumb.
You've got to keep smiling.
You got it. Martin Hill, Fire Force number 5. I'm going to step slightly out of the way.
Yeah, those of you here yesterday, Martin and Roger had a match race that was the precursor to the fireworks display last night. And it's so cool to have jets running, and then as soon as they cross the finishing line, the fireworks go up in the sky. So great display from Santa Pod Raceway. Obviously it was very dark when they rang just after 8 o'clock. Perfect it was. So this is where we look at the people on Bankside VIP that have never seen a jet before, because the first after the burner pop they all jump.
I'm seeing quite a few people not wearing ear defenders.
So do I.
I'm looking forward to this, in fact.
Well, there they go. Oh dear. Every time.
It never gets old.
I don't mind, I've timed this perfect. It's only 5 Force 5.
Yeah.
I heard you talking about 3 yesterday.
Well, it was Martin that contributed to knocking out the PA yesterday. I think Martin's got his own tune going. Richie just made redundant there. So, wind it up. So, those of you tuned in via the internet, this is Firefall. The afterburner ball getting louder and louder as the jet is building up very much indeed for the second part of the show. You can see those flames running out the back. So a few blips just to get it up to the start line. Visor down, and it's all over to Martin then. He'll just creep further forward to put the jet in stage, give them a big wave. And Martin scorches up the quarter mile to a 5:37. Early shut-off pass there, but only 225 miles an hour. I say only because he was 226 at the 8th.
Literally shut off.
The funny thing is as well is that Shoot was out a long way before the finish line, which scrubbed off quite a bit of speed. Frontman, best frontman in the world. Don't put your tongue at me. Best frontman in the world. Beaten just about everybody, I said yesterday, including Bon Scott and loads of others. So that is Richie and the gang in the Fire Force Transit.
He's obviously one of the most recognisable guys here as well. Because whenever you see him walking around the pits or he's down the bar in the evening, there's always a crowd around him getting photos.
Just to let you know, he was doing 268 miles an hour at 1,000 feet. So obviously that's where he was fastest on the track. Shoots came out and slowed him down to that 2:25 at the quarter mile.
The shoot was a bit urgent as well. I was just thinking he might have ended up burning through it that time. But Martin's a pro. He's been doing this a long, long time, and he's probably one of the world's, if not the world's, most experienced jet car driver. OK, we're on with Motorsport UK Pro Modified qualifying session number 3, Colin, I think.
It is indeed, yes.
We do know now that John Tebenham is out because he's broken, unfortunately. So it's going to be a bit of a bun fight for the remaining spots in eliminations tomorrow. We've got we had 12 cars entered. One of those that has qualified will not be able to make the show. And fired up first is Bobby Wallace with the family Camaro. Also great to see David Vector with the Camaro make it down for this qualifying session.
That is really good news because they had problems with electrical problems yesterday.
It wasn't just, it was like a whole massive software issue. Dick sent me the explanation.
Oh, right.
And I'm still reading it.
Goodness me. So, David Vector hasn't got a time on the board yet for Pro Modified, so that's where he is at the moment. On the bump spot is Bobby Wallace.
Well, that was proper burnout from Bobby Wallace this time. The car still sounds a little off, but that all cleared up yesterday when he stuck it on a two-step and left the line. This is one of the UK's 5-second door cars. It's one of a very small handful of 5-second nitrous cars in Europe as well. I think he only made one full run in this car last year, didn't he? And it happened to be a 599.
Yeah. I think it was his third or fourth run in the car?
Maybe even more. I know he was at the green lights in the summer, and then it was this event a year ago, and it was a test run at the end of the weekend where he went 599. The car itself is built by Jerry Bickle in the US. It was previously owned, it's twin to Ricky Smith's car over there. The engine is a 900 plus cubic inch motor that was in Roger Johansson's car when it went 5.79 a couple of years ago. So it's got all the potential to be a consistent 5-second race car. and the Wallace family are very, very good and very consistent with getting their race cars down the track. Let's just hope Bobby does it this time round.
Things like that car looks like it's doing 100 miles an hour when it's stationary. It's just so slippery, so fast looking. And when this car leaves the line, if it all hooks up and goes, just hold on tight. See something very special here. But Bobby's still getting used to this car, but it doesn't take long. 101 to 60 foot. 606, 240 miles an hour.
Absolutely fantastic. It was still, it's so undramatic.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. Flat as a pancake off the start line. Is that number one qualifier?
No, number 2
Oh,
by
okay.
literally 3 thou. It's very close to
It
number
just,
1.
honestly, it just left like it was driving away from the traffic lights, not the start line.
Well, 101, 60 foot. We have cars that are dipping under the second, obviously, but as you say, it just looked undramatic. But it went.
Which is the most important thing for them. I think they're very relieved and happy to see that come up on the board. Next, we've got a pair of turbo cars, Auto Glim Lane, John Webster, with the Mustang against Nick Davis.
Now, this is going to make quite a difference to qualifying, because don't forget, John Webster hadn't qualified yet either.
Where's the bump now?
Well, the bump is 734.
Okay, and who's that?
Well, it's Andy Robinson, but bearing in mind that Mike Peters and Norbert Kuno are the two behind, but then John Webster can bump Andy out in this session, but obviously with John Tebenham not making it, I don't know how it's going to work out after that.
Yeah, it's going to, well, there will be an alternate,
Yes.
whatever happens, obviously. Nick Davis has been a best of 5.97 with the US Automotive BUA ICE Automotive car in the Kestrel lane. They were testing on Thursday. What day is it today? Saturday. They were testing on Thursday. He went one flat to 60 foot. I think yesterday he was 0.99 to 60 foot, which is exactly where they want to be for a turbo car. You can't get much more out of it on the start line, but if you can get it out the hole quick, that's where they make the steam and they're into the fives. John Webster bumped through stage yesterday on what looked like a really good run. All being well, side-by-side low sixes, maybe a 5 at over 240. Here we go.
Oh, great looking run for John Webster. Powers through to a 683, 185. And Nick Davis, 740, 138.
That was really strange from Danny because it just sounded like they were driving through the clutch all the time. What was the 60s, Cole?
102 for Nick, 107 for John.
Well, at least John's in the show for now.
Yeah.
They've got one more run to improve. What was Nick's quickest run, by the way?
626.
Well, one man that didn't put down anything, he's not in at the moment, is he? David?
No, he
Not.
hasn't put a run yet.
No, he blazed the tyres off the line. So David Vector hasn't made a full run yet.
No.
Oh, what a pair. Two Robinson race cars built, machines. One with a Robinson in it, one with a Dutchie in it. Auto Glen Lane for David Vector.
Yeah, neither of these two qualified at the moment. Can I have Top Fuel Bike into the pairing lanes, please? Top Fuel Bike, can we have you into the lanes, please?
Do you know what time and COVID does to you? You forget how just damn cool it is standing down here with this. You can feel the pressure just oozing out of everywhere down here. Everybody is trying to stand on it. Everybody is trying to run a 5. And everybody is trying to be top of the hill in Pro Modified. So the brand new NGK Anger Management 2.0 in the Kestrel lane with Andy at the wheel. Having trouble getting the car off the line. Everything else seems to be okay. David Vector at the moment would just settle for an A to B run, I think, to be honest with you. Came over this weekend with big expectations of running quick, and as yet they haven't put a pass in.
Well, fingers crossed that will all change here. And, well, I think everybody knows I'm slightly a fan of Camaros, and to have two of them in front of me here is absolutely awesome. Okay, time to bring them up to the line. Bump spot, 7.34. Oh, sorry, that's changed. 7.22 is your bump spot now for Pro Mod. Both into pre-stage. David Vector all the way to a 587. Oh yes, into the number one spot.
Well, that
He's
was
lost one of his
worth
shoots.
waiting for. Very quickly, Ellen, how good was that?
Incredible. I just want to say a big thank you to Santa Fundraiser and all his crew for helping us to go over here. This is just so fantastic. Thank you very much.
No problem. That was fantastic. Thank you very much, Ellen.
I'm saying he lost one of his shoots. It was just going all over the place, but no, they're both still attached. Great run.
Well, the Dutch to number one.
Boy, oh boys, it made everything very interesting. Andy Robinson has now slipped back to number 10 in the qualified order. Wayne Nicholson has just been bumped out. He's now number 9.
Who's number 8?
Number 8 now will be, John Tabernan.
However, JT will not be running.
That's right.
Wayne can't get the car in reverse, unfortunately. Oh, he's going to have to take it off the top end. It's going to be Kev Slightfield on his own.
Well, obviously Wayne will get back in the show, but there's still another qualifier to come later on. So this is Kev Slightfield. Currently in the number 2 spot. He's run a 6.16. He's slipped back to number 4 with the improvements of everybody this morning. Overnight was number 2. Oh, massive tyre shake there for Kev. You can see those tyre chatter marks literally as he left the line. Gave up on it about 100 feet out as the car started to drift right. And Kev thought, no, I ain't going any further.
Cheer for David Seam, please, going in front of the grandstand up to get your number 1 qualifier in Pro Mod. That made all the grief and the long trip worthwhile, I think, didn't it?
Oh, yeah.
We've still got more cars to come, though. 2 more, I think, actually. They were at the top. They're not now.
The quickest Pro Mod run in the UK this year, that one from David Vector.
So far.
So far, yeah.
OK, I think we've got 2 more of our wonderful foreign friends coming round for the last pair. Bruno Barda with the Corvette, and he's going to be going up against Jean Doulemont with the Camaro. Just wonder if you just wonder why the tractor is out there doing some sweeping and scraping after that, because Kev only had tyre shake. Well, Kev didn't only just have tyre shake. Kev had such violent shake, it's actually knocked the rubber off the track. I don't know if you can see that from up there.
I can't actually.
That's really going to hurt. You can see where the tractor's going to go before it goes over it. You can see the little balls of rubber just on the top of the racing surface.
I think, Carl, if you look on the right-hand side tyre track, Ian's been over the left-hand side tyre track. Okay, you can see if you look on the right-hand side tyre track, you can see little clumps of rubber as it goes up.
And that's just not knocking it
off.
I
see it now.
Yeah, that's not just knocking it off the surface. Wow. That's also where the rubber builds up in the wheel wells. When it shakes that hard, it does a great job of knocking all the rubber off the inside of the wheel wells as well. Even though the crew do a great job trying to keep it all off, they can't get all of it. And that's probably what just got deposited. So that's why the tractor's out there doing a bit of sweeping. You wouldn't normally expect to see that much sledding going on after tyre shake. But that was nasty. That was really nasty.
But it was shaking the whole car. Sometimes it's just the tyres that are slapping the ground there. But it was... You could see that going through the car, and obviously if it's going through the car, it's going through the driver's body as well, and that's probably giving him a right old shake-up. It's like he's been put in a blender.
The problem is that they then have to go and check the whole car.
Yeah.
Because everything, you don't know what's worked loose, you don't know what's happened. Also, Mr. Slow-Mo was out there filming it. Ian Blackett, standing out there about 100 foot out. Did you get that in? I hope you do. That certainly looked, well, it'd be fun for us to watch, probably not Kev, to be brutally honest with you. So I think we're done with the sledding. We're on with the last pair.
Well, Pro Modified. A lot of people were talking about Pro Mod before this weekend and
It's always the class.
trying to guess bump spots and this, that, and the other. But you have to be realistic and think, hang on a minute, these guys are running on a racetrack they haven't run for a long time.
No.
And they're still trying to sort it out. But having said that, looking at the numbers so far this weekend, it's been a cracking effort.
We've got Matt Peters around the corner as well.
Yep, he's still in the licensing phase.
Is that it? I was wondering, because obviously in Pro Mod you do, is it last qualifier goes out first, and obviously number one qualifier goes out last. That's why I was questioning why he was around there.
Yeah, he's the car's got to go 740 or quicker, 180 mile an hour or quicker. 2 runs to, I think it's 2, to get his license signed off.
Bruno Barber, top of the ball. Well, Bruno Barder in the Gotham City Corvette has certainly made his trip over from Switzerland worthwhile. He was here last weekend, won the Door Slammers, and stuck around for this weekend to compete in the European finals. Where is he at the moment, Colt? Is he number 3 now or 2?
No, he's number 2.
Looking to get back in the 5s. He's been 6-0s a number of times in the last couple of weekends, but Bruno is known for being consistent, and I'm sure they're going to try and step it up. Taking on Jean Delemont, who ran a couple of really good low 6-second runs. I think the quickest was a 6:17 yesterday. His night run was something to watch, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. Just seeing it looked like he's got a pair of bull horns sticking out the fenders there, but those were lit most of the way through, but not all the way through. Hence, as Darryl said, 6.17, Jean's best so far this weekend. Okay, so Ian Marshall beckons them to the start line. Your last pair in Pro Modified. We've still got Matt Peters around the corner to come round to try and get that licence signed off. Tell you what, I think there's quite a lot of people hoping that he does, because that will take us up to a 14-car field then, I think. Yeah, got it straightened out. Well done, Bruno. Jean Delemont's car jumped through stage.
Well, Bruno with a bunch of tyre shake. I can only think they tried to step it up for that run and it just didn't take it. 050 light. That doesn't matter in qualifying. Yeah, John actually went up on the 2-step and it just actually bumped through.
Yeah,
so they won't improve for now, unfortunately. But, well, got one more chance the rest of the weekend. So, we're going to take this opportunity very quickly.
There. Very weird. Look at Jean's tyre tracks.
Yeah.
It's weird that the front tyres
do that
a lot.
Right, chaps. Yeah, we're just down here on the start line with Trackback Racing CEO Mr. Keith Bartlett and racer now as well. Keith, first of all, how cool is it to be back with lots of fans of the grandstands and everything we're seeing?
Absolutely fantastic. I think it's obviously disappointing it's not a full FI event. We know we're probably missing 16 or 18 of the, maybe 20 of the European pro teams, but we got a few Europeans are here. The UK guys are putting it on, and there's nice weather, and let's take this opportunity. We've had as I said at the Festival of Power back in June, we've had a real hard 2 years, and we've had great support from the fans, great support from the racers. So without me going on too much about how well we're all doing, I think I need to say to every one of you that are here today, I always say we can't do it without you, but this year is really special. For all the thousands of you that are here today, on behalf of Santa Pod, Trackback Racing, we honestly couldn't do it without you, and thank you for your support, and we're going to put a good show on.
Thank you very much indeed, Keith, and thank you everybody in the stands, on the banking, up on the VIP areas as well. We're just about to keep going with Pro Mod. Actually, we've got one more car to go.
And then it's her indoors.
That's the one, or her in the top fuel car, as it's known to you. So this is. So we didn't have Norbert that round.
No, haven't seen Norbert. So Spencer Tram out front helping Matt Peters this weekend. Well, much higher revenue burnout than we normally see from Matt. And that's the fact he won't add another car to the qualified order. He is actually in the system, but really hope he can get his licence signed off this weekend. Okay, we've got the burnout on the launch all sorted out, but it's just getting all the way to the finishing line. So from what we understand, 7.40 and 180 miles an hour at the stripe, the required numbers to get signed off in Pro Modified. Obviously showing full car control as well. So fingers crossed for Matt Peters as he brings the Dodge into pre-stage, now into stage. And that's just stood up on the rear tyres as well. There's a few of them that have suffered that this weekend, and it's a black art getting these cars to hook up and fly. And Matt tried very hard indeed, and the tyres just wouldn't give him the grip.
As we get ready to go with Top Fuel Dragster. Keith.
Well, the good news is about an hour ago the track was still only in the 70s. I think it's now heading 85, heading towards 90 degrees.
Track temperature we're talking about, yeah.
Track temperature. So everyone who was here last night knows that was crucial. It dropped to 76 degrees. Very hard for the fuel cars, as we explained to everyone, to get down a cold track. It's a bit warmer, so I'm hopeful. We'll see what happens with all the fuel cars, but the weather's rescued us at the last minute.
Well, the sun's come out, which is... God is obviously a drag racing fan today. He was yesterday as well, because the rain all missed us for most of it too, I think, to be honest.
I think the secret, the concrete track, we laid the concrete track in 2018. It holds the heat so much more. Of course, unfortunately, when it gets cold, it holds the cold longer, but it's good. I would think if this sun stays for another half an hour, this afternoon's session's going to be bitching.
It's not going to be too bad with this one, is it? So coming up behind us in the auto glen, where we've got Antti Auto from Finland and the lady in the Kestrel beer lane.
Mrs. Bartlett.
Yes, exactly. Suzanne Bartlett in the Slick Tricks racing car. That's been your team name forever, isn't it?
I started Slick Tricks racing in way back in the 70s. We started off from street racing, going to racing up here as Slick Tricks. So yeah, it's been around a long time, and now two of my daughters are racing under Slick Tricks and Suzanne's racing under it. So the Slick Tricks team is back.
I was going to say, who'd have known way back then how it would evolve to now as well, and running the track as well. So the teams are just about ready to go. We're about to send 22,000 horsepower your way.
Speak to you later.
Will do, Keith. Thank you very much indeed. So Antti Auto and Suzanne Callin, or Bartlett, depending on your point of view, coming up underneath the tower. We are about ready to go with the first pair of land-locked missiles going through the finish line. They run to 1,000 foot, which is where those orange blocks are out there. And I think we're about ready to fire them up. We're not. A couple of moments away is all we're going to be. So 11,000 horsepower car, 0 to 100 miles an hour in 1 second. And all being well, 300 miles an hour through the finish line in around about 4 seconds, maybe even less, obviously on a good run. We don't know how far they're going to get, hopefully all the way through the finish line. Runefjeld is a master tuner, and he's the guy that owns and runs both cars. Here we go then, folks.
Well, the Nitro fumes make their way up into the tower. The smell of speed, it really is. As Suzanne and Antti complete their burnouts. Darryl down on the start line there, getting the full face of this as well. And this is where Darryl starts to get pebble dashed. He comes out black with rubber over it as well. But they had their runs last night, basically side by side launches. But they got data to work with now, and this is where we hope to see the cars make it a lot further down the track. Suzanne, three 3-second runs in a row was something to behold for. She'd never been in the threes, and then she did it earlier on this season. Antti Horto, quickest ever top fueler here at Santapod to the 8th mile. Both of these cars capable of running in the 3.8s. Well, Antti set his personal best in this car here at Santapod Raceway. But boy, oh boy, those nitro fumes are very, very heavy indeed. Those of you that are tuned in at home, Suzanne Kalin, she's in the left lane, the Kestrel Beer lane. Antti Horto, he's in the right lane, the Autoglim lane. So coming up to the line, it's time for the drivers to do their thing. The crews have done all they can. Maroonaville Motorsports, both of these teams from that stable. Hold on tight, both into pre-stage. Here we go. It's Suzanne all the way to a 4.11. Obviously clicking it earlier there, 2.24. Antti Horto in drift spec there. Wow, 0.85 for Suzanne at the 8th mile, 3.15 at 265 miles an hour.
Well, that was what we were waiting
for. On that stable. Hold on tight, both into pre-stage. Here we go. It's Suzanne all the way to a 4.11. Obviously clicking it earlier there, 2.24. Antti Horto.
Just that little bit too much clutch off the start line. Give the team a big cheer, please, ladies and gentlemen. Suzanne Kalin with the quickest ET of the weekend so far.
Yeah, she was 265 at the 8th mile, got there in 3.15 seconds. It was a 0.85 to 60 foot. But the car was moving around in the lane, unsurprisingly. And 1,000 foot there, 4.11 at only 224 miles an hour.
So we've got another top fuel car here for your viewing pleasure in the Kestrel Beer lane. Underneath the tower from the beautiful island of Åland in the middle of the Baltic Sea between Sweden and Finland. This is Ida Zetterström, hopefully with her last licensing run. All being well, this will be a full pass for her. The young lady used to ride super street bikes, so probably going to top fuel is a bit calmer. Because she's actually strapped in the car and she's got a cage round her.
Just very quickly, can I have Pro ET into the pairing lanes, please? Pro ET into the lanes.
So, huge good luck to Ida and the team from everybody here at Santapod. What I just love about watching these three cars is they're all owned by Rune Fjeld, but you'd never know.
No.
Because Rune just stands out the way, and he's the one that tunes it. He's the one that does, you know, he makes all the tuning decisions on everything, and he's one seriously smart guy, and he just stands out the way. And all the crew and the team jump around like, you know, a bunch of kangaroos. Rune is just nonplussed constantly. So Ida in the car, that is the European record-holding machine from a couple of years ago. It was driven then by Maja Utian. Not a bad car for your first go in top fuel, is it, really?
All right, yeah.
I'd be happy with that, as anybody would. So Ida has run a half-track run. I think she's been 4.0 to 1,000 foot, but she collected off at half-track and coasted the rest of the way.
Well, she certainly knows how to drive. She knows how to ride as well. Come from the world of super street bike, where she had been in the 6.8s. So she is no stranger to high-performance machines.
Well, the only thing I'm noticing is, as yet, no, there we go, he's just taken the throttle stop off. They normally do it a little bit before that. So, from all of us here in the UK and all around Europe, Ida Zetterstrom, hopefully with one of her last licensing passes. Good luck, Angeli. Let's see what you got.
Oh, that's a thing of beauty. Oh, my goodness me. 3.86 at 265, Darryl.
My goodness me, can we all pick our collective jaws off the floor, I think, with that one. Colin, half-track numbers, quickly. Let's see what you got.
Oh, that's a thing of beauty. Oh, my goodness me. 3.86.
Yes, the young lady's got a licence.
She certainly has. I mean, the only thing is the speed's a bit down. Are you sure she did it on I'm only joking, sorry. You've got to give her a licence for that. Ladies and gentlemen, sorry, the team. Massive round of applause.
Huge.
Wow, anyway, Top Fuel is just one of those things that makes us, from now and now, we just trip over our jaws, and that was one of them.
Yeah, and don't forget, I said to you, the track holds the warmth. We got another couple of hours before they come out again. If there's a bit more sun, expect a side-by-side 3-second run.
Well, that's the quickest run in Europe so far this year, and it was a licensing run. In fact, that's the quickest licensing run ever.
Yeah.
Full stop.
And also, the wonderful thing about Top Fuel is we got girls doing really well. So Formula One, eat your heart out.
And they all started in junior dragster as well.
And I've got 2 of them on the way up.
That's good to know. Anybody, it's so cool. Thank you very much indeed, Keith. Wow, that was proper stuff. That's exactly what we're talking about.
And I tell you what, that is why companies like to get involved. G2E Motorsports sponsoring Top Fuel Dragster and the Fuel Funny Car Shootouts this weekend with the Go2 Engineering Group. Massive thanks to you. Without you, some of this show wouldn't be possible. So G2E Motorsports with Go2 Engineering Group. Their head office is based in Wellingborough, just up the road. That's why they get involved with drag racing here at Santa Pod Raceway. Unbelievable performance, but in a funny sort of way, not unexpected. Ida Zetterstrom goes into the #1 spot, don't forget, in qualifying as well with that run. Awesome.
The great thing for it as well is Anita has obviously been top of the pile in Europe for a little while in Top Fuel, and she's kind of like the queen of European drag racing. But my goodness, there's an awful lot of princesses on the way up, aren't there?
Boy, is there.
Like, they're all over the place.
Yeah. No, Anita, if you can message us if you're watching that one or any of your team were, you know how to get hold of us through Messenger. Be interested to get your take on that one.
Knowing Anita should be just overjoyed that that someone else has done it too. Everybody knows how difficult it is. Everybody knows how much hard work it is, and obviously how much money it is too. On that very subject, in the Auto Glim Lane, we're about to go Fuel Funny Car Racing. His first run in a year, actually. For Kevin Chapman, with the Thermareg Mustang.
Luke has just vacated the tower because he just got a message saying the engine's back in his car. So
his engine's back in? Yeah. My goodness, why is he... I thought lunch was on, would be the message that would make him move from the tower, not the engine's back in. Anyway, so Kevin Chapman, or Chippy Chapman, his first run in, like I said, in a year with the Thermareg team. Terry Haddock over from the US doing the tuning on the car, didn't make it out, unfortunately, yesterday for the first run. This will probably be a test run to a couple of 100 foot to make sure everything's okay, and then all being well, hopefully they'll go for it later on.
Well, that was a proper ground-shaking burnout there for Kevin Chapman. Really vibrated the tower with that.
They're not known as ground pounders for nothing.
No.
The car with a noticeably different engine note as well to the Top Fuel cars, definitely. We've got Kevin Kent round here with the Santa Pod car. We've also got right behind him the Undertaker of Steve Ashdown. Then we've got Nostalgia Funny Cars. Then we've got the Jets again. And we've got Top Fuel Bike. It's not a bad day out, is it, Colin, really?
It's all right.
It's all right, yeah. Typically understated, I might say. So this is the first time in a year that Kevin Chapman gets to stomp on the loud pedal. He was actually European Fuel Funny Car champ a couple of years ago. Certainly knows how to drive one of these machines. He's got Terry Haddock leaning in, just doing final checks with the rest of the crew. Good luck, Kevin. Do you know what? I can see from this angle that obviously no one can see from anywhere else. When they've got the body up, because of the setback supercharger, it looks like it's in his lap.
Yeah. Oh, right.
It's bad enough anyway having a blower in your face, but literally on your lap is a whole different thing.
Kind of block hunting, unfortunately, there for Kevin Chapman, but gave everything off the line. 0.95 to 60 foot. Wasn't hanging about off the line.
Well, one of the most unbelievable things about modern day fuel cars, we've got to put the blocks back, so it's going to give me a couple of moments to explain this. Okay, the reason that the exhausts on the car, if you're not familiar with these cars or seen them before, the reason that the exhaust point upwards is part of the whole downforce package is the thrust, believe it or not, created by the exhaust. And when you've got over 1,000 horsepower per cylinder, when all cylinders are lit evenly, the car is nice and planted and stays in the middle of the lane. However, what happened to Kevin Chapman just then, when he hit the throttle, the instant he hit the throttle, one or two of the cylinders, did you see that, Colin, went out on the left-hand side of the engine. What that means was there's an awful lot more downforce on the right-hand side than there is on the left-hand side, and it steers the car for you. So that's why Kevin went over towards the centre line. No matter how hard the driver cranks the steering wheel in the other direction, it will not go back that way unless those cylinders pick back up again, effectively. So well done to the Thermareg team. Great to see him back out here once again. Well, I think that's the block record for the weekend.
Yeah, 3. So yeah, that was a good effort.
3 or 4, something like that. I think it was. But anyway, I can't remember how many pounds of thrust. I think it's something like 800 or 1,000 pounds of thrust per cylinder, which is quite incredible. So if you lose one of those cylinders, you've got 4,000 pounds on one side and 3,000 on the other, and it will go in that direction. It does have quite nasty consequences when it happens towards the finish line, because obviously it will drive the car towards the wall or over the finish line, and a lot of the real out of shape runs you see in Fuel Funny Car, especially in the States, are because of dropped cylinders.
Not only that, Darryl, we're looking at the tyre marks from the tower as well, and yeah, he had shake as well. Not as violent as some of them this weekend, but any shake is shake enough, isn't it?
That's more like a paddle.
Yeah.
That is. That's drivable. Anyway, we've got 2 more Nitro Funny Cars underneath the tower. The expert crew are putting the blocks back again. Long live magnetic blocks, they call him. In the auto-clip lane for Sanderspod Raceway, it is Kevin Kent, again, previous European Funny Car champion. He's taken on Steve Ashdown with the Undertaker. Dave Bryant tuning the wrenches. And it's really, really good to see all of them back out here once again. They're going to be lining up in a 4-car field come tomorrow. I didn't see Jason Phelps, unfortunately, in the pairing lane, so hopefully they're not too far away for the next one. We're still desperate to see.
I did have a very nice message indeed from Darren Rest. Obviously, the Gladiator car, the Hawk Gladiator, it's an absolute stunning machine, and Darren Rest, who did the design on the car, extremely happy with the way the car's being received. Just wanted to remind everybody that if you've got any youngsters here, pop over to the Hawk Gladiator pits. They have got some, you can do some colouring in. They've got these wonderful colouring sheets that you can have a go with. Colour them in and take them back to the team, and they'll put it on their social media. You never know, could win a prize. So if you want to pop by the Hawk Gladiator pit, you can't miss them. They are basically opposite the other funny cars. They are pitted right against the fence, not too far away from the pod shop. So that's where you'll find them. Pop over there, get your colouring in sheet.
So the next pair of Fuel FCs. A pair of Dodge Stratus funny cars, actually, coming up. So we've got a house jet car, we've got a house funny car these days as well. You might be wondering as well why there's not much burnout smoke coming off the tyres. That's because they have a throttle stop to make sure the throttle doesn't open too much, and depending on how it's set, the tyres do spin, so they get warm and they do lay down a fresh track of rubber, but they just don't spin enough to give that much smoke.
Well, Kevin Kent did go the quickest of the fuel cars yesterday, went 6.53, obviously looking to go a fair bit quicker than that. Steve Ashdown got off the line, but that was about as far as it got, and he coasted to a 12.28. Obviously same as the top fuel cars to 1,000 feet of real estate here at Santa Pod Raceway. Okay, so final adjustments now completed. Okay, so we're good to go then. Steve Ashdown and Kevin Kent, the Undertaker, taking on the West Ham Motorsports entry. Wait for Steve to go into stage. He's in. Oh, I'm not sure if that block got blown over or if it got tagged, but it was very, very close indeed. Steve Ashdown goes 5.46, 134. Kevin, 7.34, just 91 miles an hour. 60 foot though, Steve Ashdown was on it when he left the line, 0.94 compared to Kevin Kent's 1.03.
Yeah, Kevin slowly but surely stepping up on that car. That was a perfect example, actually, what Steve Ashdown just did there, where he dinked the block of lack of cylinders driving the race car, unfortunately. But still, really good pair of nice launches.
Gonna have to look at the replay on that because it was the car didn't cross the centre line. We don't know if the headers knocked the block or if they blew them over, because obviously there's a fair bit of force involved with the headers, but churning them out.
Could be a bit of both.
Yeah, we'll have a look.
Well, the good news is we've still got one more qualifying session to go for them. We've also got the fuel dragsters coming back a little bit later on today. And we've still got more Nitro round the back of the tower.
Yeah, we've got Nostalgia Funny Car. We do have Apache and Venom
coming up.
Yeah, next pair. So we're not done with Nitro just yet.
Also, good to see. I've just noticed Mr. Barry Sheevel's in the house up there on the balcony. Morning, mate. It's all right. Down here. Small bloke. There you go. Nice to see you. And, yeah, always good to see Baz about. And we've got Nitro Funny Cars coming around in just a couple of moments.
Yeah, we can see the Apache Funny Car. That is just head of the lane. And Venom is literally right behind it. So they'll come round. Obviously, we don't know which lane they're going into yet. But I did actually have a catch-up with Tony last night. And very chilled out, very relaxed indeed. Eager to get on with it today. And they are running at the national finals as well. So leaving all their equipment here. And mind you, they keep it very locally anyway. Also tucked around the corner, Martin Hill with Fire Force 3. He's going to be taking on Firestorm of Roger Goring. We've also, I'm going to say, Darryl, we did forget to mention slightly there, when the fuel Nostalgia Funny Cars go through, that's still not the end of Nitro, because it will be Top Fuel Bike as well. So still the entertainment keeps on coming here at Santa Pod Raceway. So it looks like the blocks are back in position. And it's just the calm before the next pair come round the corner. Well, I hope you're enjoying yourselves this weekend. Great show from all of our classes this weekend. I tried to give them a mention during the session, but mentioning G2E Motorsport and the Go2 Engineering Group, without their support this weekend. It would have been very difficult to run the Top Fuel Dragsters and Fuel Funny Car shootouts. They've really stepped up. Thank you ever so much indeed. Their headquarters are based in Wellingborough, and it is an, well, how can I put this? It's an umbrella of 9 acquired partner businesses, precision engineering specialists. There's all sorts of things. So plastic injection molding, modification, repair market, fabrication, conveyor and material handling specialists. Some of the stuff that you wouldn't know existed, and this company does it. So G2E Motorsports, massive thanks to them. So a little bit of nostalgia Nitro with Apache and Venom.
Well, this is bizarre. I can hear myself talk. So Tim Garlick just waiting for Tony Betts to roll around the corner. Here comes Tony. Venom against Apache. How many? That was. So. The two of these two came out yesterday. Tim Garlick went 6.36, really good A to B run. Tony Betts, I think, was a test run to around about half track. Now, interestingly, quickest DT to half track, I think, so far this year is Tony Betts. They were suffering oiling issues and hence burnt pistons when Tony shut the car off at the finish line. So he was making full runs, but they were just killing stuff. And it kept... I can't remember how John described it actually, but it was basically the dry sump system was sucking oil out of the engine at the wrong time, and it kept burning pistons, and all the smoke you saw at the top end was not good. Hopefully they got that solved. Okay, so Tony Betts in Venom in the Kestrel lane. Tim Garlick with the Apache. Tim Garlick with a bit of tyre wobble, gets back on it again though. That's a good race. Timmy gets there first, side by side, 654s. One at 2:17 for Tim Garlick, one at 2:15 for Tony. The difference actually was only due to reaction time. Tim was slightly quicker with a 0.18. Tim Garlick with a bit of tyre wobble, gets back on it again though. That's a good race. Timmy gets there first, side by side, 654.
As you rightly said there, the only difference was reaction time. So the win margin was 0.02 of a second.
We can see again from up here Tim Garlick's tyre tracks.
Yeah.
He actually went off towards his car was shaking, but he went off towards the centre line, pedalled it, steered it, pointed it in the right direction, and nailed it again, and just got there first. That's what a side-by-side drag race is supposed to be like. Well, what it's all about.
It's still very chock-a-block in the pairing lanes at the moment. We've got Top Fuel Bike coming round. We have still got Jet Funny Cars, Martin Hill taking on Rog.
Yeah, big cheer for the teams, please. That's the Venom and Apache guys going up to get their teams. We've still got lots of fast stuff to come. Don't go anywhere at all. Well, the good news for this pairing, actually, is that Neil Midgley with the Cannon Engineering or Cannon Motorsport bike have made it round for this round of qualifying. Al Smith is in the water box as well, underneath the tower against Steve Woollett. Now, the fact that it's a bit warmer today, there's a bit of sunshine on the racetrack, is really going to help all of the fuel racers. They do like a bit of heat in the track, as Keith said before, and it makes a massive difference for them to be able to get from one end to the other. What's great as well, standing on the start line, is everybody messages me all the time. I can't. it's very nice, but I can't read the damn thing. But what can you do?
We've got somebody that's going to come and say hello tomorrow.
Okay.
And I'm really, really chuffed that he's going to stop by. Nigel Fitzmaurice.
Excellent.
He's coming up tomorrow. So looking forward to seeing Nigel. As we know, he's been through a lot in the last year.
Been on TV for the wrong reason.
Yes,
I think.
he has. Yeah. So Nigel, thanks for sending me the message, mate. Really, really do look forward to catching up with you tomorrow.
Top Fuel Bike qualifying session number 3. Steve Willett on the dealer and inline. In fact, every combination is different, I think, with this lot. We got an inline 4-cylinder supercharged machine. That is Steve Willett. And that's Steve. Underneath me is Al Smith with the Rocket. Completely ground up build. 3-cylinder supercharged machine. Now, in testing, Al was well in the 6s. So far this weekend, he's done no better than a 12-second run. Hopefully, that's going to change this time round. That's Al in the Autoglym lane. Steve Willett, always good for a decent 6-second run on the dealer in the Kestrel lane. Top Fuel Bike. Oh, Al's actually spinning the tyre. Whoop. Al's just had to back out of it. Steve goes 6:43 at 2:11. Al was shaking the tyre, spinning the tyre, leaning off of it. Still goes 7:44. Not quite what they were looking for, but he just managed to overpower the racetrack by that much.
Yeah, he rode the wheels off it, basically. He was doing everything he could to try and keep it in his lane, and there again, try to keep the power in as well, but great rocket.
Kept it lit all the way through. Okay, next up we got a side-by-side pair of supercharged Super Twins. Alan Davis with the surprise attack. Neil Midgley with the Canon engineering machine. Now, Neil Midgley is going to take a good shot at the number 1 spot here. He's already run 6:52 last night. They're creeping up on it. Do you know what? That is the drag racing time of day. 13:20 in the afternoon.
So the second and the final pair in the Banks nightclub supported Top Fuel Bike Championship this weekend.
Midjo, long gone again. Great numbers for Neil Midgley, 6:47. Probably looking for a little bit more than that, only 187 through the stipe. 104 to 60, 412 at 176 to the 8th for those that like numbers. 8:13 for Alan Davis, going back in the right direction again for the surprise attack. Only 137 through the stripe. I think they're probably taking it a little bit easy after the full start to the season, I think.
Just kind of going back, not that long ago actually, when we opened up our sort of showcase session here, Martin Hill opened it with Fire Force 5, and he's back down again, this time with Fire Force 3. But this time he's got company. As
side-by-side funny cars. He's just coming round now. He's just over there, mate.
Ah, yeah, there we are. I can see Firestorm with Helen and Roger over there.
So nice to see. A busy racetrack.
Right,
busy grandstand, busy spectator banking as well. I'm not sure Roger's coming round to run side by side, actually. Either that, they're trying to get the bike moved out of the way so we can pull round. One of the two. Though Martin is in place underneath the tower.
Yeah, that bike is actually Steve Colley that's doing these great stunt displays behind the end of the main grandstand. And very talented rider indeed. Put it this way, you've got to be good to get your own dedicated display and show spot here at Santa Monica Raceway. So yeah, here comes the Firestorm car. Well, it did start to move.
It's all right. They're not actually side by side. That's why Donna's just very kindly informed me that they are solo runs. They're side by side a little bit later on today. What a beautiful day for a drag race.
Yeah.
This is the kind of weather that Americans would murder for, isn't it? Sort of, it's around about 20 degrees, bit of light cloud, a slight breeze, bit of sunshine. To be honest with you, we wouldn't mind it either. We get it all the time.
And a great-looking crowd.
Oh, best-looking crowd.
Best-looking crowd
full stop.
ever.
Yeah. Anyway, I don't know why Americans say English people have got dodgy teeth and all that sort of stuff, because I think we look pretty good.
Nah, we're beautiful.
Indeed. Don't burst into song, though, for God's sake, please. Right, Martin Hill with the second
you remember
jet.
that song, do you?
I don't want to. It's just one of those you get tortured with, isn't it? You know what I mean? And everyone thinks they can sing it too, which is why I said, please don't.
Yeah, it's very high-pitched, isn't it?
So, Fire Force number 3, the Jet Funny Car.
This time, no Bankside VIP know what to expect.
Unfortunately for us. There'll be a new crop tomorrow we can scare, won't there?
Yeah. Well, as we all know, that Fire Force 3, although it's the same power plant as Fire Force 5, for some reason, the afterburner pops are a lot more aggressive.
The reason the car doesn't run quite as quick as the other one is because it's heavier.
Yeah.
Funny car. It's got a body, it's got more tubing, more chassis tubing than the dragster. Even though it's shorter, obviously, there's a bit more to it. It's not like Martin puts on weight between runs, is it?
No.
I don't think so, anyway. So, frontman of the century, Richie. Only slightly famous is Richie. Well, Martin sounds like he's calming it down. That won't last for long.
Richie's been in frontman duties for over 20 odd years now on this car.
A while.
Came in to help Martin and ended up staying.
Yeah, everyone on the VIP balcony is getting braver. Have you noticed? They're not smiling any less, though, even though they know what's coming.
Yeah.
Right, no knocking out the PA today, please, Martin, if you don't mind. Thank you very much. Yeah, Richard's actually telling him to turn it down slightly. Whether he does or not, we'll never know.
Now he can wind it up.
Oh, great. Do you know what? That iPad lands in my lap every time, no matter where I put it.
Now you know why we had the PA knocked out yesterday. Oh, my God, I'm getting...
Yeah, we're still here at the moment. I'm expecting the ceiling to come down at any point, really.
Yeah.
So, Martin Hill with Fire Force number 3. Give him a wave. Give Richie a wave.
Yeah, he likes it when you wave to him. There we go, Richie, your front man. As Martin is in pre-stage, going to roll into stage. The tree's going to count him down. Martin's going to build that jet all the way up.
In your own time, Martin.
Yeah.
While the tower's still here would be nice.
That is a
Blazes
good-looking pass. Whoa, 598, 251. And the block is still trying to make its way to the start line.
It's trying to get out of the way.
And it picked that moment for Ian's button to stop working.
Is that right?
Yeah, Ian was trying to release the car, it wouldn't work, and Dave Annabelle had to leap in, press the tree activation.
That was why he was waiting.
Yeah,
okay.
that's why he was waiting.
Well, we've got another jet, so don't go anywhere at all. We've got Firestorm coming up next.
Well, the 330 block has made it back to about 200 feet now.
Everybody on the balconies and in the grandstand and everything, we've got another jet coming. So,
they'll be back out.
Oh, they will. Anyway, just watch out the window. It's no problem. So we've got Firestorm coming up next with Roger Goring.
Well, looks like Ian's going to have to go and do the block. Nobody else.
What? No one else is. Can't you get Roger Goring to do it? He's closest.
Yeah.
Go on. Or DJ, maybe. They're all standing over there. So, one more jet car before we go back into qualifying for everybody. One of the world's only centre-drive jet cars. If you can actually see, the big difference is in Martin Hill's car that you've just seen, the jet runs through the middle of the car, obviously, he sits off to the side, whereas in this one, Roger Goring, basically it's a very, very short jet dragster with a slightly lengthened funny car body on it. However, it looks, you know, to the naked eye, it looks discernibly not much different at all. Oh, there we go. Look at that. Leaping into action.
And bearing in mind, that's one of our start line marshals who's got the full multi-layer fire suit on as well.
And he's running with it as well.
Give him a round of applause when that block is back in position. Don't do it beforehand, otherwise you'll think he's done his job.
There you go.
Let it go on, it's here.
Give him a bow.
Hey, well done.
Well, that fire suit might be a bit second-hand after today. It's a bit warm out there.
It shows that the sheer thrust of coming out the back of Fire Force. Martin was almost at the finish line when that block made its escape and tried to head back towards the start line. So, yeah, incredible.
Rather good, that was.
Yeah, we just sort of put things back together up here because, as we say, Fire Force 3, very, very violent on the afterburner pops. And obviously on the run itself.
I do, honestly, I wonder where that iPad goes because I don't know. And then every time a jet car runs, it lands on me again. So if you ever want to find anything, folks. Junior Dragster to the pairing lanes, please. Could we have Junior Dragster, please, into the lanes for qualifying session number? I think it might be 4.
It is, yep.
Okay. Still got at least a couple more sessions to go today. We're just about to go into another cycle of qualifying in just a couple of moments.
Yeah, we've got Pro ET in the lanes and we've got Super Pro tucked in behind them as well. Well, Rog is in position.
Now, just out of interest for everybody that's never seen jet cars before, the engines in there are, well, actually, not engines, they are fighter jet engines, aren't they? Or they were previously fighter jet engines. Effectively decommissioned, they run them at much lower thrust and everything else as well. It doesn't sound like it. Obviously, with the added pop of an afterburner. Roger's actually been pushed back, unfortunately.
Oh.
Well, Dave moved the tractor out the way. Well, Nitro FM are either going to really get it, or that's a problem for Rog.
Yeah, I don't think they appreciate the jet being started there.
Well, that'd be good. A little bit of sweeping to be done. That's what it was about, I think. I don't think Roger's.
All right. Okay, we'll just do a very quick piece of housekeeping here. As you know, we keep mentioning various people that get involved with the sport here and various companies, and I don't mind doing this because without these company support, it makes life very, very difficult indeed. So we've got to say massive thanks to Draper Tools. They are opposite the pod shop in the pit area. Obviously, big part of the sponsorship here at Santa Pod Race. You can see the latest banners from Draper Tools, especially on Pitside VIP. They got the banners right by the start line, and even on the live feed in the shutdown area, their banners are perfectly positioned there, obviously, so they get as much coverage. And of course, part of the sponsorship on Suzanne Callin's Top Fuel Dragster. They have a large selection of automotive tools opposite the pod shop. Make sure you stop off. They have on the day specials and competitions, so make sure you stop by. Also, VP Racing.
visibly off the tree first, but have they calmed it down enough for it to run 890? Nope. 884, 150.
Something
Against
from
Nick
wheel spin yesterday. Same again today.
Still got that tyre shake thing going on off the start line with the truck. You heard that right. Nice, 10.57 for Nick at 125, 11.12 set up, wasn't it? Well, we're going to see anyway, because obviously still his first run with everything. Oh,
wow.
Taking it easy, obviously. 124 to 60 foot for Al Mac. That's what you call bedding them in. 784, 175. And he's going to build up the boost. 123 to 60 foot. He's been a lot quicker than that before. That's still going to be a leisurely run for Andy Bond. I think he broke traction, didn't he?
He did, yeah. And of course, back into the 5-second zone again this year with Firestorm. So, this is Pro ET session number 4. Class sponsored by Modjestang, which is Mike Lacey's company. Mike, the former driver of the Metamorphosis Camaro, and Mike and Karen are here this weekend helping the new owner with the car. So many thanks indeed to Modjestang. So let's have a look to see who we've got. Ronnie Mercer with Annie, the Anglia, going alongside Chris Newsom with the Hypothesis, the MG Rover. Chris Newsom currently number 14, Ronnie Mercer currently number 19. The dial-ins 9.56 for Chris, 8.91 for Ronnie. Both in stage, the tree will count them down. Oh, 006 red for Chris, oh so close. Well, it's a double breakout, so no help breather on them. 3,000th breakout, 888 to an 891 and a 953 breakout. So no movements up the qualified order. Right, James Forster, he's currently in the number 5 spot, doing very nicely indeed up there. John Turner with the Greenfish Barracuda, he is number 31. The dial-ins, James, 936. He broke out on his last pass. John Turner, let's see if he can hit 10.35. 9.39 for James. 10.59, slightly off that time for John Turner. So James stays 5s and John Turner stays 31. All right, the Blitzkrieg Roadster of John Giles. He's currently number 28. And I tell you what, they're all gunning for your number 1 man. That's Vic Parsons with the Belvedere. He's dialing in 10.33 this time. He went 10.35 with a 1 on a 10.35 dial-in last time out, so he thinks there's a couple of hundredths improvement this time round, so he's adjusted the dial-in accordingly. Getting towards the stripe, and it's a 985 breakout for John Giles. And I tell you what, Vic Parsons is on great form this weekend, 10.34 on a 10.33 dial-in. There was an improvement in the performance, but it was 100th, not 200. But that's the margins that these guys and girls work to. Simon Goff with the package. The Camaro 8. Is that right? Can't be. Yeah, I don't think the dial-in's right. I don't think John Giles can go 8.11, but 11.06 Andrew Garnett, that's correct. There we go, 8.71. So Cy that's experience for you. Realising that the dial-in was wrong on the scoreboard, he wasn't going to move forward until it was corrected, which is exactly the thing to do. So 8.71 the target for Sai. Andrew Garnett 11.06. 0-1 off the line for Sai. That one goes 8.70 with an 8. Oh, so close. Andrew Garnett goes 11.13. No improvement for either of them, but Sai, oh, so close to hitting it bang on. Simon Fulton with the Blitzkrieg Falcon. Currently number 11 with a 992. Sticking to that 990 Super Gas number. Going alongside Chloe Wilkins, 9.39 with the Eye Candy Dragster. Butch, her dad, bringing Chloe up to the line. Chloe recently celebrated her 21st birthday. Looks like she enjoyed that a lot. .941 on a 939. Well done, Chloe. Breakout for Simon. So Chloe moving on up. And she now resides in the number 13 spot. Will Clark with Junior Comp Dragster, going alongside Al Medley with the Omega. 988 the dial-in for Will. Al dialing in 1074. Will away first, but this is qualifying. Reaction times don't really matter. Will goes 990, just 200s off. That move him up from number 18. No quarter mile numbers for Al Medley. Got 8th mile, but he didn't get quarter mile. So not quite sure why. Nothing wrong with his run. But no quarter mile numbers there. Wow. Next up, Top Fuel Carl Goldsmith. Dialing in a 10.20, going alongside Mason Griffiths. And I think we're going to hold Carl just for a moment. Might be an issue with the timing in the right lane. No. So he's going to be Mason on a solo, looking for that 935. .01 light. He's already had a perfect light this weekend and breaks out this time round. Goes 933 at 138 on a 935 dial-in. I think what they're going to do is possibly switch lanes to colour. I'm not quite sure yet. Let's see. Right. The other Fulton, this is Dave. Had a couple of breakout runs so far. Dialing in 850, bang on. That's not right either. I think that's a 9 flat, it should be, from what I can see on the window. And there we go, it is 9 flat now. So Dave bringing the car up to the line. Well, the car can run in Super Comp with an 890 index for the class, but Dave electing for 9 flat. Goes 905, 148, moves up from 29 to 24. All right, this one's an 850 dial for sure. That's Paul Marston with the Banks Nightclub Dragster. Nice to see Sam Marston here today. She was watching the live stream yesterday, giving encouragement from home, but she's here today. Let's see what Paul can do this time round. Keep it the right side of 850 and he'll move up from number 33. Goes 857. Well, he moves up, but only to number 28. 700ths off. And he's number 28. Right, Carl Goldsmith then. Top Fuel Carl, as we like to call him. has been here all week, looking for a 10.20. Front wheel drive Golf. Good looking run from Carl. 10.15 breakout at 145 miles an hour. Well, good news and commiserations at the same time, because the car's performing well, but just a little bit too well. Just a breakout there, so Carl stays in the number 31 spot. Next up, Amy Watkins, Valabird. She leads the National Championship with just this weekend and, of course, the National Finals to go in 2 weeks' time. Going alongside Lee Morris with the Green with Envy Jaguar E-Type. Amy's going to be dialing in a 9.55, and it'll be 10.1 or 10.2, somewhere around that for the Jag E-Type. We'll just wait and see when the card runs forward what it is. It's 10.20. A change of hats for Shane. As he brings Amy up to the line. So Amy, uncharacteristically, only number 21 in the qualified order at the moment. Head of the championship points, would like to get a lot nearer to her darling. Lee Morris, currently number 25. Amy once again carrying those front wheels towards the 60-foot mark. 960, well, it's the right side, but bizarrely no improvement. Stays number 21. Lee Morris, though, goes up one spot with a 10.24 on a 10.20 dial. Can't believe that. Number 24 in the qualified order, only 400ths off their dialing. Tough crowd, as we say. Brett Featherstone with Nova Scotia. 9.63 the dial, going alongside John Bean. He's nice at number 10 at the moment. Looking for 9.97. John away first. Brett's going to get to the strike first, though, obviously with a quicker dialing. 9.66 on a 63. No movement for him, but John Bean, 9.98 with a 5 on a 97. Guess what? He moves up one spot from 10 to 9. Right, it's a family affair down there. Neil Watkins, that's Dad in the Purple Express pickup. Son Tom with Doris, the freshly engined Charger, being brought to the line by Sammy. 9.10 the dial in for Tom, 11.41 for Neil. Tom carrying those front wheels a little bit further this time. Car tends to move around a bit. What's he got for us this time round? 9.15. Moves up 3 spots to 26. 11.41 was the dial, 11.49 was the run, and no improvement for Neil Watkins, staying number 19. White Noise, Peugeot 205, Bob Molden, number 2 in the qualifying order at the moment, going alongside the Scud Dragster of Alan Schofield. Both of these two double classing this weekend. You'll see them in Super Gas as well. A class index of 990. But this time it's Pro ET. 9.69 for Bob. And that's for Alan Schofield is in Super Comp, not Super Gas, apologies. And he's going with the 890 dial-in, which is obviously the index for Super Comp. Both in stage. Tree's going to count them down. Double reds, that doesn't matter. It's all about the ETs. Alan should get there first. 8.92, nice job. Breakout for Bob Molden by less than 100. Alan Schofield moves up from 27 to number 12. Bob stays number 2. The crew killer pop of John Tebenham. He's down to 1 car this weekend. Unfortunately, the Pro Mod is broken. But thank goodness he's got a spare car that he runs in a different class. Going alongside Keith Herbert, Mr. Furious, the man that took the win at Door Slammers last Saturday. Pocketed a cool $2,500 for his efforts. And Keith and Jim, Anne-Marie, the rest of the team, basically said it's one of the best racing weekends they've ever had. And they've had quite a few over the years, but they thoroughly enjoyed that. JT, not qualified at the moment, needs to get very close to 902. Don't break out, JT. Keith, 958, he's in at number 13. 902 with a 7, John Tebenham, from being not qualified, from being 4 places out of qualifying, goes into the number 4 spot himself. Well done, JT. No improvement for Keith Herbert, so he drops a spot thanks to John Tebenham's nice rise up the charts there. Tom Kay with the Black Belt Racing Junior Comp Dragster. He's not qualified now. He's in the number 36 spot. Dialing in a 9.80. Whoa, sliding around all over the place there. Nice bit of driving to bring that back under control. Goes through 1196, 83 miles an hour, but that car was moving around. No idea why. But obviously no improvement on his number 36 spot there. Pete Dodd up next with the Metamorphosis Camaro. Going alongside. Oh, got to check. No, Pete Dodd being pushed right back actually. Up against the barn, so not quite sure what the issue is there. So going to be Lee Huxley on his own then with the White Horse Chevrolet. Dialing in a 9.35. He's currently in the number 5 spot. So Lee at 9.35. He's in the number 5 spot at the moment. Carries the front wheels beautifully off the line there. Reaction time very nice indeed. 0.2. Let's look at the run. 9.37. Just 0.02 of a second off. So he stays in number 5. Right, going to be Mark Huxley up next, going alongside Simon Innes. Simon currently number 24 in the qualified order. 10.80 his dial in. 10.17 for Mark Huxley. He's currently number 11. Oh, Pete Dodd taking the Camaro back to the pits. An issue there, obviously not fixable on the approach to the start line, so have to get that one back to the pits, give it a good look at. Hopefully we'll be back out later on. 0.10's a pair on the reaction times, but let's see how they get on towards the stripe. That's where it's important. Should be Mark Huxley there first. Goes 10.12. That's a good old breakout. And Simon Innes breaks out as well by 0.02 of a second. Right, the third of the Huxleys. This is Brian with the Dark Horse Mustang going alongside Dave Cherritt with the Dark Revenger. 9.60 the dial in for Brian, 9.83 dial in for Dave. Interestingly, Brian is staging quite left of the Auto Glim lane. but very experienced racer, perhaps one of the... He's only been around drag racing a lot longer than most people. So up to the stripe, and it's a 991 for Dave Cherritt, a 961, only 100th off for Brian Huxley, but no improvement. Lays number 9. So that was the last pair in Modjestang Pro ET. We move on to Peatney Super Pro ET. Well, Ron Bartlett getting the best value he can out of the rear slicks on Sweet FA. He's got a new pair of tyres on the way to him, but apparently won't arrive until Tuesday. So we have a nice fresh set for the national final. So he's basically finishing off the set he's got on the car this weekend. Going alongside Tom Atkinson with the Time Is Money Cortina Estate. The Darlings then for Ron, who's currently number 3, is 828. And Tom Atkinson, who is just one place behind in number 4, his Darling is 899. 899 is the slowest you can dial in Super Pro. So Ron to the stripe first. It was 832 on a 28 Darling, and it's an 897 breakout for Tom. So no help for either. They stay put 3 and 4. Dave Russell with the van with no name. He's going to be the next one. Very distinctive turnout indeed there from the Marina van. Going alongside that beautiful dragster of Joe Kellett. Great paintwork there by Prism Paintworks. And of course, this is where the car came from. Prior to that, it was Noah Stutz's machine, before he went on to have a little go in Top Fuel. Joe Kellett, currently number 15 qualifier, broke out by 1,000th of a second on his last run. Darling for him is 7:55. Dave Russell, currently number 18. His Darling, 8.81. Well, Joe's backed out of it at the stripe. 8.78 breakout for Dave Russell. Joe Kellett just coasts across the line with a 9.09. No help for either of them. They stay put. Joe 15, Dave Russell 18.
Well, a car that is, well, we didn't even know it was for sale till we saw the sign on the back of it. Phil Toppins, topless Corvette in a Castrol Lane with an 875 dial-in, going up against Pete Walters with the reloaded dragster, excuse me. A lot of the shirts that you see are, and paint designs as well, are done by Pete Walters Race Design. You can see the team modelling a perfect example of that. Team modelling a perfect example of that. Pete's looking for 775. He's currently number 8. I think all cars will qualify in Super Pro. The one car I haven't seen, which I was looking forward to seeing again, was Mark Manning's Coupe. I haven't seen Mark since yesterday, unfortunately. Anyway, Phil Toppin rolling it in. That's Georgina bringing him to stage. Georgina had a few goes in this car. A couple of events ago at Dragstalgia, and obviously loved it. So qualifying means they are trying to get as close to the number on the board at the finish line in their own lane without going too quick, which Pete Waters goes way too quick, actually. 700 under. 882 for Phil Toppin. Actually helps him slightly. Up to the number 17 spot. Whoa, 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 whoa. That was excellent. Bob Doyle didn't even seem to be keen to stop then either. Yeah, back up. Go back, do it again. Don't run me over. Brian Pateman, well, obviously the car is okay after the his Skyward venture earlier on. I wonder if Bob will get a clip round here later on or not. He made no attempt to steer away at all. Just gradually kept creeping forwards. He obviously enjoyed the comedy value of his crewman running back. 874 for Bob, Kestrel Lane, 887. Brian Pateman without the nitrous on this time. Yeah, boo. It was fun when he had the nitrous on, it was great. I think the thing is that he needs to preserve, if he hasn't got any wheelie bars, he needs to make sure the car goes down the track. Yeah, there we go. Nice flat launch for Brian that time, unfortunately for us. Bob Doyle was through the stripe at 876 and a 920. Still a good run close to the numbers, but no improvement for either of them. Brian Pateman goes 920 at 152. Something really amiss with that, actually, because the speed's okay. The ET isn't. I can only think he backed out of it somewhere early on. So, Alan did well, taking on Ashley Bell. Ash is qualified 22nd at the moment. He's turning the nitrous on again, so the dial goes down to an 8.40, 7.71. So Ashley Bell, if he gets within a tenth of his dial, I think he might be in the top 20. Alan Dibwell, though, has already been very close to that 771. I think around 72 earlier. Well, predictably, the dragster's going to get there first to a 7 over the 1. 866 for Ashley Bell, no improvement at all. Right numbers for Alan Dibwell, just the wrong way round. But that's what it's all about. Come out and make a number of runs. They are so well practiced, it's unbelievable. All of them. So, Aaron Fensom. Can we have Super Comp into the lanes, please? Super Comp into the lanes, please. Anyway, Super Comp into the pairing lanes. Could we have Super Comp, please, down into the lanes? Thank you. So, Laura Turbeville, Auto Glim Lane, 779. Aaron Fensom, who's currently, these two are 16 and 20 at the moment. The young lady, just married in the Auto Glim Lane. Aaron's getting the hang of that 051 light. That's going to be quicker than the 718. It's a 712. 190 miles an hour. Well, finally the car makes a really nice strong run. Just that bit too quick. Laura, though, stays at 16. Only 0.07 of a second off. But no improvement. So, Callum Swinchat on the Kestrel side of the racetrack, taking on in the Auto Glim Lane, Mark Turner. Also, very happy birthday in 2 weeks to Bethany Stewart, 19 years old. Also, Eliza Stewart as well. who's 5 years old. So happy birthday to both Bethany and Elijah. I think Bethany's birthday's in 2 weeks' time. So have a great day in a couple of weeks. So Callum looking for 895, currently number 18. We haven't given it a whack, before you ask. Mark Turner, 8.69 with the X-Pro Mod Supra. Still a gorgeously turned out car. Slightly different take on really the same body style. It doesn't have the Pro Mod nose on it anymore, the almost a funny car nose on the front. Back to the slightly more traditional Supra bodywork, which is a very, very good look. Callum Swinchat long gone in the Kestrel lane to an 8.99. That'll help. From 18 up to 13, 8.79 for Mark Turner. Still a tenth of a second off. So Mark Corsell, who is now number 2 qualifier. He was number 1 for all day yesterday. Going up against Daniel Giles in the Giles and Hartley Dragster. Daniel points leader in the Super Pro Championship. Currently number 7. The reason we keep going on about qualified order and qualified times is because we use that to pair them up in round 1 tomorrow morning. And the way it works is, think tennis tournament. Start with 32 cars, they all race together, then the winning 16 go through to the round of 16, then 8, then 4, then 2, and then obviously the last 2 pair up for the round or the event win, excuse me, in each class. And the championship works in such a way that they get points for the how far they go in eliminations each time, and obviously it's whoever's going to be the most consistent and gone the furthest eliminations throughout the year that will be the number 1. An idea so good that the Lawn Tennis Association nicked the idea and they use it for tennis tournaments. Yeah, there we go. So Mark Corsell looking for 8.16 this time. Mark getting closer to the centre line and having a big wander round. Still goes 8.22 at 157. Daniel breaks out with a 42 on a 47.
Good using the tennis analogy today, as tonight the US tennis final sees Great Britain's Raducanu, teenager, and she's through to the final, and the first
So I said, such a good idea, they nicked it.
Yeah.
But you're right, yeah. I can't remember what time that's on tonight. 9 o'clock. Okay. I might be able to stay awake for that. Actually, no, I won't. I'll be chilling out at the drag races, I think. So, we've got Nick Good in the Lucas Oil car. Nick's only actually, unusually for Nick, only running 1 car this season.
So Nick Good currently in number 12 slot. Mark Flavel currently in the number 23, 758, base 760.
Yeah, and well, Mark's actually changed the dial in. It's been at 740 all weekend so far. So you can bet he's going to run a 740 this time. Now he's changed the dial into a 760. That's normally the way it works. Nick Good with 758. So this would be a pretty good race actually if they both leave the line together. Which they don't, because Nick left before the green light came on. Nick goes 759, Mark goes 777. That actually helps Mark Flavel slightly. And Nick Good as well. Nick goes up to number 6, just 100th of a second off. Mark Flavel from 23 to 21 with a 777. I know we mentioned it loads of times, but there's good reason for that. What a crazy, fantastically diverse class Super Pro ET is, and another great example of that is the dragster, the carburetor dragster versus blown door car matchup coming up next. Can we have Street Eliminator into the lanes, please? Street Eliminator into the pairing lanes, please. I think Jack's enjoying that. Very much so. Has he still got the 720 dial or 28, I think? Going to be taking on Mick Howling with an 847. Yeah, 720 the dial on the back of Jack Brewster's Just Mustard, built by Robinson Race Cars. They're going to line Jack up in the middle of the lane. There we go. Line him up nice and straight. It's funny, isn't it? It's just silly little things like lining up the car just slightly off centre. Has a very dramatic impact when the driver stands on the loud pedal. Jack is number 25 at the moment. The man in the other lane, Mick Howling, is number 1. Jack Brewster with a straight run is the news of this pairing. And he goes 7-11 at 196. No shoots again at the top end for Jack. Fingers crossed. Well, you can see the smoke. Okay. Mick Howling with an 843 at 155. Jack has actually, I think, gone off into the field right up the top end, unfortunately. So we've got a little bit of retrieval job to do at the top end.
Yeah, the good news is for Jack, yes, he has gone into the field, but he's broadsided, but he stayed upright. He hasn't rolled.
Yeah, he didn't roll over. He turned. I think that was a bit of a hard right into the field. He might be quite a long way in, actually, that time. I think that was when he ran the really quick run the other day. The shoots were very, very late, weren't they?
But what a run. A new PB. But Jack has gone agricultural on us, as we say.
Yeah, we're going to be down for a few moments while we do a retrieval job.
He has gone a fair way in.
He's gone a long way in that field. The problem is when you go through the finish line, you hit the chutes and you wait for them to hit, and if they don't hit, you're halfway down the shutdown area before you start on the brakes. So there is obviously plenty of... there's half a mile of shutdown area, but when you're travelling at that sort of speed, nearly 200 miles an hour, the end of the track comes up pretty quick. One of the good things here as well, obviously, is there is a field at the end of it. So if he's gone into the field, hopefully the car's not too badly damaged. Unlike a lot of the tracks around the world that do actually have sand traps and catch nets, which don't do the cars any favours at all if they go into them. We understand why they have them. But we'll see. Anyway, so we go back to Nitro FM for a few moments while all our crew up the top end go farming for a little while. Well, we're going to see anyway, because obviously still his first run with everything. Oh,
Wow.
taking it easy, obviously. 124 to 60 foot for Al Mac. That's what you call bedding them in. 784, 175. And he's going to build up the boost. 123 to 60 foot. He's been a lot quicker than that before. That's still going to be a leisurely run for Andy Bond. I think he broke traction, didn't he?
He did, yeah. Championship points. Cracking lights up there, but it's more important about the GT.
Oh, 9.9.
Throttle stop. Working now, I think.
Yeah, John Turner needs a big improvement to get close to the 990. 987. A 1040 just to go.
All good today.
008 on the tree for Simon Fulton.
Too bad for Tim either at 05.
92 to 1060. Both throttle stops you can see coming in.
Well,
991 with a 6 for John Morton actually. So Bob was bang on the money in Pro ET. Can he do the same in gas? Nope. 987 didn't slow down quite enough, like every Garmin does. And he's going to have to try and find another one so it looks like it's not changed. It probably won't be easy. So Jay Cherritt's currently number 11. And he goes the right number, actually, or the right side of the number, with a 10.05. That takes him from 11. Actually, down good low 7-second Pro Stock bike. Well, it is the Pro Stocker out there in front. What's Martin got? 7.56 and a 7.67 at 1.6 to go 7.15 or quicker to ensure being around tomorrow to race. That won't be a 7.15. Tony Clark is long gone in the All-Tag Lim lane. 7.21. Big old stuff.
Maurice though with 7.24 at the moment.
That Pro Stocker is on form. 7.32, backs off slightly from yesterday, 1.77. It was so nice to see the joy on their faces when it all went right. Well, Mark Smith headed for the wall and wisely backs out of it. Dave Peters long gone to a 7.24. 185. He goes from the 8th spot to number 3, and I think that could be his quickest run ever by the look of that. And they're all in tears now. The start line, who does a huge amount of work on both machines. That looked like a very poochy 60 foot for Mark, indeed it was. Well, he actually looks over his shoulder as well. I think that's to make sure nothing was bouncing behind him.
He's managing to get the power in early as well.
Well, it stuck and it went 122 to 60. 125 for Ross. 709 only. Only. Could it be a 6-second run for one of them, or both of them, or none of them? It won't be for Gary because it went up, not forwards. Steve Mead with a stellar 121 again to 60 and a 711 at 201 even. $120 to 60 foot for Al Morrison. He went 6.99 yesterday, 6.98 today. Look at the speed as well of adult stickers. He needs to get some made that say you've been goosed. Thing is, you'd have to give him out to most of the field.
Oh, it's not going to be on this run though.
No, it launched like a bandit, but unfortunately had to click it off. Chris Neary blasts through with a 780 at 177, that is. It's the sort of thing you want to do with them. Race them. Well, John McClane Sr.'s got the best view in the house to watch his lad disappear through the finish line. But he didn't make it all the way there, unfortunately. 8.92 at 1:08 and 12.40 at bike.
Well, Shaw Mills' rear tyre scrabbling for grip. It sort of pulled him right as he left the line, but it's a good-looking run for Jordan, though. Yeah, he's into the 8s at last. Well, literally side by side as they go out the racetrack. Steve 8.18. Am I reading that right? 8.18 yesterday, but that was a proper in-motion tag slapper.
That's it. Through the gears. Yeah, she did ask for anyone that's good at shoulder massages to pay her a visit. Yes. Oh, yes. 8.80 at 1:52. So they don't have two steps or anything else like that. They just bring the wheels up and let it go at the right time. 62 and 63. No quite of a fight for the championship in 950 bike. Cat down there on the start line to cheer him on. Well, he's number 6 at the moment, though. He's not anymore. 9:53 goes to... Well, in a minute anyway, but yeah, not far off. So, Paul Adams. Goals are 9.10, 30.30 with a 004 light in the Kestrel lane. 9.09 for Paul Adams, breaks out.
And embroidered the crew shirts for Chris's Satan Sledge funny car.
What a story.
Sue's put on there, no wonder Phil got the racing bug.
Yeah, you bet. Hope you're enjoying watching your lad do well. Goes 9.17 on 11. He stays at number 1. Bill Marsh up to number 3. Right, 9 flats what they're looking for. Goes 9.01. That'll be number 1 qualifier for Gary Hester. It is indeed Justin.
I think, mind you, he's dining in a 10.20, so if he gets in the 9s, then it'll be quite a breakout.
.10.77, 10.72. Dave Grundy actually moves up 1 spot to number 6.
The run builds up the revs. Off he goes. Uses the bike. Sorry, uses his legs to stabilise the bike until he shifts into second, then brings him up on the pegs. Goes through with a 10.26. Unfortunately, that's a breakout. 400. They book their rides and then have to wait until now to get it done. Fair to say that Nigel enjoyed it as much as our passenger in this one. Look at that, 7.93, 169. Had already gone to Mason Griffith. Oh, and he's almost pulled another one. 009. Spencer Chandler 0.5. Dan's going to get there first. 10.09. He goes into number 1 spot with that one. Kev disappears and he's got that 7.89, 100. Both away well. Jordan Payne's going to get to the stripe first. Goes 7.50. Nick Williams goes 8.82. Foot well into the floor all the way through. 7.64, 100.
Back to racing. The Just Mustard Firebird has been rescued from the field. Thank goodness. Hope Jack's okay. Hope the car's okay. I'm sure Jack is, obviously. But again, hope the car's okay because he hates bang the car up on a PB run. Billy Gain in the Kestrel Lane, 8.53 for the Vauxhall, currently number 11. Scott Hauser, number 7 at the moment, looking for a 7.39. Now there's a bit of room at the top. There's not much room to get into the first couple of spots, but after that there is a few thousandths to be had if everybody can, if anyone can put together a decent run. Scotty goes 0-3 red, Billy Gain goes 0-2 green. 7.37 with a 9. What a pair of burnouts from the door cars. 8.63 for Billy Gain. No improvement for either of them. Obviously, Scotty broke out by just over 100th. Both the houses trying to absolutely nail it down. Not quite making it that time round. So, Pell Norman with the Shogun. With big thanks again to the Williams boys. That was a huge burnout. That's a tyre scrubbing type burnout, that one. In the Kestrel Lane, 7.78 for the Capri. Against Harris, but not Harrison. Harrison's backing the car up. Ian Brown is in the hot seat. So Ian Brown looking for 7.66, 7.78 for Pell. I don't think I've actually believed I've said hello to Jenny and Matt and Ash. If they're up there on the banking, I do apologise. I'm slacking. Sorry, give me a slap when you see me. So last pair of cars for this qualifying session in Super Pro. Well, Ian Brown kind of double steps off the start line and puts himself off, if that's possible. Pell Norman is long gone too. A 7.76 with a 1. I don't think they're worried about that, though, to be honest with you. Well done, chaps. 174 miles an hour. Yeah, Ian Brown just sort of like did literally double step on the start line. I'm sure Colin's back up with news of who is in the two-seater coming up next as well. So we've got Junior Dragster up next, I think. You all right there?
Yeah, all good. There's so many people down there. It's so busy. It's so good to see.
It's called a proper event.
It is.
It's all about, mate. Absolutely. I put your headset on your chair instead of on there, so you didn't cook your. It's right. So you didn't cook your ear rolls when you came back.
Right, passenger is Martin McCourt from Bath, and this is from his good lady wife, who's trying to scare him.
Nice. Scare him into
like
what,
it.
though? Scare him into
it.
what? What do you reckon?
Well, sometimes if you try and scare somebody and they enjoy it, it becomes expensive, and they go, "Oh, I want to go racing now."
That might not be the smartest move.
Yeah. It could be the other way around. But well, let's just see who's down on the start line with the team.
I was going to say, oh, there we go. No, maybe it is. There we go.
Yeah. So, Mrs. McCourt is down there. So Martin is the passenger. Match fact, I've just missed this one actually, but unless you got it.
Go on.
When Daniel Giles races, and this
I
is
didn't. I'm so sorry. No,
Yeah.
I don't get those. Go on.
Can we give Owen a shout out? He's not impressed that he's not at racing because he had to start school yesterday. Oh
dear.
Owen,
School.
sorry, mate. but you need your education is important.
Oh, it is, because it means you can earn money to go racing.
That's it. That's it.
That's all. Everything. You know, the end game is always racing.
It is. So 0-7 off the tree once again. Cracking reaction time for Paul Brown. What are we looking at? 7.9s at 169. Near 789. Dips into the 7.8. Still 169 miles an hour at the stripe. Lovely run once again for the two-seater.
Okay, we're on to Junior Dragster. I think this is session 4 or 5?
Yep.
4.
It is 4. Talking to juniors, another quick one to read out. Carrie Ann's been in touch. Can you please give a shout out for the Junior Drag Bike Club? We are holding a sweet raffle in the Junior Drag Bike pits at the top of the bike pits. All proceeds to the Junior Drag Bike Club to support young racers. Carrie Ann, I have no problem reading that one out at all. And they've got their marquee up at the top of the bike pits. Can't miss it. And I think all the junior bike racers are pretty much pitted together. So yeah, they're holding a sweet raffle to raise funds for the Junior Drag Bike Club.
That's very appropriate, isn't it? A sweet raffle. Yeah. Okay. So Thomas Cook-Abbott and Caitlin Wilson. These two paired up earlier on today as well. Actually, I think.
They did. Yes.
So Thomas is number 9, Caitlin number 17. I think they both went .10s, which is most unlike both of them. Caitlin is and has been way better than that, as has Thomas.
So Lucas Oil's sponsor of the Junior Dragster class, have been for a number of years now, actually. And massive thanks indeed to their involvement with the youngsters here. So TCA, as we call him, Thomas Cook-Abbott, currently number 9. Caitlin, 17. Well, no help for Caitlin, puts cherry on the tree.
Double step that was.
Yeah.
0.56 for Thomas. I don't think that's actually going to help, is it?
No, they're all tightly bunched at the top. In actual fact, you need a 0.7 to get on the front page of our sheets.
Well, Caitlin stays
16.
at 17
Yeah.
after 4 qualifying runs. That's a bit of a shocker.
Next up, Katie Ellis, number 3, alongside Ada Cassisi, currently number 19. They'll all be racing. It's all about fine-tuning your reaction times.
Fine-tuning your driver.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, you're right.
Fine-tuning your driver.
It's tuning your driver, not so much the car. Yes, it's important to know what the car's going to run, so it will help you in eliminations. But that is why when the juniors move into the senior classes, they just go ahead and decimate the fields normally.
As they leave on everyone. Oh, Ada just goes red with a 005. That was so close to being a perfect light for the little girl in the cherry bomb. Katie goes 06 green.
Yeah, she's already been 0-1 though.
Yeah, Ada was so close to a perfect light that time.
Yeah, Steve's just realised, it was that close.
Mate, that close.
All right, Chevy Checkett and Purdy Hadfield going to take a Herculean effort to improve on their numbers. A 0-1 for Chevy and 0-3
for Purdy, that was,
Purdy.
yeah. Not a lot of people know this as well. Purdy Hadfield and her dad and mum, they have a brilliant race set up in a fantastic awning that the car never goes in.
That's right, yeah.
And the car almost always ends up in Mick Checkett's trailer. So I wonder if they're going to have a race for.
As did Thomas Cook-Abbott's Junior Dragster that time.
That was great.
That was funny, that one.
So let's see what the ladies have got for us this time. Purdy's got a red light of 03, a 0-1 for Chevy though.
No improvement.
No improvement? My goodness me.
She had an 0-1-5 previously, she just did an 0-1-8. But she's consistent, which is really good. Freddie Taylor and Daniel Todd. Daniel Todd is number 2 in qualifying at the moment.
Oh, Mark's actually down here doing crew duties as well. Street Eliminator right behind, actually. I think we've got Super Comp in the middle, maybe, but Street Eliminator's not far away too.
Yeah, but he's got a 2-piece suit and he's got his race lower half on, so that's good news. Freddie Taylor currently number 12.
Can we have Funny Bike into the lanes, please? Funny Bike into the lanes, please. Nicely done for Freddie. That's going to help.
That definitely is.
5, I think, Cole. Is
Yep,
that right?
spot on.
And a .22 for Daniel Todd. That's not going to help him yet. Paul Houston makes the dozing off motion, I think is what it's known as. Or he's asleep. I think that's what it was. No, Mark jogs back round to the staging lanes to go and get strapped in Europe's quickest streetcar. Well, is it Europe's streetcar? I don't know, because they both run 690s. I'm not sure numbers-wise which
Well,
one's
officially it's Andy Bond because he's backed it up for a record.
Right.
Then if Martin Todd comes out and goes 689,
well, that's the new record. Yeah, then there's no confusion, is there? So, Mark, if you wouldn't mind helping us out, that would be great. So, Kai Cooper and Daniel Weir. Someone did a double step down there. Not sure who it was. No help for either.
That's probably as close as the two cars could get to each other on the start line. Kai was as far right as he could probably get. Daniel was as far left as he could get. So they were not on the full-blown launch pad that has been laid all weekend long, but they just wanted to keep off the super sticky bit.
So, Lola Bell Ken, just up the road in Heim Ferrers. That's Grandad Tony guiding her into stage in the Kestrel lane. Going up against Jessica Bishop. I think Jessica was like number 2 qualifier at one point in the first session. She's in the top 3 in points as well, isn't she?
Yeah. We got to say we have a special juniors prize this weekend. Junior dragster and junior drag bike. The winner of each class this weekend gets an extra £150. And the runner-up gets £100. That is sponsored by Jeff Stillwell of Lucas Oil's Land Speed Racing Team. So
excellent.
Many thanks indeed, Jeff. That is a superb act of generosity. That is a total of 500 quid that Jeff thrown into the juniors pot this weekend. Well done, Jeff.
Thank you, Jeff, very much indeed. Up to 17 for Lola Bell Kemp with an 0.89. No improvement though for Jessica Bishop. Well done. Sorry, Tony, I haven't got enough fingers to tell you where she qualified.
Right, Max Taylor hasn't got a qualifier on the board yet. If you remember, he wasn't here yesterday. He came down for his first run and the car wouldn't leave the line.
Yeah.
He managed to body rocket forward, but it didn't count. There is a driver in that car, even though we can't see him. He's completely sunk down in there. He's a very young driver.
Taking on Little Miss Ellie Brown, or Miss Stig, as she's known, or preferred to be known. Mum and Dad actually on the start line this time. Tracy and Lee. Lee's one of those guys that does so much work behind the scenes for many races. And he goes 0.18. Well, 0.12 Max is actually going to get.
Yeah, but he's got a reaction time this time.
A 13 for Ellie. I don't think that improves her qualified position at all, though. Even though she gave it a good go.
Chilled to the max is Max Taylor. So let's see where that puts him, because he did leave the line under power this time, so he will be qualified. Well, he should be. I don't know how that works.
Well, I don't know whether he didn't have got an ET. So do you need to roll across the finish line to validate your reaction time?
That's
if you
a good
see
point.
What I mean?
We need to check.
We do. So, Jake Cooper, because obviously the position on our screen does not update till they've gone over the finish line, does it? So, maybe. Anyway, we'll have to wait and see.
We'll find out. We'll let you know.
So, Jake Cooper is number 24 at the moment. Not where he wants to be in the autoclave lane. And for Luke Mugridge,
no. So we just want Luke to inch forward into stage. There he goes. The lights going up down, and it is Luke away first with a 0.5, but he's already been quicker off the line. And a 0.32 for Jake. Don't think that's going to help him either. Might do a fraction, but oh, it does. One spot. 24 up to 23. Next up, Teddy Sullivan and Harry Redshaw. Don't forget, Harry Redshaw coming into this event was the points leader in Lucas Oil's Junior Dragster Championship. Just this weekend and the national finals in 2 weeks to go. And then we'll determine all of our champions in all of our classes that finished that weekend, and of course it's the finals of the bike classes as well. Wow, 0-4 for Harry Redshaw. That's more like it. A 0-4-3 puts him number 13 from 21. Well under Harry, good move. Teddy Sullivan moves up 2 spots, 24 to 22. Harley Coursell up next. He's currently number 7. 1 place ahead of him, Damien Redshaw in number 6. So if you look on the scoreboards there, 890, that denotes that it's a junior modified, which means the driver is between the ages of 11 and 14, and over 14 but under 18 you get to go in JMA, junior modified advanced, and the number changes to 7.90 being the fastest you're allowed to go. If you go quicker than the index, as we affectionately say, a visit to the headmaster for a telling off. It can be thrown out of event if you go too far under. .045 for Harley. He's already been quicker than that, and it is a cherry on the tree for Damien Redshaw. Goes red a little bit too soon there, so no improvement for these two. All right, Luke Fulton up next. Winner of the COVID Cup last year. Did very, very well indeed. A youngster with a bright future indeed. Going alongside Jacqueline Bartlett with the first of the 2 Slick Tricks Racing Junior Dragsters. So Luke 14, Jacqueline 16. Thing is though, they've both had 0 lights before. We need to go quicker than 049 to move on up a bit. Wow, that is very good from both of them. Jacqueline, the quicker of the two, a 0-2-4. That's going to move up to number 6 from 16. Nicely done. Although Luke Fulton had a cracking light there, it wasn't quick as he went previously, so he's dropped a spot from 14 to 15. Right, Jack Taylor going alongside Mackenzie Love. Mackenzie, currently number 12. Let's get a number on the board for Jack. Would really like that. Right, the way Jack's keeping the revs up when he mashes the pedal there. Very nicely done indeed. So Mackenzie, a 0.8 light. But he's already been quicker than that. It was a 0.52 for Jack, but more importantly, he is now qualified. No matter where at the moment, but he's in at number 25. Well done, team. They're on the back foot this weekend. See, the kids were at school yesterday, but they're in the field. Well done. Right, your number 1 qualifier then, a 0.06. Lara Bartlett coming up to the line in the Auto Glim lane, going alongside the Bullet Boy, Harley J. Darby. Needs to get a light quicker than a 0.6 to improve on his 17th spot at the moment. Tough crowd in the juniors this weekend, and this is only session 4. Still got another one to come, I think. Well, Lara's not going to improve on number 1, but can she improve on a 006? She set a stall out quite early indeed in Junior Dragster this weekend, so don't be surprised to see if she goes red, because if you've already got a 006 in the bag, the only thing you can try and do is literally chop that tree down and just see if you can murder the reaction times completely. But let's see, here we go. She gave it a very, very good go, 0.8. Harley J, though, 0.2, but it was the wrong side. He went red. So he's going to stay 17, and Lara Bartlett obviously stays top of the pile for the time being. And just listening to the rumble behind us. It's a rerun for Al Medley with the Olds timer. Don't forget, we had reaction time 3:30 times, eighth mile times, but the timing system didn't give us a quarter mile number. So Al Medley gets a rerun here, looking for that 10.74. Let's see what he's got for us then. He's currently in the number 29 spot. Anything 10.74 and above would be helpful for him. 10.81. Well, it is above. It's 700ths off, but he stays at number 29. That is a super, super tight field in Pro ET this weekend to be 700ths off, and he's number 29 of 32 cars that can qualify. Just having a look into the lanes. It is Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator up next. Head of the lanes, Andy Bond and Ash Cooper. Don't obviously know who's going to be coming around to race who or qualify alongside who. But we know that Mark Todd is down there as well with the Aston, as he was on the start line with his son Daniel a moment ago. Al Mack with the Volvo. Great run from him, considering he missed all of yesterday, but two brand new Owen Developments turbos on the car. And once again, Al just saying massive, massive thanks to them for helping him out, getting those new turbos to him at 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon, and then get the car here and start qualifying today. But done a cracking job of it so far. He's currently in the number 3 spot. Number 1 though, 6.906. Mark Todd with the Aston Martin. Getting oh so close to getting Street Eliminator into the 6.8s. Just a little bit of a... and then had to wait until now to get them done. Fair to say that Nigel enjoyed it as much as our passenger in this one. Look at that, 793, 169. That had already gone to Mason Griffith. Oh, and he's almost pulled another one, 009. Spencer Chalmers 05. Dan's going to get there first. 10.09. He goes into number 1 spot with that one. Kev disappears, and he's got that 789, 100. Both away well. Jordan Payne's going to get to the stripe first. Goes 750. Nick Williams goes 882. Foot well into the floor all the way through. 764, 100. Well, both of them, 878 there for Rob Smallworth, 856. Yes!
Finally!
Forward, put the jet into stage, give them a big wave. And Martin scorches up the corner mile to a 5:37. Just hold on tight, see something very special here. But Bobby's still getting used to this car, but it doesn't take long. 101 to 60 foot. 6:06.2. Oh, great looking run for John Webster. Powers through to a 6:83, 185. And Nick Davis. Both into pre-stage. David Vector all the way to a 5:87. Just from that stable. Hold on tight, both into pre-stage. Here we go. It's Suzanne all the way to a 4:11. Obviously clicking it earlier there, 2:2.
Good, Jack Angeli. Let's see what you got.
Oh, that's a thing of beauty. Oh my goodness me, 3.8. Kind of block hunting, unfortunately, there for Kevin Chapman, but gave everything off the line. 0.95 to 60 foot. Wasn't hanging about off the line.
Well, one of the most...
Wait for Steve to go into stage. He's in. Oh, I'm not sure if that block got blown over or if it got tagged, but it was very, very close indeed. Steve Ashdown goes 5:46.
Tim Garlick with a bit of tyre wobble, gets back on it again though. That's a good race. Timmy gets there first. Side lane. Top fuel bike. Oh, Al's actually spinning the tyre. Whoop. Al's just had to back out of it. Steve goes 6:43 at 2:11. Al. Midjo, long gone again. Great numbers for Neil Midgley, 6:47. Probably looking for a little bit.
Martin's going to build that jet all the way up.
In your own time, Martin.
Yeah.
While the tower's still here would be nice.
That is a
Blazes
good
in.
looking pass. Whoa, 5:98, 250. Both in stage. The tree will count them down. Oh, 006 red for Chris. Oh, so close. Well, it's a double breakout. 5. .39 for James. 10 accordingly. Get towards the stripe, and it's a 985 breakout for John Giles, and I tell you on it 11:06. 0-1 off the line for Si. Oh, well, goes 870 with an 8. Oh, so close. Oh, he recently celebrated her 21st birthday. Looks like she enjoyed that a lot. .941 on a 939. Well, Will away first, but this is qualifying. Reaction times don't really matter. Will goes 990, just 200s off. That move him up from number 8. So he's going to be Mason on a solo, looking for that 935. Zero 1 light. He's already had a perfect light this weekend and breaks out this time round. Goes 933 at 130 for the class, but Dave electing for 9 flat. Goes 905, 148, moves up from 29 to 3. She's here today. Let's see what Paul can do this time round. Keep it the right side of 850 and he'll move up from number 33. Goes 857. Well, he moves up, but only to number... It's perfect. Absolutely perfect. Oh, it's a cracker. Well, every day is a good day for racing because what else do you want to do in life? It's just where you want to be. That's all secondary. Don't worry about that. Right, another call out for another class into the lanes, please. Can I have ET Bike into the pairing lanes, please? ET Bike, can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? Well, it is very, very warm out there, which means one thing. You're all going to get pod face if you haven't prepared properly. Yes. It's a common affliction that we get here at Santa Pod Racing when it gets very, very warm indeed. You see a lot of people going home rather red on the head and neck. So just watch out for that. It's affectionately known as pod face, and it's something that you don't mind getting, in all honesty. I know it itches a bit if you overdo it, but hey, it's all a part of track racing. So we continue then, and it's not Street Eliminator. I do sincerely apologise. It is Super Comp, qualifying session number 4 for them. The aim of the game is 8.90. Now, surprisingly, after 3 rounds of qualifying, it's an 8.95 that's top of the pile. They're normally a lot closer. 8 of them trying. One of them is perennially under the index at the moment. The rest of them are over. But let's see how they go on. Now, the one that's perennially under, it's just one of those things. Martin Kirbishley, and he's oh no, yes, it is Martin Kirbishley. He's the one that's struggling to slow the car down enough to get the right side of the class index.
I think the headwind I just experienced pedaling up the other end might help with that, frankly. It's a
bit stiff, is it? Did you use the shade as a sail to help you get back?
Do you know what?
There?
When I came back, I didn't have to pedal at all, which probably means that I'm too wide and the wind can push me along, unfortunately. So, Martin with the Roadster. Beautifully, beautifully turned out car. Absolutely. I like the little touches, like the air holes behind the aerodynamic holes behind the front wheels.
Well, Fix Auto Penzance, once again, big thanks to them.
870 and 807.
Yeah, Steve Fields' turn to break out that time. Martin Kirbishley gets one the right side.
He was off the pedal though way early. He still went 870 at 120. Well, it's an 8.1 second car. That probably explains it. No running with no electronics, throttle stop or anything else like that. Just driver's instinct.
Talk about driver's instinct. I hope Darryl Howes has managed to cure his problems with driving this car. He's got a trans brake in there now, as we know. Okay. But he's still launching using the handbrake as well. And he just can't get out of the habit of not doing it. So let's hope he's got that right. So basically, he has a trans brake works in the way that you are engaged in forward and reverse at the same time. You mash the throttle, and then when you're ready to go, you just release the button. All the drive goes to forward, reverse is released, and that's how these things launch.
So basically it's a battle of forward and reverse.
That's it. Well, that looked okay.
That looked really good. Well, it depends if he lifts at the top end to try and run 890 or just runs it out the back door. Oh, he tried. They both tried. Too quick for Leah, too quick for Darryl.
Yeah, double breakouts in the 8.8s.
Do you know, actually, I think this is quite a good combination.
It
I
is,
can
it
do with
works.
that, yeah. Problems Randy Clifford again. He should have been out alongside Paul Hudson this time. Well, they were getting the car towards the 8-second zone. It's really, really nice to come and see that the Wild Bunch racers joining in different classes.
Yeah, it is actually.
Really nice. And they all seem to have chosen Superclock for some reason, but that's a good thing. And they'll all be back, like you said, or not, as the case may be. They'll probably
most of them
leave
are,
their stuff
actually.
here.
Yeah. Because next weekend will be the last round of the...
What's that, Superstock?
Wild Bunch Lifestyle
Right, okay.
Championship. You know, it's not the full-blown MSA Championship for the Wild Bunch, so all of their other championships that they run, Springridge, I know are heavily involved in that. Many thanks indeed to Bob Hawkins for that.
Paul Hudson looking for a good run in the 8 and 9s. He's been too quick. He's been 9 flat this time. Here he goes, 8.99. Slightly improved time, no improvement in position for Paul. So, Steve Hudson with the intravenous Model T in the Kestrel lane, going up against Alan Schofield. Both of these two, Alan with the dragster. Now, both of these two have been in the 8.9s before. They're just looking to go that smidge quicker in the 8.9s without going too quick again. Last pair before we get into Street Eliminator. Zero lights in both lanes for the Altered and the Dragster. They both ran 896 before. This time they run 898 and 886. Too quick, too slow, kind of. You all right, Colin? You want to say something?
Yeah, no, not just yet. Just waiting for the second part of that one to come through.
No problem. Right, Street Eliminator underneath the tower. Ashley Cooper and Mr. 690. Andy Bond. With the really not that ugly sister, frankly. The Chevy 210 sedan, or a 56 as it might be known as well. Believe it or not, that car is immaculate, even though it looks like it's rusting.
The funny thing was, when Nick Williams painted that car, it was perfect yellow, you know, just to match his other car.
Okay.
And then Neil Melliard came along and did all that to it. It was beautiful, pristine yellow, brand spanking new looking car, and then the aging process carried out by the talent that is Neil Melliard, responsible for a lot of great looking cars here.
So, could we see a 6-second run for Andy Bond this time round in the Auto Glim lane? Mark Todd is currently number 1 with a 690, 123 to 60 for Andy. That's going to be a lot quicker and faster. It's a 696 at 209. 9.58 though for Ashley Cooper at 142. Wow. What an achievement. Congratulations, fellas.
Yeah.
Fabulous stuff.
That's his first time in the 9.5s. He'd been in the 9.6s, but not in the 9.5s.
Well, the thing is, he just nipped into the 9s before, didn't he? Now he's half a second in. Yeah. That's amazing.
Oh, tasty, tasty. Nick Hale, number 5 against Al McSweeney. New turbos on the car. Massive thanks to Owen and Sally for getting Al back on track this weekend. As Al says, the testing continues. Oh, beautiful launch for Al, 122.
And a 001 light look.
Wow. Come on, Al. Come on, come on, come on. 778. Oh, yes.
Look at that. 1063 for Nick Hale that time. your last pair in Street Eliminator for this round of qualifying. We've
I
got.
think it's the first time we've ever had 2 cars in the sixes at the same event.
I think you're dead right, mate. In fact, because the thing is, they're not avoiding each other, but they've been, they've never done it at the same event or been, because Mark Todd did it back at the Summer Nationals, but Andy Bond didn't, and so on and so on and so on. Anyway, that's Mark Todd, your current #1 qualifier with 6.90. 696 hot on his heels is Andy. These are pro mod times, for God's sake. They're not street car times. It's just incredible.
Well, we can just say now that if Mark can go 6.8 something,
that'd be great.
Take the ET record. It's going to be a solo as well.
He needs to run 6.96 or better to back it up for a record. All on his own. 1:11, 60 foot, by far the quickest ever in Street Eliminator. 6.83, 210 miles an hour for Mark Todd. And would you believe he's gone too quick to back up his own record? Outstanding.
Oh, my goodness me.
That was all about the 6.96 or better to back it up for a record. All on his own. 1:11, 60 foot, by far the quickest ever in Street Eliminator. 6.83, 210 miles an hour for Mark Todd. And would you believe he's gone too huge?
Well,
and boy did it work. We thought he might tickle the 6.8, but not a 6.83.
Well,
Nigel Hale with no tyre shake. Mid 10-second run maybe for the pickup. 10.74, 125.
I'll tell you what, I bet Tony Higgs is tuned in watching that, because I know Tony wanted to be here this weekend. He drives the Capri in Street Eliminator. Tony, my goodness me, what a class to be involved in. Look forward to seeing you in a couple of weeks.
Do you know what's almost really unfortunate? It's like Ash Cooper gets a bit faster, Al McSweeney gets a bit faster, Mark Todd goes 6.83. It's like, it's not even funny, is it? It's like he's winding them up. And there's a fair old headwind out there at the moment as well, which makes that even more impressive.
Right, so he's now got to try and back up that 6.83. Oh, that's going to be fun.
Well, actually, he might not have gone too quick. It depends on the
we'll
numbers.
get Simon to confirm that, actually.
Well, the 6.83 backs up the 6.90. We're just not sure whether the 6.90 backs up the 6.83.
That's it, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's the way round it is, isn't it?
Right, we're back to Super Gas. Well, Andy Dibley left before his breakfast then.
Early then. Too quick.
Double
9.8
breakout
for both of them. Pro ET into the pairing lanes, please. I presume for the last session of the weekend.
What class did you say then?
Pro ET. It was on the screen.
Really?
Yeah.
Got lots of bikes to go. Okay. Right.
Previous easy record was 6.99. So this 60 record, but 90 is the new record, backs up 6.83.
Right, well, Bob is waiting patiently, and he goes in, off he runs. Slight issue for Tim not to be able to get up to the line quickly enough. Right, so let's have a look for Bob Molden. Goes
backing out of
the
it.
stripe.
It's very rarely we get to see Bob on his own to hear what he does at the top end with the throttle.
10.01, stage 7.
Oh no, that was just about. It's all right. No. The 6.90 is the record for Mark Todd.
Yeah.
The 6.83 was too quick to be backed up by the 6.90, so the 6.83 backs up the 6.90. If that makes any sense. So it is 6.90. The previous actual record was 6.99. Simon informed me.
Oh yeah.
But Andy Bond didn't back up the 6.90 from before.
10.08 for Tim.
142. Just very quickly on that, even though Andy Bond ran a bunch of sixes last weekend, it wasn't in regular competition,
exactly,
so that's why it didn't count as a record, in case anyone else was wondering.
Right, Mark White and John Morton, the FX Chevy Vega taking on the no-hair Camaro. So Mort currently number 3, 991 with a 6, and 997 with a 7 is where Mark White is at the moment. Lovely little wheelie there for Mark White, 0-3 on the tree. 993. Nice move there for Mark White. Doesn't actually improve on position, but certainly improves his number. Mort goes through there with a 988. That is a breakout. All right, Simon Fulton, he's currently number 5, 992. And it's Andy Harrison, the points leader in the National Championship. And he's currently number 2 with a 991, all chasing Tim Adam. Oh, 004. Red for Andy Harrison. Oh, no, it was to the right side. 992 with a 4, 992 with a 0. No movement for either of them. That's how close it is down there. Right, yeah, it's another Fulton. This time it's Dave. Going alongside Dave Cherritt with the Dark Revenger. Dave Fulton, number 11. Now Dave is struggling to get the car the right side of 990. His nearest so far is a 987. Come on, Dave, you can do this. Dave Cherritt, he's currently number 8, 1005. Like to find 1500s if he can. But the two totally different ways of doing it. Dave will scamper off and brake at the finish line, and Dave Fulton will have a throttle stop that will kick in, and then he'll power on up to the finish line. So the speed difference at the finish line will be quite different, even though they're aiming for the same number. And as I say that, it looks like Dave Fulton is shadowing Dave Cherritt on this one. Right, 1006 for Dave Cherritt, but 993 for Dave Fulton. He moves up from 11 to 7. He's finally got one the right side. And well done for Steve. Once again, he's brought the shirt back down to the start line. We like that shirt. Right, we're on to Funny Bike. We're on to 2 wheels.
Yeah, and they've got to try and navigate a really shiny racetrack in the sun at the moment, which is a good problem to have. Do you know something? One thing about, I don't know whether you've had this, Colin, but when... one thing I meant to say to Luke earlier when I said about the difference between driving a dragster and a door car, when you sit in a dragster, you sit so low that all you can see is heat haze when it's like this. You can't even see the surface, just have to trust it's there. So Mark Smith, Roger Moore. This is Q4. They've got one more session after this. No Lorcan Parnell as well, again by the looks of it, unfortunately. I know I mentioned that quite a bit, but I just really feel for them because they don't half go through it.
Oh, do they? Well, Rod's very happy with that 767 earlier on. Lucy going to give Rog... Ah, hang on. What are they looking at down there?
Yeah, Bob Brooks says that's fine. Bob Brooks
he built the bike, didn't he?
Yeah, he did indeed. And he's just actually checking out what it might be, because we don't want to be sending Rog down there. They actually torched ahead in testing a couple of months ago. Yeah, it's all right.
I must admit, that's one of the more interesting class changes that
definitely.
a competitor has made. Pro mod to Funny Bike.
Well, the other one is either going from Super Street to Top Fuel.
Yeah.
That seems like a nice stroll of a run, actually, for Roger. 779 at 166, consistently in the 7s. Stays at number 7. Not sure why Mark Smith didn't make it that time round. He's actually in the burnout box underneath us.
Right, the 2 Pro Stock bikes then.
Okay, it's going to be Bertrand Maurice and taking on Martin Bishop. Pro Stock match race. Pro Stock bike match race, that is. Bibby, I hope you're watching. However, there is a bit of a stiff old headwind at the moment, which may You never know. It might divert their course and it might slow them down a little bit. Good news for tomorrow is the weather's actually, well, it's not changing. The wind direction is changing almost completely to being a very light tailwind tomorrow.
Wow. That's going to affect all the dial-ins for all of our...
It's going to screw everything up, isn't it? Everything you've learned over 2 days goes right out the window. Completely different weather on 3 days in a row. Oh, big tyre hop for Martin Bishop. Well, Bertrand is just out there in front, goes 7:30 and a 7:54 for Martin Bishop. No improvement for either. Still the most consistent bike in the class, actually. Okay, we're nearly ready for Super Street Bike. In the meantime, we've got Tony Clark, #1 qualifier, and he still will be #1 qualifier because he's the last bike in the class.
Yeah, extremely happy with the performance in the 7-1s this weekend. Ride it like you hired it.
Something like that. Yeah, ride it like it's borrowed, which means, yeah.
Beautifully off
no
the line.
stutter off the line this time. This could be even quicker. He's been 7:19. He goes 7:09. 182 miles an hour. I think the breeze affected the speed a little bit, but definitely not the ET. Quickest run ever for Tony Clark. I also think that's the quickest run ever for the bike, regardless of who's riding it. Yeah, Phil Crossley justifiably looking absolutely delighted, as are the whole team, and Tony Clark glad as well. Very happy for him. So, Super Street Bike, #4, I think we're at, aren't we?
Yeah, bump spot, 7:28.
Oh. Well, Lenny's got to run a massive PB. That's Len Padgett in the Auto Glim Lane to get in there. Let's see if Alex Hope has cured his ignition issues. Whoa, Lenny finally gets the launch he wants, but he goes too far up. 7:20 at 2:01. That's more like it. I don't think they're as fussed about the ET, but the speed means horsepower's back, which is a good thing. Lenny trying his best, 8:43 at 180. A really good launch. I think he probably stripped the 60 foot with his rear tyre, to be honest. Jake Michel. What more is there to say? 7:09. The bike's still in test mode.
Mark Hope hoping he can keep the front wheel down. He's been suffering lifting those front wheels up quite often on the runs.
Next pro session should push back to 4 o'clock. We are going to run an empty 1 hour session on the back of these bikes. So you're going to be
7:06 at 2:03, even quicker for Jake Michel. 7:28 at 198 in the Kestrel Beer Lane, but even more.
Right, just to let you know, our showcase session, our pro session, has been pushed back from 3 to 4 o'clock.
Okay, no
but
worries.
we are going to run Eric after the bikes coming up
In just a moment, yeah. So don't go anywhere at all. Fastest thing on 2 wheels coming up. Al Morrison Jr. taking on Ross Morrison. Now, Al Morrison Jr., Kestrel Lane, been in the 6s, went 6:98. Ross Morrison, best of 7:62. Needs to step up by nearly half a second to get in the show. Oh dear. 7:54 at 178 for Ross Morrison. Alan Morrison Jr. is up and walking about, folks. Give him a round of applause. Come on.
To the crowd.
Let him hear it.
Well, the bike went 7:56, but he's just hopped over the wall as well. That's unbelievable.
Coming off it. He was off it before the finish line. He went. It slid over the finish line at 1:33 and went 7:56. Well, yeah. Anyway, those guys are made of something else, frankly.
Well, they're scaffolders by trade, so they're hard guys.
Falling off a bike's probably easy compared to falling off a scaffolding. But anyway, good news is Al Morrison Jr., whether he is appears to be unharmed, got up straight away and actually hopped over the wall as well.
Yeah, he just
after that.
he did.
Yeah, he did.
Yes, he did. Phenomenal. Yeah, he literally, when he stopped sliding, he just stood up. And he waves to the crowd and then just hops over the wall. That was...
Well, it's a bit of theatre that we didn't want to see, but...
I don't know. The trouble is, I was looking at Alan. I wasn't looking at the bike. Did the bike just slide or did it roll over?
No,
I think it just slid.
It slid, yeah. I think what it looked like it washed out. I mean, everybody will see the replays and everything else as well, so they know more than us already.
You know what I'm thinking? Because Al looks absolutely fine.
Just whether he
broke
get
the bike
beams.
back to run the next session.
I very much doubt it.
If it slid, I mean, you've seen it before with René van der Berg.
Yeah.
I mean, he damaged all the side of the bike, all the cogs and everything, and they got it fixed and came back out.
I think it might take a bit
maybe
more
a little bit
than that.
hopeful, but
well, he whacked the wall, which is, I think, prudence would dictate that even if it looked like it was in one place, checking it all
what
over.
These boys are like. So.
Yeah, nuts, frankly. But there we go. Anyway.
Yeah. Well, wouldn't let him run without it, basically.
Yeah, well, we're going to hand tonight back to Nitro FM at the moment. It's looked like Lee Bowles is about to get on his bike and do some entertaining while we just check everything out up the top. And we won't be long, folks. Al, obviously, most importantly, is apparently okay, but we're going to do a little bit of show stuff for just a few moments while the track crew do their thing at the top end. So don't go anywhere at all. We've got stunt stuffs coming your way. We've got the rest of we've got comp bike. We've got Eric Tabul as well on the end of the bikes as well. So don't go anywhere at all.
line for Si. Oh, well, goes 870 with an 8. Oh, so close. Oh, he recently celebrated her 21st birthday. Looks like she enjoyed that a lot. .941 on a 939. Will away first, but this is qualifying. Reaction times don't really matter. Will goes 990, just 200s off. That move him up from number 8. So he's going to be Mason on a solo, looking for that 935. .01 light. He's already had a perfect light this weekend and breaks out this time round. Goes 933 at 130 X for the class, but Dave electing for 9 flat. Goes 905, 148, moves up from 29 to 20. She's here today. Let's see what Paul can do this time round. Keep it the right side of 850 and he'll move up from number 33. Goes 857. Well, he moves up, but only to number 28. To 0. Front wheel drive Golf. Good looking run from Carl. 10-15 breakout. Amy once again carrying those front wheels towards the 60-foot mark. 960, well, it's the right side, but bizarrely. John away first. Brett's going to get to the strike first, though, obviously with a quicker dial-in. 966 on a 63. No, 10 the dial-in for Tom. 1141 for Neil. Tom carrying those front wheels a little bit further this time. Car tends to move around a bit. What's he got for us this time round? 915. Okay, so we are back once again, and our track crew have done a sterling job, and also great display from basically all of our performers in the live action arena. Terry Grant, Lee Bowers, and also Steve Colley came over to join in as well. But we are back, and it is continuation of Super Street Bike. Well, if you look on the top scoreboards, you can see a bump spot for Super Street Bike. 7.28, but these two well and truly inside that. Steve Venables is your number one qualifier, 6.90 at the moment. Matthias Molin, number 3 on a 7.04. Well, can Ben improve on that 6.90? Matthias, can he get into the 6s? He's oh so close at the moment with 7.04. But that is quite a stiff headwind that they're going into now.
Well, it hasn't stopped some, PBs and records.
No, that's true.
Great to see Matthias Bolin back out there. Wow, Matthias and Steve. 7.07 at 207 miles an hour for Matthias Bolin. And 7.46 at 1.48 for Steve Venables. Unbelievably, with a sort of a head stroke crosswind, they were drifting together.
Yeah. So no improvements for either of them.
Yeah, Matthias, though, in testing and in previous events this year, has been in the 60s. So just can't quite seem to get there on race weekend. We got 2 more bikes to go. It's Gary Bow and Steve Mead.
Both in the 7.0s this weekend already.
Do you know what? That must be ridiculously frustrating, don't you think?
Obviously a little bit of a concern in the Kestrel beer lane. Our spotters are out there beyond half track having a very close look at that.
Yeah, Matthias' bike was smoking a little bit. Hopefully it's nothing too serious.
I'll give me a quick opportunity to go through some of the other notes. Just a reminder, actually, top 10 performance giveaways are here this weekend. They're behind the main grandstand, the black and green gazebo. They've got a Renault Clio RS200 Cup car down there. It's a white one. Can't miss it. And you have a chance to win that actual car for a ticket, £17.50. Won't win it this weekend, but what you can possibly win this weekend, it's a free raffle for £200 cash drawn tomorrow. Just for like and share on social media. Pop down and see the guys and girls down there. That is top 10 performance giveaways, and their marquee is based behind the main grandstand. And go and have a look at that Clio RS200 Cup car. Very nice indeed. Goes without saying, don't forget to visit all of our traders here this weekend, and especially the pod shops. The main one obviously in the pits just past half track. Got the secondary unit next to us here in the catering area, and then you've got another one past the live action arena. And you can get the latest Santa Pod merchandise along with the race weekend programme, only £3. So if you haven't got one yet, go and get one. Great mementos of the weekend, and gives you a very good rundown of all the riders and drivers here this weekend in our show classes. So certainly worth getting hold of. And those that know me, I keep every single one of these that I've had over the years and put them on a wall at home. Quite a display, actually.
There's lots I could say about that.
Yes.
Mostly commending your wife, to be honest with you.
Yeah, but it's the garage, not the house, so it's not so
that's
bad.
all right. Garage, yeah, you missed that part, the garage wall. I'm not actually sure whether there is a clean-up needed, or Ian's just waiting to see how much they find out there on the track.
Yeah.
As we always say, there's a whole bunch of Sandsport Racers Club marshals and officials, some on the start line, some at various points of the racetrack, and obviously, goes without saying, pit marshals and way past the finish line as well. Everybody at the top end, the reason the next pair got shut down was, at first glance, it appeared like it was okay. But if a car or bike comes round at the top end with any kind of fluid on it, and it appears that it's been leaking on the run or anything like that, that will be what makes all the spotters go over the wall and check the racetrack as well. So hopefully we won't be too long. I think Ian is just going over everything with the clean-up stuff and the sled as well to make sure it's all going to be okay. Just give me 2 seconds.
Mark, we're having a bit of an update for you very quickly, I think, on that. So, yeah, having a good look at the racetrack. But what a gloriously warm day it is out there. As I said to you earlier on, you're going to get pod face unless you give yourself some protection out there. So suntan lotion, a very, very good idea indeed.
Yeah, I will. Hang on.
Right, okay, well this is very good indeed, actually, because I've heard from the man himself. Alan Morrison Jr. has been in touch with me. And he goes, I'm okay, with a big thumbs up back at the trailer. Al, really, really good indeed. Thanks ever so much indeed, mate, for getting in touch with me directly. I just love the way that you handled that, coming straight off and then wave to the crowd and hop over the wall. You're obviously quite fit as well as perfectly okay. So thanks ever so much indeed, Al. Good to see you're okay, and fingers crossed for the bike as well. So we'll catch up with you a bit later on. So Daryl's got some radio mics. Oh, well, he can't interview me because I've got a headset on. So he's going to go and see if we can pester and catch up with. But great, thanks once again, Al. Only had a chat with the Morrison team on the test day on Thursday. It's the first time I had a proper chance to sort of even see what they look like, because every time they come down, they're always wearing the suits and the crash helmets. And we never get a chance to actually have a chat with them. Right, well, Daryl is going walkabout. So we'll find out who he's going to catch up with very, very shortly indeed. Time now, 4:15 in the afternoon. We have still got plenty of action to come at you, and don't forget we have still got a full session of what we call our show classes this weekend: Pro Mod, Top Fuel Dragsters, Funny Cars, Eric, Jets, you name it, absolutely everything. So really looking forward to see how they get on, which would normally be our bump session on a Saturday afternoon at the full-blown European finals, but a little bit different this year. It's the Euro final shootout event, so slightly different name.
I'm in this direction, Colin, sorry. That's okay. Down here on the start line with a young man from France who likes to, well, take off in the distance at a very serious rate of knots. While we're doing the clean-up, please give a very big, warm Santa Pod welcome to Mr. Eric Taball, everybody. Okay, Eric, well, we didn't think we were going to see you for a while back here at Santa Pod. It's okay, you have that mic, I'll have this one. But you've got a new engine, is that right?
Yeah, first I'm very happy to come back again in Santa Pod after the two long years, and I hope everybody are safe. So we are very happy and hope other team come back in Santa Pod. That's the first. And about the rocket story, of course, we have time, 2 years, for make a new setup, because now I have a option to make a new world record. And I come this weekend for make some practice to see what's happened with the new catalyst pack. Yesterday we make just a half pass, and it gave me a good result.
It looked very good.
Yeah, and I think the new treatment on the catalyst works very good. So the run today, it's another step to see what's happened with increase the pressure. Should be better, of course. And my position is to try to make a new world record for 2023. That's my 60 years. And I'm sorry to say after that, I stopped racing.
Oh, did you hear that, everybody? He's going to stop racing in 2 years' time when he set a world record, apparently. Well, what a way to go out. So the new engine is working out very well so far.
Yeah, the engine works very good. I don't know before yesterday if something works or not, because with the thrust you never know the pressure and if the bike push or not push. And yesterday I used less pressure than what I can use before when I make the world record. And I run 0.97 on the 60 foot. And last year when I run 519 Europe in the UK here in Santa Pod, I run 100. That's a good
So
thing.
it's even quicker.
Yeah. So in Bradenton in America, when I run 512, of course I run 091 on the 60 foot, but with much pressure. So I think now I need to increase the pressure to see what's happened and if the 60 foot working better, to make later more fuel to pushing more longer and make a new world record and hope maybe a 4-second run.
I was just going to ask you that question. What is the ultimate goal is a 4-second run, and then that's it.
Yeah, that's. I know that many body on the world want to see on 2 wheels with no parachute, with no wheelie bars, a bike run like the Top Fuel car when you run the quarter mile. 4-second run, it's very, very aggressive because I remember Barry Cheville when he ran under the 5 second and it's terrible. But imagine on 2 wheel, that's what I want to give to everybody here because I know you like drag racing. If you come this weekend, that's true. And I hope I can make this before stop racing.
So you hope to do it here?
We have 2 options, but of course I try in Santa Pod because Santa Pod is the heaven where I come every year, also in Hockenheim.
That's good to hear. Just one thing about getting stopped. There's been a couple of times you've nearly run out of room. You nearly didn't stop before you went into the field. Doesn't it worry you that you might not stop in time if you go too quick?
The problem with the rocket bike is not a throttle, it's only a bottom. And the bike stops only when the fuel is burned. And I decide before make the run how many liters I want to push the longer of the run. But it's many things depend after with the pressure I can use. And the longer for the brakes area because it's another step. When you run like in 2000, I think in 2017 here, 287 miles per hour, the track is too short for me. So that's I need to try a setup to make a very big G-force to increase the ET for a 4-second run with a less high speed. For stop the bike before the end of the track.
Or we need to make sure that the field is nice and flat for you.
Yeah, the track is not a problem because it's very flat. But after the track, the bike is very light. It's 160 kilogram, and it's many bombed. And when you run at 280 miles per hour. The track go very, very, very small, very, very short.
Yeah, I completely understand. Well, anyway, we love what you do, Eric. Thank you for coming back to see us. We've missed you. We've all missed him, haven't we, ladies and gentlemen? Everybody, Eric Tabor is going to be out here in just a couple of moments. Eric, thank you very much indeed, sir. Colin.
Okay, always great to have interviews down on the apron there. Thank you very much indeed, Eric, and really looking forward to seeing what sort of performance you can uncork this weekend and obviously the journey towards that 4-second zone. Right, well, we're not far away. In actual fact, we are there. It is a continuation of Super Street Bike for Taylor's Trophy. This is Gary Bow and Steve Mead. So Gary Bow and Steve Mead, both of these two with 7.0 performance this weekend. Gary Bow currently in the number 4 spot, 7.05. Steve number 6, 7.09. So Gary's in pre, just waiting for Steve to inch forward. There he is. Revs up, going to stage, off they go. Oh, wheel spin there for Gary Bow. So we focus our attention to Steve Mead. 746, 197. The speed was there, but did have almost like a back pedal halfway through the run. So no
backhand
improvement. Yeah.
Backhand. Could we have comp eliminator, please, into the bearing lanes? Comp eliminator, please, into the lanes. Sorry, it's because I've got my glasses on.
Yeah, that's the point. Next sunglasses don't get polarised filters. Right, John McLean Jr. and John McLean Sr. Jr. has the wheelie bars in the Kestrel Beers lane. John McLean Sr. on the GSX 1400 doesn't. 782 plays 832 with their numbers at the moment. They are 5 and 6. This is Comp Bike. Well, Senior doing very well in this pairing.
8:08 at 1:57 for Senior. Smoke through the finish line for John McLean Jr. The track crew out, check in again. I don't know about you, but I think I can see a stripe. I can see a stripe, I think. Well, the left lane's Kestrel lane's taking a bit of a battering today, unfortunately. Unfortunately for John McLean Jr., it looks like something's gone pop. Yeah, you can see it from here, can't you? Actually, if you can see the stripe up the lane. Unfortunately, sometimes, folks, when you push everything as hard as these guys and girls do, well, that happens. Sadly.
Yeah, it comes in around about 900 to 1,000 foot, and it goes down into the shutdown area. Oh, what a shame.
Well, there's not much of the racing surface that's going to need cleaning, but obviously almost all the way down the shutdown area. I think you can see the truck moving from around the top end. That'll be the Berrymans coming out to clean up the oil. Sometimes everything goes flawlessly from one end to the other, and other days you get one pair down, one pair not, one pair down, one pair not.
It's just frustrating for them.
We're on one of those days at the moment. But anyway, we've still got lots and lots of good stuff left to see.
Well, see Steve Colley, he's sat astride his bike at the moment in the just ahead of the pairing lanes, actually. We've got so much machinery down there ready to run.
Well, we've still got another full session of everything to
run.
run,
most definitely. Most definitely. But I'll tell you what we'll do, we'll give the airwaves back over to Nitro FM 96.2 for the time being, and apologies to everybody watching at the moment, but sometimes, as Darryl said, you get two in a row, and this is the situation we've got at the moment. We're not going to run anything on that track unless it's 100% in both lanes, so we need to get them back to where they were. So in the meantime, Nitro FM, the airwaves are yours. Front-wheel drive Golf. Good looking run from Carl. 10:15 breakout. Amy once again carrying those front wheels towards the 60-foot mark. 960, well, it's the right side, but bizarrely. John away first. Brett's going to get to the stripe first, though. Obviously, with a quicker dial-in. 966 on a 63. No. 10 the dial-in for Tom. 11:41 for Neil. Tom carrying those front wheels a little bit further this time. Car tends to move around a bit. What's he got for us this time round? 9:15. Both in stage. Tree's going to count them down. Double reds, that doesn't matter. It's all about the ETs. Alan should get there first. 8:92, nice job. Keith, 9:58, he's at number 13. 9:02 with a 7. John Tebenham from... Whoa, sliding around all over the place there. Nice bit of driving to bring that back under control. Goes through 11.96, 83 miles an hour, but that car was moving around. Carries the front wheels beautifully off the line there. Reaction time, very nice indeed, 0.2. Let's look at the run, 9.37. Look at it. Hopefully we'll back out later on. 0.10's a pair on the reaction times, but let's see how they get on towards the stripe. That's where it's important. Should be Mark Huxley there first. Goes 10.12. That's a good old breakout. So up to the stripe, and it's a 9.91 for Dave Cherritt, a 9.6. So Ron to the stripe first. Goes 8.32 on a 28 dial-in. Number 18, his dial-in 8.81. Well, Joe's backed out of it at the stripe. 8.78 breakout for Dave Russell.
Loved it. So qualifying means they are trying to get as close to the number on the board at the finish line in their own lane without going too quick, which Pete Waters goes way too quick actually. Make sure the car goes down the track.
Oh no, Butcher's in the back of the bed. Trusting somebody else to drive it, yeah. He'd like to go. There's Chloe giving everybody a big wave. Behind that, it is Paul Marston in the Banks Nightclub Dragster. That's been double class this weekend, also being driven by Mick Howling. That's Chris Newsom with the MG. And behind that, the 8-second Outlaw Anglia that is racing in Pro ET. That's called Annie. Car driven by Ronnie Mercer. That's Al and Jill Medley. Jill hanging outside the door there, because I don't think she's got a seat in there with the old timer. And then it is young Mark Huxley with the Can-Do 2 Reborn machine. One of the junior comp dragsters, and I can't tell which one it is. I'm going to go with Tom Kay. And then, of course, the package himself, Mr. Simon Goff with the Camaro. In the Golf, that's Carl Goldsmith. They're going over 140 miles an hour. Don't forget, he is front-wheel drive. And getting oh so close to a perfect run. That man is $2.5 better off last weekend. That was the winner of Door Slammers on Saturday. That was Keith Herbert with the Plymouth Sport Fury from 1964. Behind that, Bob Molden, the Yorkshire Terrier himself, with the Peugeot 205. Bob, another one that's double classing this weekend, running in Pro ET, and you'll also see him run in Super Gas. Mason Griffiths, the man that ran away with the perfect reaction time money this weekend. He did that in the first session of Pro ET, and it was 4 zeros on the reaction time. Don't encourage him, but that's the one-man burnout competition. Mr. John Tebenham with the Crew Killer for Pop. Obviously, we did see him run in Pro Modified as well, but Lightning McQueen unfortunately broken, so John is down to one car this weekend. Right, how about this for cool points? Neil Watkins with the Purple Express pickup towing back another one of the team cars, and that is Tom Watkins Doris. Yeah, that's the Charger that Tom drives. In actual fact, Tom owns both of these vehicles. And Sammy in the back of the pickup bed. Good afternoon, Sammy. Good to see you. Great to see Tom back in his normal race car as well. And he's knocking on the door of an 8-second pass as well, so not far away for him. Brett Featherstone with Nova Scotia and the Millennium Hawk Tesla. Yep, obviously that is the quietest machine on the premises, and going almost into the 10-second zone. Very cool indeed. Dave Cherritt with the Dark Revenger, and interestingly very close behind him, that is the Green with Envy Jaguar E-Type of Lee Morris. Both of those two used to run in Super Street together, but now in Pro ET. John Bean with the Mustang. Having a great time and running in the nines very nicely indeed. That's the Scud dragster of Alan Schofield. And behind Alan is the lady that's leading the way in the National Championship points chase for Modgestang Pro ET. That is Amy Watkins. That is John Giles in the Roadster. And then just going out of sight, I've lost sight of it. I think that's Dave Fulton in the Camaro. And then James Forster in the ML Howe Fencing sponsored Duster. So that's Pro ET going back to the pits, but they will be called back down again later on. And the reason we're doing that is making space in the pairing lanes for our next pro session. And obviously we're keeping the bikes down there because they need to finish off Q4. Pro ET would be the first class to run in the qualifying session number 5. So yeah, there is a big clean-up in the shutdown area. As you can see, our track crew working away very hard indeed. Commiserations to the McLean team, where they've tried absolutely everything this weekend to get all the bikes to perform, and they have been performing well. But I do fear that one of the engines has just expired there, and there's going to be a lot of work for them in the pits. In the meantime, we've got our entertainment out there once again. Lee Bowers, Terry Grant and Steve Colley, they're all sort of dotted around the facility at the moment. They'll keep you entertained just for a little while. Enough waffle from me in the tower. Going to go back over to Nitro FM 96.2. I'm sure you'd rather listen to some tunes. Thanks very much indeed.
What if I'm late? Woo-hoo. The one my heart has gone to may not want to wait. May not want to wait. Tico, 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 tock. Tico, tick. Oh, tico, 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 tock. Tico, tick. Oh, tico, 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 tock. Tico, tick. Oh, tico, tico, tock. This tico, tico, he's a cuckoo in my car.
Going to bed.
was a sight from my soul. 'cause aside from my soul,
Cell looking rate 16 this time. Mark getting closer to the centre line and having a big wander round. Still goes 8.20. They both leave the line together. Which they don't, because Nick left before the green light came on. Nick goes 7.59, Mark goes 7.77. That actually helps Mark. Jack Brewster with a straight run is the news of this pairing. And he goes 7.11 at 196. Scotty goes 0-3 red, Billy Gain goes 0-2 green. 7.37 with a 9. So last pair of cars for this qualifying session in Super Pro. Well, Ian Brown kind of double steps off the start line and puts himself off, if that's possible. Pale Norman is long gone too. A 7.76 with a 1.
That's it.
That's all. Everything, you know, the end game is always racing.
It is. So 0.7 off the tree once again. Cracking reaction time for Paul Brown. What are we looking at? 7.9s at 169. Oh, new 7.89. Let's see what he's got for us then. He's currently in the number 29 spot. Anything 10.74 and above would be helpful for him. 10.81. Well, it is above. It's 7.
Beautifully turned out car. Absolutely. I like the little touches, like the air holes behind the aerodynamic holes behind the front wheels.
Well, Fix Auto Penzance once again. Big thanks to them.
8.70 and 8.97. So basically, it's a battle of forward and reverse.
That's it. Well, that looked okay.
That looked really good. Well, it depends if he lifts at the top end to try and run 890 or just runs it out the back door. Oh, he tried. They both tried. Zero lights in both lanes for the Altered and the Dragster. They've both ran 896 before. This time they run 898 and 886. Two
cars here.
So, could we see a 6-second run for Andy Bond this time round in the Auto Glim lane? Mark Todd is currently number 1 with a 6.90, 123 to 60 for Andy. That's going to be a lot quicker and faster. It's a 6.96 at 200.
Back on track this weekend. As Al says, the testing continues. Oh, beautiful launch for Al, 122.
And a 001 light look.
Wow. Come on, Al. Come on, come on, come on. 7.78. Oh, yeah.
6.96 or better to back it up for a record. All on his own. 111 at 60 foot, by far the quickest ever in Street Eliminator. 6.83, 210 miles an hour for Mark. He might tickle the 6.8, but not a 6.83. Well, Nigel Hale with no tyre shake. Mid 10-second run maybe for the pickup. 10.74. 125.
I'll tell you what. Right, we're back to Super Gas. Well, Andy Dibley left before his breakfast then.
Early then. Too quick.
Double breakout. Waiting patiently. And he goes in, off he runs. Slight issue for Tim not to be able to get up to the line quickly enough. Right, so let's have a look for Bob Molden. Goes
backing out of
the
it.
stripe.
It's very rarely we get to see Bob on his own to hear what he does at the top end with the throttle.
10.01. Oh, lovely little wheelie there for Mark White. 0.3 on the tree. .993. Nice move there for Mark White. Oh, 004. Red for Andy Harrison. Oh, no, it was the right side. 992 with the 4, 992 with the 0. No move different, even though they're aiming for the same number. And as I say that, it looks like Dave Fulton is shadowing Dave Cherrett on this one. Right, 10.06 for Dave Cherrett, but 9.93.
Yeah, definitely.
Competitor's mate. Pro mod to funny bike.
Well, the other one is Ida going from Super Street to Top Fuel.
Yeah.
That seems like a nice stroll of a run, actually, for Roger. 7.79 at 166, consistently in. It's been over 2 days, goes right out the window. Completely different weather on 3 days in a row. Oh, big tyre hop for Martin Bishop. Well, Bertrand is just out there in front, goes 7.30 and a 7.54 for Martin Bishop. Something like that. Yeah, ride it like it's borrowed, which means, yeah. Oh, no
off the line.
Stutter off the line this time. This could be even quicker. He's been 7.19. He goes 7.09. 180 PB. That's Len Padgett in the Auto Glim Lane to get in there. Let's see if Alex Hope has cured his ignition issues. Whoa, Lenny finally gets the launch he wants, but he goes too far up. 7.20 at 2.01. That's
lifting those front wheels up quite often on the runs.
Next pro session goes back to 4 o'clock. We are going to run empty one out of the session on the back of these bikes. So you're going to be
7.06 at 2.03, even quicker. Records.
No, that's true. Online and do
for
exactly
nothing,
the
whatever.
same.
You watch it on YouTube for nothing too. It was a mad scramble to get the record home and get it onto tape so I could listen to it all the way there. Anyway.
All right, we continue with Combike, and this is Paul Hambridge and Chris Neary.
Thank you once again to everybody on the Santapod Racers Club crew, everybody that helps all around the site. You lot are fantastic. Everybody up the top end, hopefully you get a nice, well-earned rest for more than 2 minutes this time as we continue with Combike.
Yeah, just Chris Neary then. So at the moment, he has a best of 7.64 this weekend. So he's been told now it is officially a solo.
Well, Paul Hambidge, gets pushed back. Jordan Kenway moving forward.
Drifting to the centre line, steers at left.
No more
leans
things going
left.
doink, please. 7.79 at 172. He'd previously been 7.64. Still a very good run. And straight down the lane that's just been cleaned. Isn't that incredible?
Yeah.
You know, in days gone by, you know, people with lane choice would choose a lane that hadn't had any oil on it, obviously. It doesn't make any difference now. In fact, people choose the lane that's just been oiled because it's just been prepped. So, Sean Mills with the big CC Outlaw and Jordan Kenway. It's all right, don't worry, we don't got to call any classes.
Yeah, just like just keep double checking, just flip the glasses up.
I'm doing this sans shades for the moment. Jordan Kenway, number 7, went 8.98 earlier on. Sean Mills always stages slightly off kilter.
Yeah, Sean Mills, number 3 in the points chase, tied. Actually, no, they're equal second. Chris Neary and Sean Mills. In the points chase lead is Louis Davis, but we saw him have an issue in the last run.
Sean Mills long gone in the Kestrel lane to a 7:37. 193 stays at number 2. An improvement though, all the popping and banging for Jordan Kenway. Still goes 870 at 167. Good speed as well.
Yeah, no Louis Davis this time round, so maybe there is an issue with the bike after his previous run that obviously he got to about half track and shut it off. Hopefully it's not badly wounded. Right, Junior Drag Bike. Don't forget, massive thanks to Jeff Stillwell, Lucas Oil's Land Speed Racing team. He's basically put an extra 250 quid into Junior Dragster and 250 quid into Junior Drag Bike this weekend, which basically means the runner-up will get £100 and the winner of each class gets 150 quid.
That's serious
nice
pocket
bonus. And many thanks indeed to Jeff Stillwell. So Holly King, she is your number 1 qualifier at the moment, looking for an 11:40, and Lyra Humber looking for a 16:30. Oh, is that all we got?
11:41, no. On 11:40, I think that was. Indeed, number 1 qualifier in the Auto Glim Lane. Well done, Ollie.
Well, this is a bit of a bizarre message that's been handed.
But
it's happy birthday, Chris, 50th. That's it.
Excellent.
So if your name's Chris and it's your 50th birthday today, many
well
happy
done.
returns. But we don't know your surname and we don't know who it's from. But there we go. Chris is 50 today.
Casey Holgate with the rug wrap.
Right, she's currently number 3, dials in at 990, gets 10.04, moves up to number 2.
Well done, Casey. Very good
nicely
run
done, Casey.
indeed.
Right, Samuel Hope, he's currently number 5. And Meg Talbot, currently number 4. Now, Meggie broke out by a second on her last run, hence the big dialing change to 9.35.
It was 10:40 to 9:40.
It was,
wasn't
yeah.
it? As oopsies go, that's a good one though. Taking on Sam Hope, who unfortunately just rolls the lights in Kestrel Lane.
Oh, shame. Right, what's Meggie got for us then? 9.35 is the target. 9.38! Oh, nicely done, girl. Moves
2.
up from 4 to 2. Sam stays 5.
Could we have Pro Modified into the lanes, please, for the last session of the day? Motorsport UK Pro Mod into the lanes, please. Number of drivers in that class really need to put in good runs, let's put it this way, to be definitely around to play tomorrow. Though we have had a couple of breakages, so we'll see.
Yeah, we'll get to those when the class comes round. But if you like your bikes, then stick with us. So we've got quite a few of them to get through at the moment. This is 850 bike.
With Eric on the end as
Oh,
well.
of course,
Don't forget.
yes.
Eric's still hanging out in the barn over there. So J-Roll taking on Alan Morrison.
Oh, both of them riding incredibly well.
There's a lot of room
855,
to get in there as well. 861 and 46. Too quick for Al Morrison. J-Row just a little bit off pace. Just about the Morrisons. You said Al Morrison Jr. was okay, yeah?
Yeah, he messaged me basically to say I'm fine, which was all I really needed to know. I'm okay back at the trailer. So, yeah. Excellent news there. Have messaged him back. Hasn't come back to me after that one. But Al, I'll try and pop in the pits and catch up with you later on.
So Jasmine Cordell into the 8s on the last run, went 8.80. Nice run from one into the other will do again for Jasmine. Trying to get closer. That's brother Brett and Dad as well. and just plonks the back wheel exactly where he wants. Always makes me laugh when they do that on pros. They do that pro stock bike. Just pick the bike up, and put it where they want. Forget the fact there's someone sitting on it. So Jasmine looking to get closer to 850. Well, it's shifting gears, which is always a good start. Well done, Jasmine. 897, 151. Not quite as quick, but still another 8-second run. As we move into the next pair. Joe Elliott, the little bit quick Buell.
BMW now.
Sorry.
Used to be. No, you used to ride the Buell, but.
Indeed, he did. Time Joe's out there. Just want to say hi to Sky Collier and Sharon as well. Jerry sends his love. Even though he's not stuck in Scotland, he's in Scotland having a bit of a holiday for once.
It's his choice to go there.
Yeah, you got it. 8:06 for Steve Howe. He did that earlier, didn't he, I think? Trying to get in the sevens. 8:75 for Joe Elliott. No improvement for him, unfortunately.
850 bike changes to 950 bike, and it's Brad Head and Scotty Crookston. First pair. Brad number 2, 953 with a 3. As number 1 is 953 with a 0. 962 with a 1 is Scotty. He's number 4. Scotty always lifts the front wheel up, and he's done it again.
Hangs on to it really well, though. 955 for Brad Head, stays number 2. Scotty Crookston goes 978. Sorry, 971, I apologise. And again, no improvement either side. Craig Wright, current number 1 qualifier with a 953. Martin Hallett, number 3 with a 960. They are all that close all the time, pretty much, aren't they, Carl?
Yeah.
Yeah, is that Ash Cooper?
Yeah, he's very happy. Just catching up on social media with everybody. Craig Wright and Martin Hallett, good friends.
008 red for Martin Hallett. There's still room in there to get closer to 950. Martin goes 960 and Craig goes 953 again. Nicely done. Yes, I'm sure Ashley Cooper is overjoyed, as I'm sure is Mark Todd. As are we watching them.
Yeah,
Top Fuel into the lanes, please. Could we have Top Fuel dragsters into the lanes, please? That's your cue to get back in the stands or on the bank if you're not there. And you should be, because we've got Eric coming up. So, Phil Harrison in the Kestrel lane again. Rick Sawatsky. Rick Sawatsky moves first, visibly. $79 and $57. Phil Harrison does himself some favours, gets up to number 3, but no help in the other lane. ET bike, Q4. This is the last of the bikes before we move. Well, beg your pardon. Eric's a bike, sort of. Out there, Paul Adams, Liam Holgate. Paul Adams dials 910. Liam with the 1330. The bike bogs off the line, unfortunately. That's the same bike he ran in junior track bike, actually.
It is, yeah.
908 for Paul Adams, breaks out by just that much. Liam doesn't, but no help for either. Phil Pratt with Satan's Lady in the Kestrel lane. Down to number 2 now, Bill Marsh from Sherborne.
Yeah, once again, big shout out to Phil's mum, Pat, tuned in from home. Hope you're enjoying the coverage here from a glorious Santa Pod Raceway.
It's always glorious.
It is always glorious, but it's a bit warm out there as well now compared to yesterday. Wow. But good afternoon, Pat. Your boys out there now.
We'll give it 9:15 and 9:35. Phil goes 9:14 with a 0. And Bill Marsh breaks out by about half an hour. Quarter of a second, really. When bracket racing, quarter of a second is much. Well, 15 minutes then, that'll do. Quarter of an hour. So your next pair will be Dave Grundy and Justin Morton. Dave Grundy, Auto Glim Lane, Justin Morton, Kestrel Lane. 11.30 and 10.71. If you fancy entry-level drag racing, is exactly what this is probably the easiest way to put it, isn't it? No matter what bike you've got, you can come out here and run it because you choose your own dialing. It's not a heads-up class. You try and run as close to the number as you can. Dave Grundy with problems off the line missed a shift, I think, that time.
Well, just Bolton actually rolled through the beams, pulled it back, but obviously it does say broken abort, so timer's not activated in the Kestrel Beers lane. No help for Dave Grundy either. 13.42, nowhere near where he wanted to be.
So Johnny Young, surprisingly, with a 10.50, this will be the time it runs a 9. Because Darling's 10.50.
Yeah.
Well, if everything goes to plan, it will run a 9. Take it on, Mike Gooding.
We've all done it. You set a dial in which you think you're going to run,
and all of a sudden,
and it goes slower, and you can't suss out why. So you adjust your dial, and then all of a sudden picks up and gets quicker. I know, I've done it. You called it as well.
I'm sure a number of them have.
Oh, that is a good-looking run for Johnny Young.
Yeah, he always has trouble shifting. If it goes through the gears, no problem. It will be quicker than a 10.50. And it is. It's a 10.16. There we go. As if by magic. Thank you, Johnny, for proving our point for us. Not that he wanted to. 9.87 for Michael Gooding. No improvement because he dialed a 9.30.
All right, a couple more bikes. Then it is Fire Force.
Is it Fire Force before Eric? Is it?
Yes, it is, because Martin is on the move. Fire Force 5, the Jet Dragster, coming around the corner, and then it will be Eric. Robbie Dobby and Matt Jones. So 10.20 plays 10.30 and a 10.45 against a 10.21. So Matt Jones breaks out, unfortunately. Wish he had the other dial in.
So last bike is your number 1 qualifier, Gary Hester. Dials 9 flat this time. It's been a 9.01 earlier on. There is that headwind to contend with, which actually is now changed to a side wind, isn't it?
Yeah.
Look at the flags and the windmills and everything. .13 at 1:43. One thing I forgot to ask Eric, which I wanted to. Eric de Boer, we're talking about, is that obviously he said he might retire in a couple of years when he set the record. However, I didn't ask who he was going to rent the bike to after he'd retired.
Oh, we know who wants it.
Who wants the rocket bike?
You know. Dale Leakes wants it.
That's a very good point, actually. Dale, if you're listening, Eric's retiring
Dale has staked his claim on it. He says, I want that. And he's even posted, you've put a new motor in it for me.
Really?
Yeah. Dale is desperate to get a hold of that bike.
Fantastic stuff. So we're about to move on with Fire Force number 5.
Right, so a little bit of an update for you, and this is a good one. We like updates like this. Next to run and getting into position, Martin Hill with Fire Force number 5. Directly after Martin is going to be that crazy Frenchman once again, Eric de Boer with the rocket bike. Darryl had a great chat with him earlier on, and what Eric is shooting for is pretty spectacular. Not necessarily on this next run, but what he's building up to.
Sometime soon, yeah, what he's on the way to. And then after that,
it's going to be Comp Eliminator, as they are in the lanes ready to go, and then it's the full-on session that we've been looking for and looking forward to. Top Fuel, Pro Mod, the whole shooting match. So,
however, Top Fuel is after Comp Eliminator, is that correct? Yes. So what we're going to do is we're going to run the Jets, 2 thrust-powered vehicles, 1 on 2, 1 on 4 wheels, Comp Eliminator, Top Fuel.
Yeah.
So, basically,
don't go anywhere,
that
folks.
thing you're sitting on that's connected to your legs, don't move it.
Yeah.
Whatever you do.
You do not want to miss any of this at all.
No,
you
not
really,
at all.
really don't.
And if you're out there meandering around the pits as well, now is the time to be going and getting in position in the grandstands and the banking. Once again, to take the chance while we've got a quiet moment to thank everybody for making Santa Pod Raceway your venue of choice for this weekend. Obviously, the last few years have been a bit strange, to say the least. 18
bizarre.
months. A bit rough, but it's so nice to see the place absolutely full again with all you beautiful race fans. So, Keith's up here in the tower with us, obviously to help hold everything when the jet car runs.
Yeah,
I'm going, is what he's about to say.
I am quite keen to see, maybe we should have Edel and Suzanne for this run. That's going to be good.
That'd be great.
Yeah.
I spoke to Suzanne. We saw how much she...
That's right, put your headset on.
Yeah,
It's all right, no, go on.
Yeah, we'd rather listen.
Yeah, I was going to say, we'd rather you say it out loud so everyone can hear. 2 seconds, there you go. Right, you're on.
You're on.
Okay, I'm with you. Now I spoke to Suzanne. I said, wow, that was a big swerve. She actually felt it drifting and thought she was going to go into anti, so she came off it. So
little did she know anti was
I
back on the
saw
start
it,
line
so
still.
exactly, she didn't know that.
Yeah.
So the bottom line is, I think we would probably saw a 3-second run there because 411 swerving, back to 404, came off it, another 400, bomb.
Well, now's the time.
Yeah.
Sunshine on the racetrack.
I couldn't agree more.
As
Let's
well.
see what we get. Let's see what we get.
I say this quite a bit, but obviously you're busy, so maybe not here. But these are the kind of conditions that American crew chiefs would kill for, aren't they? Just fantastic.
That was a licensing run to behold.
That was.
I mean,
indeed.
You don't get licensing runs like that.
No, if you ever wondered what Ida Zetterstrom looks like, if you see a little blonde girl bouncing around the pit area, then that's probably what she looks like. It's all right, no one can hear anything when jets are on. Sorry. No worries. There you go. Can we just...
Hello?
Yeah. There you go.
Got
That's
it.
as loud,
Oh,
that's as loud as you
magic,
can get.
magic.
There we go. Always magic. There's always magic. So, Martin Hill.
Oh,
Warm
smoky
that.
up here, isn't
Warm
it?
that, isn't it? As if we need to be warmer.
Yeah, one of my favourite parts of our day here is the first jet car run with new guests on Bankside VIP. We love their reactions, but they're used to it now.
And it's not unusual, Keith. No one can hear anything when the jet's running. It's just one of those things.
I can't hear you, but I know what I can hear.
Okay, so Richie gives the signal to Martin to wind that turbine up even further. The afterburner pops and the bangs are going to get a little bit louder. As the track crew just have a look underneath the car. Just make sure that there's no leaks or anything underneath it. Because obviously the jet is running a lot faster than it was a moment ago. And once it happens,
Oh, nearly runs over Richie's foot. That makes a difference.
Okay, so Richie stands aside. Martin is in pre-stage. He'll just inch forward. The tree will count him down. Are we going to see another low 5-second pass for Martin? He's loading it up. The tree runs.
Clicks it 1,000 foot, pulls a chute and still goes 5:57, 182 miles an hour. I think the chute dragged the blocks off as well.
It did, yeah, wow. Yeah, he was getting quite. He was not drifting slightly left, but it was moving slightly left towards the stripe. So Martin hasn't got a huge amount of steering lock on there, and doesn't want to be doing big adjustments either. So just clicking it off early, but let's say still blew the blocks over at the stripe. So those will need to be put back up. Well, our attention is back down to the start line as once again it's the crazy Frenchman as Richie and the gang give him a huge cheer for the Fire Force support team going to collect their man from the top end. But next up, he's just going to do a little bit of a stretch.
It's the warm-up routine.
Yeah.
Basically, it's getting his
there we go. There's his helmet.
Is obviously his gentleman's area in the correct order to make sure that when he sits on the bike, he's comfy. I think that's what it is.
So here he goes then, ladies and gentlemen, for your sheer viewing pleasure once again. Let's give him another warm welcome to Santa Pod Raceway. He's made all the effort to get here this weekend. Let's hear it for Eric Tabor, ladies and gentlemen.
And a quick salute to the rocket man in the sky, Mr. Sammy Miller, as Eric gets himself set and ready to go. You know what? I'd always love for a laugh the bloke that sits on it with nothing, you know, with no no protection on to have a go, just for a laugh, you know. So Eric's strapping his crash helmet on up at the top end. The blocks are back in place. Once Eric's been through, don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, everybody out there watching this, we've got Comp Eliminator, which in itself is going to be fantastic. Right after that, we've got Top Fuel. And then we've got Pro Modified as well. So it's going to be a cracking end to the day. We've still got another session of qualifying to go as well, I think, haven't we? All being well for all of our sportsman classes. So we're rapidly approaching the scheduled finish time. However, you know, nothing really goes. Well, it's just one of those days, isn't it? I mean, it's just nice to be back, frankly.
Oh, it definitely is. And such a good-looking crowd again.
You bet, especially for the sunshine as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, Podface, as you said the other day, Podface is a traditional thing that happens whether the sun's out or not at Santa Pod. Yeah. It's now made its way into
the Urban Dictionary. It has indeed. You're dead right.
It's a famous thing.
Whoever did that, thank you. We've got to say, big thank you, whoever put Podface into the Urban Dictionary.
Because I remember from all my days spectating and standing out there taking photographs and stuff like that, I could never fathom on days that it was really cloudy why I still felt like I've been burnt to a crisp. And it's just, I think it's just being out in the weather all day. I just don't think, you know, I don't think our bodies these days are used to doing that. Yeah. So Eric is on the bike. What he starts doing now is it's going to be pushed back in a couple of moments. The whole thing with hydrogen peroxide rockets, ECT, ETC even, is that it's a chemical reaction which happens in the tanks underneath where Eric is sat, and then when the chemical reaction happens, like Eric keeps talking about the pressure, it's how that pressure is built up and then released out the back of the bike. And there are two boosters that are either side of the rear wheel. Basically, it's one line that comes out the back that's split into two, so it thrusts him evenly forwards. That wouldn't go well, would it, if it was one and one?
No.
So Eric will be pushed back. The reason that these push back, ladies and gentlemen, is just in case any of the hydrogen peroxide, because it's concentrated hydrogen peroxide, it's not the stuff that you use to bleach your hair. Well, some of it is actually a little bit. It's a very, very diluted version that you use to bleach your hair, Colin. And
thanks, mate.
Sorry, no problem. I figured it was that way for a reason. Yeah, anyway, but it's a very diluted version, and in case any hydrogen peroxide does actually dribble out the back, we don't want it melting the racing surface or anything else as well. That's why Dave has just sprayed lots of water down there on the concrete, just in case. After Eric, don't forget Comp Eliminator, Top Fuel, Pro Mod. It's going to be fun.
Going to look forward to that. That would be what we would class as our bump session if it was a normal European event, but not this year.
Well, it's still a bump session, because there's still going to be people on the outside.
Yeah, that's true, yeah.
Depending on breakages again, obviously. Well, exactly what I just said about, you can see the steam, you might not be able to see the steam coming out the boosters. There's a little dribble of hydrogen peroxide coming out there, and again, that's why that's done back there, and that's why Dave is busy spraying the concrete. So Dave washing it off, make sure it's all gone.
There he is. So, cue the music. Let's build up.
As Eric builds the pressure in the tanks. It's one of the proper bits of theatre of drag racing this moment. making sure that the pressure in the tank underneath him is absolutely A-OK to go. Don't forget, we're giving a traditional rocket countdown from 5 to 1 when he gives us a thumbs up, and he is ready to go. Earlier on, yesterday, Eric made a half-track run, went into the 5s. Let's see what Eric has got for us this time round. Hopefully a little bit further down the racetrack, and as he said earlier in the interview, more pressure. Here we go, folks. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! Well, lots of rocket steam this time. He goes 560, 208 miles an hour. Look at that 60 foot, and again, 0.966 for Eric. He was to the 8th mile in 3.57 at 200. 4, 3, 2, 1, go! Well, lots of rocket steam this time. He goes 560, 208 miles an hour. Look at that 60 foot, and again, 0.9. He's made his quickest runs. So he's down in the low 5s, like a 5.2, a 5.1, something like that. So that is really exceptionally good performance for Eric, especially as everything is new. So a little bit of a sweep, comp eliminator, and then top fuel dragster and pro modified coming up right behind. And we won't be just a few moments, folks. Do not go anywhere at all. game is always racing.
It is. So 0-7 off the tree once again. Cracking reaction time for Paul Brown. What are we looking at? 7.9s, 169. Yeah, oh, near 789. Let's see what he's got for us then. He's currently in the number 29 spot. Anything 10.74 and above would be helpful for him. 1081. Well, it is above. It's 7.
Beautifully turned out car. Absolutely. I like the little touches, like the air holes behind the aerodynamic holes behind the front wheels.
Well, Fix Auto Penzance once again. Big thanks for that.
870 and 897. So basically, it's a battle of forward and reverse.
That's it. Well, that looked okay.
That looked really good. Well, it depends if he lifts at the top end to try and run 890 or just runs it out the back door. Oh, he tried. They both tried. Zero lights in both lanes for the Altered and the Dragster. They both ran 896 before. This time they run 898 and 886. Two quick
here.
So, could we see a 6-second run for Andy Bond this time round in the Auto Glim lane? Mark Todd is currently number 1 with a 6.90, 123 to 60 for Andy. That's going to be a lot quicker and faster. It's a 6.96 at 200.
Back on track. There she is. Big wave to Kaz. I hope you're enjoying it here at Sandipod Raceway. Milking the crowd as well. Well done, Kaz. Many happy returns to you today. Hope you're enjoying yourself here. Don't go back in because you've got Comp Eliminator, Top Fuel, got everything specially for you. So this is Comp Eliminator. It's so good to have Trackworks sponsor the class. And this is Nick Williams. He's running the Copo Camaro, going alongside Steve Lloyd with the Impala. And not only that, it's a Williams boys 1-2 in the qualifying at the moment. So the index is 9.30 against 11.45. Steve Lloyd currently in the number 6 spot of 12 cars running this weekend. They can go under that, no problem at all. Beautiful wheelie off the line there for Nick. And a much better launch for Steve Lloyd as well. 885 for Nick. Lifted to a 123 and 1137 for Steve Lloyd. Not quite as quick as he went before. But it's getting very, very warm out there.
So up next, Jordan Payne. He's run about half second under his index. However, is he number 3?
He is, yes.
Marginally ahead of the Chaos Brothers. Taking on Rob Smallworth with the Dirty Dog 55 Chevy. This car just looks, I don't know,
awesome.
Proper race car. Yeah, it really is. I was going to say mint, but I need to find another word, unless it's mint humbug. Really, it's got that kind of patina to it, I think is the phrase, isn't it? It just does look really, really cool. Rob getting to grips with the new car. I think he's been in the 8s so far. Is that right, Colin?
He has indeed, yeah, 878 so far. He's currently the number 9 spot.
It just looks really mean, like a Dirty Dog would do. Let's put it that way. Also good to see Luke Stevenson in the burnout box. Coming up in the next pair.
Right, both of these cars run on the super modified index of 7.99.
So if they came up side by side in eliminations, this would be a heads-up race.
It would be, yes.
Would indeed.
Yeah, because you can't break out in comp, so whoever gets the top end first would win if it was a race. Rob Small on a great looking run here.
Much better looking run for Rob. 7.45 and Rob's first 7 with the new car. 7.86, 175. Does that bump Jordan up to number 2 or not?
No, keeps it number 3. Rob, though, up from 97.
Now, the really funny part about this is at prize giving last week. Do you remember what Luke said to Kev Jenkins?
I can't.
He said, I'm going to take you next week. Now's his chance. So, Luke Stevenson with the turbo-engined dragster in the Kestrel Lane.
It's only a 2.8 litre engine he's got in the back of there, but it is methanol powered, and of course, just look at all the metalwork around the top of the engine.
I think Luke may have a problem actually. Yeah, there's a drip or 2 there, something like that, and they're just deciding whether it's going to be okay or whether they're going to click him off. Okay, yeah, Luke's good to go. So, Kev Jenkins, I think ran a personal best earlier, didn't he? I think that's his quickest ever run.
Yeah, 7:89 for Kev.
I think he's been in the 7.8s before. Well, good luck to Luke as well after all, and the team after all the hard work.
Well, problems for Luke, unfortunately. But 7.94 for Kev Jenkins. But that let go, unfortunately, for Luke. 12.43 at just 71 miles an hour.
Well, we're just waiting to find out what it is.
I think it's fuel, but I stand to be corrected.
I don't think it is, unfortunately.
No?
Judging by the shake of the head, unless it's burning off. You've got a better view than I have.
It's not settling, whatever it is. It's evaporating.
That's the good news. Hopefully, Luke's okay. Luke's okay in the car as well. He's being a rear-engine dragster. He's completely out the way of whatever it was going on. But like you said, Cole, if it is disappearing, that's good news. No one's sprinting for track.
Holly is... whatever it is not much. Unless it's what we call a sprayer. It's a very fine mist.
Well, Ian's just run for the tractor, so hopefully we won't be too long. It's from around about, we're just before 3:30 out there all the way through. What a great shame for the whole team after all that hard work getting it done.
Just got it confirmed. It is fuel.
It is fuel, okay.
Yeah. Holly has just radioed to the start line, and obviously we got that information up into the tower very quickly indeed. It is fuel.
So it would just be a quick sled, and that should be it. Yeah. Okay. Again, I've just got to say it out loud, commiserations to Luke and the whole team. They're up till goodness knows what time last night, trying to get everything done, trying to get everything fixed.
And that's right, the next pair have been told to start up.
Wow, this is only going to be one quick sled, and that's it. Yeah, they're being told to fire up right now. Unbelievably, that's quite a shock, to be honest with you. A good one. Yeah, they're being given the thumbs up to bring them forward and run them on. Let's go.
Yeah, Elaine Hancock and Dave Swift. And then we can see the Chaos Brothers behind them. And then it's going to get very loud indeed.
It's funny though, because all the teams were standing there going, seriously, there's a tractor on the racetrack. Why are we firing up?
No, because the tractor is going to turn off at the top end. It's not going to come back down to the start line. I think, oh yeah, didn't think of that.
You know what? For once, I had a completely bird's eye view then of what happened with Dave Swift. He went to start the burnout, got up on the tyres, but then it came down off the tyres and gripped, and his eyes were like saucers going, hang on, I'm not supposed to be going this fast. He had hold of it though, it's no problem at all. Dave Swift in the AMX in the Kestrel Lane. Elaine Hancock with the supercharged Zephyr. Just the most beautiful paint scheme on this car. Pretty much the best it's ever looked. Her index is 7.13. Dave Swift is 7.45. He's got a way to go to get there. But he's just learning the car at the moment. He hadn't driven it this time last week, I don't think, did he?
Yeah, he was doing his licensing at Door Slammers, wasn't he? So best at the moment for Dave is 8.56. Elaine 7.64 this weekend.
Well, both going for a bit of a wander around. Elaine kind of launched off towards the centre line. Dave Swift goes 9.76 at only 91 miles an hour. Elaine just cruises through the finish line. We've still got a few more pairs to go in this round of comp.
Well, we can see Robin Orthodoxu down there. I haven't seen Spencer Tram yet. I'm assuming he's tucked round the corner.
I have. He's standing there.
Oh, he's there. Ah, right. So he's not running. And I know Dan Williams isn't running because he was down in Civias as well when Nick was there. So maybe Robin could be the last one to run in comp for this session.
I'll have a nose around the corner. Easiest thing to do.
Yeah. Well, don't forget, he's Top Fuel up next after comp. So Robin coming into the Kestrel Beer Lane here at Santa Pod Raceway, the home of European drag racing. And of course we are here for the Euro final shootout. Robin, oh so great to see him back in the sixes this weekend, 6.97. He's in the number 4 spot at the moment. I'm not quite sure how much quicker he needs to go to nip past Jordan Payne. But I think it would take a PB to actually do that. But I think the team are happy enough back in the sixes. So all the pre-run checks are completed. It's now over to Robin. Drives through the shake. Oh, and the engine cuts just after half track there.
I think he clicked that off,
Yeah.
but I was surprised he kept going with that because there's no way he was going to improve on that 6.9 from earlier. Okay, we've got Motorsport UK Pro Mod actually coming next.
There we
well,
go.
that's definitely a blown methanol engine, not a blown fuel engine. They're all round there ready to go. Looks like the pairings are going to be Antti Horto and Suzanne again, and Ida is going to be on her last qualifying run. Or licensing run, I should say. Even though that's one of the world's quickest licensing runs, she's still doing another one. So a couple of people sitting out this session. One of them coming out now is John Webster. Walking out now, sorry, not coming out now.
Yeah.
Also, I see Andy Robinson over there in civvies, unfortunately, and not in his fire suit. So,
yeah. Right, unfortunately, looks like Wayne Nicholson has just been pushed out of the way. He was head of the lanes.
Well, it's Norbert Kuno. Now, Norbert isn't in the show, I think. Am I right, Colin?
Let me just double check for you. But I think you could be right.
So this is only Norbert's second run of the weekend, actually. He made one run yesterday, and this is the second one.
Yeah.
Where is he, Colin? He's what do we need to
I'm
get
still
in the
waiting
show?
for the timing screen to
Oh,
update.
okay,
I do
sorry,
apologise.
I apologise.
He should have been alongside Wayne, but Wayne has been pushed out of the way.
Problems again for Wayne, unfortunately. Wayne may get to be in the show due to a breakage or two, because I think John Webster's in at the moment.
Right, correction, Norbert ran 11:30 yesterday, so he has a number on the board, but it's only number 12.
Right. Now the car completely rebuilt, looking like brand new for Dr. Norbert Kuno. He's run a best of 6-0 before. What's it going to take for Norbert to get in the fives? It won't be a 5-second run this time. I hope he proves me wrong.
That's another reason why Spencer didn't take his running comp, because he's bringing Norbert up to the line in Pro Modified. And he'll be doing it to the other car that looks the same. That'll be Matt Peters when he comes around to do another licensing run.
Very gentle run for Norbert. 8:51 at 162. He gets a number on the board, which might be good enough to get him in as an alternate, actually.
Moves him up from 12 to 11.
Oh, Wayne. Was Wayne qualified at that point? I don't think so, was he?
As you know, the plunger's not working, so...
Oh, OK. Hard to tell. No problem. Well, I can tell you his race number if you can find it. No, it's OK.
Well, number 7. So, yeah, Wayne is currently number 9. He ran 7.2222.
Right.
So, yeah, he's currently in the number 9 spot, and we know 1, possibly 2 broken in front of him. So he has made the show so far, depending on what happens behind him.
You bet. So who's behind him? Sorry. I'm just
right,
curious.
OK, well, I'll give you the...
Go on then.
No, I won't. Because that's Friday's update. Just to
so the button on the screen is not working to give you the order. OK, no problem. So, a couple of quick sleds by the tractor. Ladies and gentlemen, show your appreciation for Wayne Nicholson and the lucky or unlucky Devil team. Today, 2 bites at the start line and unfortunately pushed away both times. So hopefully they can get it sussed out for tomorrow. Go on, Colin. Still trying to
currently,
find it.
David Vectors, we know, is the number 1. He's the only one in the 5s this weekend so far. Bruno Barda, number 2. Bobby Wallace, number 3. Kev Slyfield, number 4. But we do know that Kev's not making this session. He's had to go back to base to get some bits, and also down to Robinson Race Cars, as they've offered to give him a bit of help as well. Jean Delamont is in at number 5. Nick Davis, number 6. John Tebenham is number 7, but we know he is out. And John Webster, number 8. Well, John is right in front of you down there.
John's looking at me, yeah.
And we know John is out as well. So, in effect, Wayne Nicholson will come in, and Andy Robinson at the moment will come in. But it will shuffle around a little bit. So at the moment, Norbert Kuno hasn't made the show.
Well, John Webster just told me he's not out.
Oh.
He's just down here for a watch. It's the
Someone's lying to me.
Yeah, he's having problems.
Someone's lying to me.
He just said they're having a problem with the rocker stands, but they're trying to fix it. So
right, okay.
Fingers crossed for tomorrow. Johnny never gives up.
Yeah.
So
someone gave Robin Jackson the wrong info then.
Right. We've got Nick Davis. Good clean run for Nick Davis would be good. I think he's run 6.2 this weekend so far, isn't he? Something like that.
Yep, 6.26 at 206 miles an hour. So that was
still way down on what they're looking for. The track's really, really good. The weather's great. Nick Davis has been in the 5s with this car. Only once, actually, at the very start of the season, which is most odd for these guys. Let's see what he can do this time round. Rob Loring, guiding him to stage, doing the tuning.
Most important thing for Nick Davis, though, he is leading the Motorsport UK Pro Modified Championship by just 8 points from Kev Slyfield. Now, there are qualifying points as well, so that could be altered as the day goes on. Wow,
5:94. And the speed as well. Mr. Loring, sir, was that the number you were looking for?
Do you know what? I didn't think that damn thing was going to make a run all weekend. We've been chasing electrical issues. And this was kind of really our last punt, so yeah.
That's not bad for a punt, is it?
It ain't bad. It ain't bad. I guess that'll get us in.
Well done, sir. Thank you very much indeed. Rob Loring, understated as always. I must admit, it sounded like it was missing a little bit on the way up the racetrack, but the numbers don't lie. 5:94, 2:46.
Yeah, new PB. Well done, Nick.
Can we get another car in the fives on this pair? Side-by-side nitrous cars. There's not many times we say that in European Pro Mod racing these days. Jean Delemont from France in the Kestrel lane. And Bobby Wallace, who went 6:06, was it earlier? I think.
Yeah, Bobby Wallace indeed. 6:06, 240 miles an hour.
Both of these are very well qualified.
Yeah, Jean with a 6.17 at 2:35.
So Bobby and the team, I'm sure, made a couple of adjustments. Just trying to tickle it back into the fives. I must admit, I've never seen a car just run so flat, so safe looking. The number did not match what it looked like, if you see what I mean. Anyway, just very quickly, what was Nick Davis's 60 foot on that, or is it gone?
101.
Yeah.
394 at 194.
That's getting it done in a turbo car, that is, definitely. So, two nitrous cars for the last qualifying session. Jean Delemont from the south of France in the Kestrel lane. Bobby Wallace from just down the road in Bedford. I would say that was his quickest run of the year. Pretty much his only run of the year.
Yeah. Bobby Wallace is sub 1 second to 60 foot. He's
This will
piling
be
it
a
on.
5.
Oh, 6:01. So close.
242 miles an hour. Not sure what went flying at the finish line. Might be the scoop, actually. 6:29 at 2:32. Everybody watching at home will be screaming at the TV going, I know what it happened, because you can see it.
It is the scoop.
It
Yeah,
is
the
the
main
scoop,
bulk of it is on the right-hand side of the track. But literally bang on the finish line. But it moves Bobby up from number 4 to number 3. Jean, 6:29, stays put in number 6.
Yep, we're going to have to click them off because we've got a little bit of clearing up to do in the Auto Glim lane. Unfortunately, there's lots of bits of stuff all over the racetrack. But great side-by-side runs. John Delemont's team man up to get him at the top end. And the Wallace family, I should think, very happy with that done. Well done to the Wallace family. A little bit of repair work to do on the scoop, I think. But nearly into the fives again. So nearly into the fives. And knowing them, that's probably nice and safe and conservative, and just on one kit as well.
Yeah. And not only that, they've got all night to sort that scoop out. Not that they want it, but
the only thing is, they've got to find another one. And I haven't. It's a very unique looking scoop.
Very unique. Very unique indeed.
I haven't seen one of those about, but you never know. I'm sure they'll make it back for round 1 if they can tomorrow. It's going to be a great race tomorrow in Motorsport UK Pro Modified. John Webster said he'd come down just to check it out, to see if it was worth keeping going, trying to repair the car. And I think it is, actually, because at the moment the bump spot is still John Webster. So they've just got a little bit of sweeping and clearing up to do in the Auto Glim. We won't be just a couple of moments. We've got 2 more cars to go, I think. We've got no Kev Slyfield this round because the tyre shake just, well, didn't do a lot of favours for the back end, did it? No, not at all. Kev's actually gone down to Andy's, was that right?
That's right,
yeah. He's gone down to Andy Robinson's to get spare bits, rebuild it and sort it out for tomorrow. Just very quickly, I'm going to try and catch a word with a couple of people if I've got time before the next pair come round again. Now, you know they're not going to be trying to go any slower in this final qualifying session. I think just about everyone's picked it up on this last run of the weekend. What I want to do is very, very quickly just get a quick word, if I can, without squealing in everyone's ears with Andy Robinson. Andy, sorry mate, I beg your pardon. It's all right. You've got your own mic as well. Sorry, sir. Wow. Sorry. I was just going to say, you're not here in your fire suit, obviously. Car looks fantastic, but you've not had your normal good weekend this weekend.
Well, it is a new car. We're just taking the bugs out of it. We were here last weekend and great reviews with the car.
Right, a little bit closer to your face. That's right. That's it.
Don't know how to use the mic.
That's it. There you go.
Yeah, so we've got a fault with one of our MSD boxes, which drives all the coils.
Right.
And unfortunately, there's only 2 of those in the country. And whilst we have been offered very kindly from the other guys who've got it, they're racing next weekend.
Right.
And if we borrow that and break it, they won't be able to race their championship.
Oh, okay.
So we can't do that. But we'll have a new piece in for the national finals.
So that is it for the weekend for you guys, unfortunately.
Yeah, unfortunately it is. We're real pleased with the car. We're overwhelmed by the response it's had. Brilliant.
Well, it's not being rude, it's not a surprise because it is absolutely immaculate. It's great. Is it very different to the other car? I mean, for all intents and purposes, it looks really similar, but from your point of view?
Yeah, it's the same body shell with lots of little tweaks, there's lots of little aerodynamic changes. And then from the chassis itself, myself and Luke have been through everything, and there's little changes on everything. Literally, we didn't leave a stone unturned trying to improve it, but it's going to take us a little while to understand what the car wants. I mean, we're all super eager, and we're a bit annoyed that we're not in this running now.
It must be horrible, actually, to have your race car here, but not down here on the start.
Yeah, it is, except that I've got a few cars that are racing anyway.
Well, David is still the quickest Robinson race car, unfortunately for you at the moment.
He is.
Yeah, for now anyway.
Yep.
Thank you very much, Andy. Much appreciated, sir. It is David Vector with another Robinson Race Cars creation. One of the original ones, actually.
Alongside Bruno. Well, the burnout not working the way David Vector wanted it to do.
Well, I only hope that wasn't electrical again. With the engine cut out when he went to wrap the throttle. He will need to spin the tyres a bit, so they might have to bring it back and give it just to spin it, just to get the tyres up to temperature. Because I don't think they hardly turned at all, do you?
No, don't think so.
Well, they're going to give it a go without a proper burnout. It's going to be interesting to see how far Dave actually gets on this run, because the tyre smoke and spin you see on the burnout are for good reason. Still currently number 1 qualifier, and he will be, unless Bruno Barner can set a personal best. Bruno was another one that had monster tyre shape in the previous round. I'm pretty sure that Dave and the team are going to turn it up for this last run. Not that a 587 isn't really getting it done, frankly.
Definitely not.
So, Bruno and David, your last pair of Pro Mods.
Well, this is Bruno all the way to a 595.
Back
wow.
in the 5, Sir Bruno. 233 miles an hour. I think he's still the number 3 qualifier, actually.
Yes, he is, yes.
Oh, he actually might have just leapfrogged Bobby Wallace, didn't he? Go on, give us all the numbers, Colin.
Yeah, well, Bruno there, a 0.95 to 60 foot. The 8th, 387, only 188, but it's the one at the stripe that counts, 595, 233.
Incredible. David Vector will go into race day as the number 1 qualifier with the 587. Number 2, Nick Davis with a 594. Bruno with a 595. And then Bobby Wallace, 601.
Yep.
I'm running out of brain
No,
cells.
it's Kev Slyfield in number 5 with a 616. Jean Dolemon with a 617 in the number 6 spot. We know, unfortunately, John Tebenham has broken. He did qualify in the number 7 spot with a 642. And then it was John Webster, 683. He is in the number 8 spot. First alternate, Wayne Nicholson, 7.22.
Who I think may get to race tomorrow. in the spot of JT.
Yes, correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Matt Peters, I think, round next.
Before Top Fuel?
Yes, indeed. Yep. So Matt Peters desperate to get his licence in Pro Mod, but the car.
I'd always love to know what they change on the car to make it go 10th of a second quicker like Bruno's just done. No, Matt Peters, hopefully with a full run with the Lucas Oil Avenger. The second Lucas Oil Avenger out here this weekend. We've certainly got the burnouts off Pat.
Yeah, no problem there at all.
He has done this a number of times, actually. As in, come to the start line to run. Get off the line in good fashion. And hopefully the rest will be comparatively straightforward. I say that like it's easy. It's not, is it?
No. Don't go anywhere, folks. Top Fuel up next. So fingers crossed then for Matt as he brings the Avenger up to the line. The target for Matt, 740 at over 180 miles an hour. 116 to 60 foot, 312 to the 330, but off the gas after that.
Thought he'd actually done it that time, to be honest with you. It was going in, well, I was going to say it's going in the right direction, going forward, but a nice strong launch for Matt. It's all confidence building.
Oh, most definitely.
So underneath the tower, once again, we have 11,000 horsepower per lane. Top Fuel dragsters coming up for Rooneyfield Motorsport. Slick Tricks Racing, Draper Tools in the Auto Glim lane is going to be Suzanne Callin, who went 4-1-1. As Keith said earlier, the car got a bit of a boogie on it towards the top end, and Suzanne lifted because she didn't know whether she was going to end up in Anti's lane. Little did she know that Anti had actually just blazed the tyres off the start line and was nowhere near, so she could have kept going. You never know, she might do this time. We shall see. But for all you folks that have been Nitro Racing starved, this is the moment we've all obviously been waiting for. All being well, if one of these goes through the finish line, we will see a 300-mile-an-hour run here today. Ida Zetterstrom is still on her last licensing run, I think, so she's going to be the car after this. Although, quite frankly, she was the star of the session.
Oh, certainly was.
Today. Yeah, you got it. So they're just going to hook up the starter motors. They use like a big helicopter-style starter to spin the engines over. A couple of ridiculous facts about Top Fuel dragsters. They accelerate from 0 to 100 miles an hour in twice their own length. Frankly, they wouldn't accelerate as quickly if you dropped them out of an airplane. Also, it takes around about 800 to 1,000 horsepower just to turn the supercharger from the crank. However, it gives you an increase in horsepower of around about 4,000 or 5,000. So frankly, it's a power loss that's worth it. Let's put it that way. Nitromethane, the magic fuel that is used in Top Fuel racing, is basically has the same octane rating as it's 4 times what the old 4-star petrol was, if you remember that.
Wow, really?
Yeah, and it basically creates its own oxygen. It's incredibly powerful when under pressure, and that is the thing that we love. So here we go. They're going to spin them over and fire them up. Suzanne Callin and Antti Horto. Well, thank you much indeed to Metallica for creating the perfect song for Top Fuel cars. Obviously, that's what they did.
They wrote it with that in mind. They most definitely did.
Yeah,
Must have
I
done.
know that. We all know Metallica drag racing fans. So, and that's not a joke. So, Antti Horto, until earlier on today, was the owner of the quickest timing ticket to half track. He was 3:03 to the 8th, as was Ida Zetterstrom on her previous run earlier on. Suzanne was not far behind though, with the Slick Tricks Racing Top Fuel car. Both of these machines capable of getting to 1,000 foot in under 4 seconds at over 300 miles an hour. One terrific fact that we worked out yesterday is that every driver that's here this weekend in Top Fuel started out in Junior Dragster.
That's not a bad progression, to be totally honest with you. So both of these cars, in actual fact all three fuel cars here this weekend from the Runefield Motorsport stable. Antti Horto, he is in the Kestrel beer lane, the left-hand lane as we look up the racetrack, and it's Suzanne Kalin, owner of three-second timing slips already from this season. Would love another one to add to the collection today. She is in the right-hand lane, the Autoglim lane. It's over to the crew chiefs now, the crew to bring them up to the line. Gary Page just giving the final nod to Suzanne as they bring the cars up to the line. Both into pre-stage. They're not going to muck about. They'll go straight in and then hold on tight. .424.208, and the tyre shake for Suzanne was immense. Just as much on the other side for Antti Horto as well. He goes 670 at just 92 miles an hour. But Daryl, tell us a story of the tyre shake.
Well, that was actually drivable tyre shake. It wasn't so much shake as what we call paddle, where the tyres are just slightly out of shape, but they're still gripping. I was saying that. Forget I said that, because I can actually see the tyre, I can see the gaps. So if you can see small bloke standing on the start line without getting in the way, the gap between the tyre tracks is about that, okay? So the tyre hits the ground, bounces, and then hits the ground again. She did very, very well to keep her foot in that and keep it going for that long, but lost the belt towards the finish line. That's why the low speed, and that's what you saw, that snake-looking thing disappear off over the fence. Give them a big cheer, folks. Trying their absolute hardest to run very, very quickly indeed. Suzanne nearly.
116 to 60 foot, 312 to the 330, but
For Antti, and you can see the big, again, big tyre shape marks over there in the Kestrel beer lane. So we've got Ida Zetterstrom coming up next.
Yeah, the only difference or the only advantage that Antti had on that one was a .84 to 60 foot compared to Suzanne's .87.
Well, Antti's car was definitely off, but unfortunately a little bit of shake, but paid to that. So, well, do you think your wife will be happy after that one, Keith?
No, she won't be happy. She wanted a 3, but that's two runs she's driven really well, I think, to be honest. A lot of shake, as you say, but the belt came off, so that dropped it all at the end anyway, so that's why it went down to a 424.
Well, what we're talking about, folks, is the belt that drives. I was talking about that just before they started, actually. So the belt that drives the supercharger is driven from the crankshaft, and it's basically a weak link or a weak point that it lets go before something else big lets go, and that's obviously what we saw go sailing over the fence.
Sometimes you should be thankful the belt's gone.
You certainly should, because sometimes it could be even worse. Those belts as well, by the way, I had one on my old car, and I tried to chop it up as a souvenir for all of our sponsors and helpers.
Try is the word.
Exactly. I did it with a hacksaw, I did it with a chop saw, and they're almost impossible to break. Yet Top Fuel cars do it on a
10,000 brake horsepower. They can't break that easily.
Yeah, definitely that. So, I'm not sure. Is someone stuck up there, Colin?
I don't think so. We'll just have a quick look. I mean, there are people around at the top end, but there are no cars at the top end. Both of them have cleared. So, just at the very, very top part of the shutdown area, a few of the turnout crew are just... well, I don't know what they're doing. They are, what, 3/4 of a mile from me? And although the binoculars are good, and I know I've had my eyes done, but even I can't read what they're doing.
Obviously not that good, mate.
No,
bionic eyes by now.
That's right.
For five grand, you should be able to see a penny on Mars.
I thought you were going to be bringing back the Action Man Eagle Eye again, but we're not going there.
No. Anyway, so coming up next, we got Ida Zetterstrom from Åland, just about to fire the car up as well.
What a run that was this morning for a licensing run of all licensing runs.
The quickest ever.
Yeah, let's see what's going to happen now.
Well, if she keeps her foot in it all the way through, fingers crossed it's going to be real good. Keith, thank you very much indeed. Good luck to young Ida in the Kestrel lane, in your 20s, in a top fuel car, in a record-setting top fuel car. Life is good. Also coming round the back of the tower, we have fuel, funny cars aplenty. I can see bodies all over the place around here. So, Ida Zetterstrom went 3.86 on 1,000 foot, and she clicked it way before the finish line as well. As Colin said, I think she was 3:03 to the 8th mile. Was she over 280 miles an hour as well?
282.
Yeah, that was definitely on its way to one of the quickest runs ever in Europe. Now, if it does the same again, and she keeps her foot in it all the way through, hold your breath. The other bad news for everyone else in Top Fuel is that this is her last licensing run. It's going to be absolutely terrifying to everybody next year. Or not, maybe. They're a tough bunch. So, Ida Zetterstrom, and I'm sure most of all, and tuned in.
Well, we hope most of European Top Fuel are tuned in as well. Well, the car has been 3.80 in the hands of Maya Utian and 386 on a licensing pass from Ida, but here she goes. What has she got for us here this afternoon?
Lorna tyre shake is the answer to that one. Unfortunately, didn't quite make it through the shake zone that time. That will hurt. Again, you can see the big tractor pillar marks. I can see them from here, actually, in the Kestrel lane. So that's what Top Fuel racing is like, ladies and gentlemen. Sometimes they fly, sometimes they rattle you to bits.
But how about a 0.83 to 60 foot?
Yeah, that may be why it rattled. But maybe because there wasn't any tyre slippage or tyre turning going on. Also, I have to mention Rune Olsen, who's standing down over there behind the tower. He did ask me to remind everybody as well that it's the Nitro Viking web on Facebook. There is a fuel dragster to rent out there in Norway as well. So if anybody's up for doing it, you know the man to get hold of. Give him a cheer, please, everybody. They've got to go and give her lots of paracetamol now after that one. We've still got Nitro funny cars coming. Do not go anywhere at all.
We've got to say once again, massive thanks to G2E Motorsport and Go2 Engineering Group for stepping up and supporting our fuel dragsters and our fuel funny cars this weekend. It's great to have a new concern joining us here at Santapod Raceway. Don't forget their head office is over in Wellingborough. And the group consists of 9 acquired partner businesses that include Precision Engineering Specialists, Allman Engineering, Braden Engineering, Green Precision and Seychelles Engineering, CV Precision Engineering Support Jigs, Fixtures and Specialist Tooling. And the latest acquisition partner is Uniform Tooling, who specialise in plastic injection moulding, modification and repair market. Tech Projects and 316 Engineering are the fabrication, conveyor and material handling specialists, with NDT Equipment Supplies supporting the non-destructive testing and the calibration block market. So there we go. Finally got the whole of the text out on the G2E Motorsports partners and the Go2 Engineering Group. And we just, once again, big thank you for stepping up and supporting our fuel racing here, not just with Top Fuel Dragsters, but the fuel funny cars here at the Euro Final Shootout. Next up, fuel funny cars. Kevin Chapman and Jason Phelps, and they have been given the signal to fire them up. Now, we've said it before and we don't mind saying it again, but the new Gladiator body, the design, the implementation, it's just stunning. Darren West, Power Race Graphics, designed this one.
The only problem is I've now put these back on, I can't hear a damn thing because I've been down there.
Had your ears blown out?
Well, I just had a quick, very, very brief chat with Mark Hawkins, and he said that he was sort of like pointing to his chest going, this is a bit too nerve-wracking, sometimes it really is. He actually said to me 1 year ago today, which is not what we want to be thinking about, obviously. So good luck to Jason Phelps. Now that's a proper funny car burnout. Going up against Kevin Chapman.
Can we have Pro ET to the pairing lanes? I'll repeat that one again. Can I have Pro ET into the pairing lanes, please? Pro ET into the pairing lanes.
Well, Terry Haddock sprinting after Kevin Chapman's car. I can only guess it's to shut the butterflies to bring the revs down so we can get it into reverse. Yep, there we go. Oh, maybe not. Maybe they know something we don't, that the reverse is broken, maybe.
Yeah, well, the engine is still running.
So he's going to make it back for the run. Good luck to both of these two. Well, Kevin Chapman made it back without a reverser. So it looks like Jason Phelps is good to go for the debut launch of the new beautiful Gladiator funny car in the Auto Glim Lane. Just been asked to wait just a moment for Kevin Chapman and the team.
Don't know how long that Jason can hold it there for.
Yeah, they'll only give him a couple more moments. Right, otherwise Ian's going to just send Jason in. Yeah, he's sending Jason in. Kevin Chapman's not there. Well, I think we're going to have a side-by-side run. So good luck to Jason Phelps. A year on. Oh, he actually double bulbs, unfortunately.
Oh, that's great.
Well, Jason actually blazes the tyres off the start line almost instantly. They kind of took each other by surprise. Kevin Chapman, probably in his rush to get forward, actually went into full stage, which is not ideal when you've got to turn the other fuel pump on as well. But
yeah, but he didn't want to delay Jason any more than he had to.
Yeah,
so.
no, that was he was trying to hurry up. He was trying to get the stuff done. Look at the width of that tyre track mark down there for Jason Phelps.
That is proper hourglass. That really is.
Yeah. Jason was 138 to 60 foot because the car virtually didn't move without blazing the tyres. And we have two more of them. If I can see, I don't know about you. I just caught most of that in that face.
Nitro, yeah.
Oh, dearie me. It's like, honestly, it's like a little greenhouse up here. And when it fills up with nitro fumes, they don't go anywhere.
Yeah, Kevin Kent is down there. He is in the Santa Pod Raceway car. He has got another car at home, actually. This is the car that was scheduled for Shelley to drive.
It was.
So Kevin is behind the wheel of that one. And it's the Undertaker machine of Steve Ashdown. As we just have a look to the top end to see that it is... Ah, it's clear. That is good to see.
Good.
So it won't be long before we start these two up.
I tell you what, this one's proving hard to shift out of my eyes, to be honest with you, but there we go. Well done to the Thermareg team. They will be in eliminations tomorrow. Congratulations to the whole Hawk Racing gang on the back of the world's most full pickup, to be honest with you. I think that's a people in pickup competition. I'm sure it is. Who's got the best beard, I wonder.
Well, Jason's qualified. That's the main thing. So in the show for tomorrow.
Something to go on. So these two have been duking it out for a long while. Kevin Kent and Steve Ashdown with the Undertaker.
So good to see 4 Fuel Funny Cars making this session.
Certainly is. We got Nostalgia Fuel Funny Car coming up next, and we still got a whole round of Sportsman qualifying to go as well.
Yeah, we also got Jets round the corner as well. Excuse me. This is just the event that just doesn't stop giving.
Kevin Kent gets thumbs up from the crew. Well, it's good job he didn't run earlier with that throttle stop on, because that burnout was a bit, what's the word I'm looking for? I don't want to say weedy, because Fuel Funny Cars aren't weedy, but obviously quite a big throttle stop on there for Kevin Kent. Currently Steve Ashdown is the quickest of the qualifiers in Fuel Funny Cup. Kevin Kent not far behind. Anything like a full run from either of these two will mean the number 1 spot. Kevin and the team have been really battling drop cylinders ever since they came out with this machine back in June. So Lee lifts the body up. Dave Bryant goes in and does the last minute checks on all the systems. And I still can't see out my right eye, so never mind. So good luck to both of them. Who will be in the number 1 spot at the end of qualifying? Will it be the Undertaker? Will it be the Soundspot Raceway House Funny Car in the Kestrel lane? Well, much further down the racetrack for both of them. Steve Ashdown goes 5:31, 6:34 for Kevin Kent. Kevin's car still dropping cylinders all over the place as it moves down the track. 101 to 60 for Kevin, 0.95 for Steve Ashdown. Steve Ashdown was already off it by the 8th mile, 377 at 163, but still 2 really good looking launches. And as you can tell, Kevin was red hot on the tree with an 03 light.
He was, yeah.
So we've still got a couple more Nitro Funny Cars to run of the nostalgia variety. We put on a great side-by-side full track run earlier on today. We've also got Martin Hill with Fire Force as well, and we got a whole round of Sportsman qualifying to go as well. Put your hands together, please, for the teams of both of those Fuel Funny Cars. Been working very, very hard to entertain everybody here.
Well, just having a look down into the shutdown area. I think we've still got Steve Ashdown's car just to be hitched up and towed round the corner. Yeah, the top end crew just working away on getting getting Steve's car.
Don't you just love it when I'm here working for the weekend, right? And my parents are sending me photographs of my kids wrecking my house.
That's quality.
Please would you look after the children while I go and work? Yeah, no problem at all. You won't have a house left when you come back. That's good to know. Anyway, go on.
Right.
What do you know?
Unfortunately, the internet is very poor here today, so I'm struggling to get some updates. Another update from Alan Morrison Jr., by the way. My missus and kids were watching at home, and I know what they're like. That's the reason we got out of the car, was waving off the bike, was waving and hop over the wall. So that's part of the reason why Alan got some work to do now, was his reply.
Very much so. Probably some gym work as well after that.
Yeah.
So fired and running, Apache and Venom. I think actually Tim Garlick is up 2-0 in the match race this weekend. I've just managed to get all the nitro out of my right eye. It's just about to be put back again, isn't it? Well, it's all nitro all the time as well, because you've got nitro bikes coming up next and all. Cracking end to the day. And the only way to spend a Saturday evening, to be honest.
Oh, yes.
So, Tony Betts, Tim Garlick ran side-by-side 654s earlier, which Tim won on a whole shot. With a very nice pedal job indeed from the Apache. Tony Betts with Venom. Let's see if John Wright has stood on it a little bit more for this run.
Can we please have Super Pro ET into the pairing lanes, please? Super Pro ET, can we have you into the pairing lanes, please?
So everybody's good to go. Apache against Venom one more time. Two beautiful modern day nostalgia funny cars, if that makes sense. Well, Tim on a whole shot again. Whoa, Tony. Well, 6:21 at 2:29. Good job, Tim Garlick stepped up, because Tony Betts was chasing him down the centre line that time. 4:10 at 184 to the 8th. Tony was 4:21 at 181. And that was the last timing block he missed, was the one at the 8th mile. Let's just hope that 70.5 Camaro body isn't quite as dented as it might be, because
I think that's 5 blocks on that run.
He nailed every block from half track on, didn't he?
Yep.
I'm sure he had the wheel cranked to the right anyway. I think the speed is probably accurate, 198. Not sure about... No, the ET's probably accurate as well with the 643, because it wasn't Tim that tripped the beams. Yeah. It was Tony.
Yeah, we didn't trip the beams, he broke the beams.
Sorry.
Broke the blocks.
It gives a whole new meaning to breaking the beams,
It does, yeah.
Put your hands together for the Venom and Apache team. That's the Apache guys going up to get their man. It's a good job he was way out front that time as well, wasn't it? We got Top Fuel Bike, Jet Cars, Street Eliminator to come as well. Looks like they're having a bit of a competition to see how many people they can fit and pick up as well. A lot, I think, by the looks of it.
Obviously, the reason that Street Eliminator are the first of the next round of qualifying is they need to go out on their cruise tonight.
Of course.
So, obviously, they've been shuffled up the order for them to facilitate that.
Well, we've got all 4 Top Fuel bikes down for this last qualifying session. Neil Midgley with the Canna Motorsport machine, supercharged V-twin. Going to be going up against Al Smith. Al has everything in his locker to go to the #1 spot on this qualifying run. It's just everything going to plan, which is potentially the issue. The good thing is that clear-ups from blocks these days take a lot quicker than they used to. There'll be a bit of a sweep to clear the debris. They put new blocks on there, and we're off again. Do you remember these take ages?
Oh,
resetting the lights and all kinds of stuff. I remember years and years ago. I don't want to say 40 years ago, but it was 40 years ago. If anyone remembers back in about the late 70s, early 80s, a guy called Stig Hansen from Sweden, who I think he nailed the blocks. He nailed the finish line reflectors twice, and it tore up the body so badly that it's completely rebuilt the front of it. It was all rebuilt in sheet metal overnight.
Yeah.
not so these days with the foam blocks, and for good reason as well. Go on, what are you? Yeah.
So, a fresh set of blocks going up by the timing crew. So they've got to go to 1,000 foot, and of course the 1320 as well.
And the good thing is the blocks these days are magnetic. So if you can see over on the front of the grandstands, if you're sitting on the bank, you can see one that's just, all they do is just stick them on the sheet metal in front of the grandstand. So they know where they are and they don't blow away.
And yep, it's always in the same spot as well.
But the good news is the cars and the drivers are perfectly safe. The blocks are going back in place now.
That's right. Just how did we put them down before? Did they glue them down?
I think they just mastic.
Yeah.
I think that's how they were.
Right.
But so basically, but then obviously they take some setting, and if someone goes past them and moves them, but with magnetic blocks, it's a much better idea because they're just just so much easier, aren't they? Oh, Terry is doing a handbrake turn in the I was just going to say, I wonder where, because Terry, this won't be too long, hopefully.
This will be very quick.
Ooh, whoa, that was close. He nearly took the paint off the grandstand then. I'm pretty sure Holly's well thrilled to be set. Is it Holly sitting out there?
I think it is Holly at 3:30.
Well, all the blocks are back in place and the tractor's coming back, so Terry Grant's got a very short window to be a nutter this time.
No, he's always a nutter. There's no question about that. Oh, that's the first time I've heard my phone all day long. How about that? And unusually, it wasn't the Ring doorbell that went off that time.
Unusually, unfortunately for all of us, you see, you don't realise that we schedule deliveries for your house when you're not there for a laugh.
Thank you very much indeed. It was silicon that we used to put the blocks down. Thank you.
I thought so. Bit of mastic, yep.
Good to know some people pay attention.
Or someone's listening.
Yeah.
Someone that knows stuff is listening as well. So yeah, the last bit of sweeping up the top end, just any debris that's on the track. You don't want to get sucked into a couple of 1,000 horsepower engine for obvious reasons.
Well, they're all having a go at it now. Terry's actually climbed out the car and stood on the wall.
Obviously.
I'm waiting for the day that... so I'm just seeing which way Lee Bowers is going. I'm waiting for the day that Lee gets off the bike and keeps that going as well, but a little bit more difficult.
Don't give them ideas. They don't need them. Do you know, I'm just going to think out loud now. One match race I'd really love to see is Tim Garlick's car. The two cars that Rob Loring's been involved with heavily. Tim Garlick's car against Nick Davis in the
in Havoc?
In the Pro Mod.
Oh, right, right, yeah.
Yeah, Pro Mod against Nitro Funny Car. That'd be a race. Because they're very... Terry's actually managed to nab Donna to do donuts around this time. Yeah, Donna, you're not going... No, you are going. Okay, no problem. It's not going to stop him.
I think he's going to struggle to get through the next
Yeah,
gap.
he won't get through the next time. I love the way Donna looked forwards and not any way to the side. No pauses, no nothing.
That's trust, isn't it?
Very much so. Either that or Terry knows he's going to get beaten to death if he runs over her toes. So the tractor is coming back. The last few things put back in the right place at the top end as well, as we get ready for the last qualifying session of Top Fuel Bike.
Well, the time coming up to 6 o'clock here at Sandpod, and we're going to go for another cycle of qualifying as well to get the show done. So going to be a late one for us today, and some of our final classes to run this evening will be in the dark again. But what a glorious day to be drag racing here at Santapod.
Yeah, we've got one more to go tomorrow. Obviously, eliminations tomorrow. So if you're sticking around, staying on site, we hope you have a wonderful time. We hope you've had a wonderful time.
Whoa. Oh, he's a nutter.
Oh my goodness me, that takes a bit of wiggling.
Lee Bowers, you nutter.
That's talent. That's proper talent, that is. He should be in the UK gym. He should be in the Team GB gymnastics team, let alone anything else.
Yeah.
Although I'm not sure they have motorcycle handstands at the Olympics, do they? That I know of, anyway.
Not that I know of. They've introduced rock climbing this year, didn't they?
But that was incredible. Did you watch some of that? Goodness me!
It's like Spider-Man on steroids going up
I
those.
couldn't even get my cup of tea from the table to my mouth by the time they got all the way out there. That was just incredible. It was just like basically it was just vertical running, wasn't it?
Yes.
Was all you could describe it.
They
as.
could climb a wall faster than I could run the same distance. There we go.
Pretty much that.
Yeah, it will be.
Imagine what they do on a flat surface.
Oh, no. We've got to say, Emma Raducanu, very good luck to her at the US Open this evening. That tennis match due to start at 9 o'clock. Representing Great Britain, of course.
In the final of the US Open.
In the final of the US Open. The first time a qualifier has ever made it to a Grand Slam final.
Also, this could be the first ever tennis announcement we've ever made.
Yep, apart from the fact we're using the tennis analogy for our ladders, that's about
exactly.
it.
For ladders.
But no, that is an outstanding sporting achievement this year, and my goodness me, I think she was ranked 300 and whatever. Just by making the final, she's moved up a considerable amount of places, and if she wins it, my goodness me, I don't know what's going to do for her standing in the world of tennis.
Best thing she could do is, do you know what? Retire. Because you'll never do better than that.
I think she's going to be around the sport for a long time.
I'm only kidding, but
I know what
I
you
would
mean.
say the same thing, though, is that when you do something so well, out the box, pretty much, anyway, other than Wimbledon, but when you do something so well and you reach such a height straight away, there is no other way than, you know.
By the way, Ida Zetterstrom, do not listen to what Daryl is saying.
Oh, sorry, forget I said that, yes. I doubt she's listened to anything we've said, don't worry about it. So we're on with Top Fuel Bike, qualifying session number 4. Fired up. The Chris Hannon tuned motorsport bike. Neil Midgley on board.
Well done, Lee. Thanks ever so much indeed, buddy. Great little display to fill in the time there. Well done.
Now then, Neil Midgley has put in a whole bunch of really good runs this weekend, the quickest of which being the 6:47. Al Smith has been off his normal pace. He went 6s on Thursday in testing. Needs to replicate that right now on the rocket in the Kestrel lane. His quickest has been a 7:44. Needs to drop that. Well, he can drop that easily by at least a second. Here we go. Well, looks like the return of the ignition troubles for Al Smith there. 1.12 to 60 foot, 105 for Neil Midgley. I think that was tyre stake for Neil. But for Al, it was the same. It was like a replay of earlier in the year, where what he'd do is he'd crack the throttle and crouch down on the bike, and it just wouldn't really move as he expected to, if you see what I mean. So no improvement for either of them. They'll still be around to race tomorrow, no problem. That's actually the first run that Neil Midgley hasn't made it.
Yeah, well, Chris has a big shrug of the shoulders, I don't know.
Don't know what happened on that one. Well, it was 105 to 60, so it was going. But I think it was shaking and going. I think that was the problem. So, last pair, side by side. Blimey, Nipper's actually crewing on Alan Davis' bike. I can only know that because of the bright green sunglasses. Wait till he turns around. Yeah, there we go. I wouldn't have noticed you otherwise, mate. Sorry.
Nice to see he's wearing matching footwear as well.
Oh, and almost matching headphones. So Alan Davis with a surprise attack against current #1 qualifier. Probably will be #1 qualifier unless Alan Davis pulls something enormous. Do you know what? The bike, the engine note of that bike has changed significantly. Yeah. I know obviously the last engine got grenaded, but really does sound a lot different for Alan Davis. Well, better as well, because it's in one piece at the moment. So Alan is currently the #4 qualifier, run 8.13. Steve #1 with a 6:43. See what they can do this time round side by side. Hopefully Al can dip back in the 7s. He's run a 6 before. Well, that was a few years ago now. Steve all the way through at a 6:28, 214 miles an hour. Alan Davis drifted out the groove over towards the centre line. 1.30 at 60 foot, 105 for Steve. 406 at 181 at the 8th. Another match race I wouldn't mind seeing is Promord versus Top Fuel bike. That would be pretty close as well. Although I wouldn't be the bloke. I wouldn't want to be the bloke riding the Top Fuel bike. Let's put it that way.
How's your birthday going, Kaz? You enjoying yourself up there? Got a jet car for you now. How about that?
Yay. Sunburn as well for your birthday. Yeah. Oh, sorry, jet burn, not sunburn. Yeah. So we got Martin Hill with the funny car. I'm glad we've got that screen up there because otherwise I wouldn't know. And then we've got loads and loads of good stuff for you to enjoy watching all this evening. Street Eliminator will be the first class round, I think, after that.
Yep.
And then we've got Pro ET and everything else as well. One more time to set the field for tomorrow.
Yeah, of course. We do believe, obviously, Street Eliminator got the crews as well, so that's why they are out early in this session. Really looking forward to Street Eliminator. We've got 2 cars in the 6s already today. We could potentially have a new ET record being set. Well, we think we have, but it'll be interesting to see where it ends up. So next up then, it is Martin Hill with Fire Force 3, the Jet Funny car. The house jet, if we like. Martin has run this car consistently in the high 5s now. You know, a run somewhere around about 270, 280 mile an hour seems to be the norm these days. But one thing that we have all noticed recently is the violence of the afterburner pops and the show itself. It really does rattle the town. That was one of the contributing factors to having a bit of a problem with the PA yesterday, who didn't get knocked out. We've got to say once again, massive thanks to Julian from Nitro FM for getting us all sorted out on that. The methodical way he approached things and got it sorted for us. Julian, thank you so much indeed. And that's not just from us up here, from pretty much everyone on site, because without your help yesterday, nobody would have heard anything at all. So, Martin Hill, Richie and the gang. Those of you looking at the live stream getting fantastic pictures here from Santafor Raceway, the home of European drag racing here in the UK. So once everything is ready with all the pre-checks done, they'll remove the body prop and lower the Chevy Lumina body over the Fire Force 3 chassis. There we go. That will go into the support van, and the van will exit stage right as Martin Hill will get ready to come forward and start the Afterburner show. Oh, Richie's getting himself into the groove down there, my friend.
Yeah, he's got his own special tune going on in his head, as Richie. One that only he can hear.
It's one that only he knows.
Yeah. Which is not a bad thing for the rest of us.
Okay, Richie says to Martin, wind it all up. Yeah, thanks, Richie.
That's a new one. He actually knocked a plug out.
Oh,
So-
thank goodness for that, he's in pre-stage. Right, so give Richie a big old wave as Martin goes into stage. The tree's going to count him down once again. Off he goes. All the way through to a 588, 263 mile an hour.
Quickest run for a while,
Yeah.
actually, as well. Fastest
Job done.
speed too with the funny car. Congratulations to Mr. Hill. Richie does. Well, that's the dance that was going on
Yeah.
in his head. I think he's now
Come
doing.
on, Kaz, you're supposed to join in. You're supposed to join in. When
Yeah.
Richie dances, you dance.
You gotta do
That's
it.
it. Well done. Birthday girl up there on VIP. Oh, dear.
Give him a cheer, ladies and gentlemen, one last time. Today, obviously, not including tomorrow.
Apparently, Martin with the jet car is lighting your birthday cake candles later on, Kaz. So
Yeah.
I don't know if you're aware of that. Oh, dear.
So we've got top speed automated street later coming round now. Martin's
looking
gone round the
forward to
corner at
that.
the top end. Still got lots and lots of action for you to go. Do you know, when I was a spectator, this is one thing I always used to love about coming here, was that there was always something to do in the evening, and it was called racing. It was
Yeah.
great.
Right, Ash Cooper with this 9.5 second transit van. Outstanding performances from
Well,
him
that's
this
also
weekend.
a wholesale jumping performance, isn't it, too?
Yeah.
I mean, to lop half a second off is really going some. Blimey. Considering they've got to go on the cruise, they're real brave putting in a qualifying run at this time of day.
Yeah. Well, we don't know what time the cruise is, actually.
Well, Mark Todd's there as well. Al McSweeney's there too.
Al Mac was telling me that they've got lots of carbon fibre panels being made for the Volvo just to reduce the weight even further. He had a carbon fibre front end complete in the pits as well. I think he's actually got it on
Is
the
it
car.
on the car?
Yeah, no, that's the steel one at the moment. He's got a carbon fibre one-piece front end.
What's so interesting
car.
about that is he runs it without a bonnet as well.
Yeah.
So, two of the biggest race vehicles you'll ever see. Nigel Whale and Ash Cooper. Ash went 9:57 earlier on. And Another pedal off the line for Nigel Hale. That is long gone. To a 960. Look at that, 143 miles an hour in basically a semi-detached house on wheels, pretty much. Nigel Hale goes 11.03 at 124. No improvement that time. So Nick Hale is going to be taking on Al McSweeney. Oh my goodness, Colin, we've got our dream matchup for the final pair. Yeah, so Al McSweeney, new personal best in round earlier, 7.78. Nick Hale's quickest of the weekend, 10.57.
I think that's the carbon front end, actually, on that car. I'm not sure.
It looks similar to the door. We got the bonnet, the boot lid, obviously. Yeah. Still got no bonnet, though. Oh, wow!
Beautifully driven.
Beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. 782 at 177, but it won't be remembered for the numbers. It'll be remembered for that wheelie that he carried beautifully. That was almost at the point of being unmanageable. Now then, these two.
Today, Andy Bond, 683. Mark 696.
Yeah.
Mark Todd, 683. Side by side, 6-second street legal race cars.
Wow. Now, will Mark Todd stand on it, or will he go for backing up the 683? He pulled the quickest ever 60-foot on a street tyre in this country.
And look at Spud's T-shirt as well. Got taste all the way through.
That's probably what did it. Probably what did it. So, will we see our first ever side-by-side 6-second 200-mile-an-hour run with street cars? Hold your breath if they get off the line. There's a good chance it's going to happen. No tyre spin for either of them. I think
pedal for and
Mark Todd had to pedal it. Andy Bond is 685. 207 miles an hour. Take your 683 with a 685, and he still gets only the number 2 spot. About 2 hours ago, that would have been the quickest run ever.
They were identical to the 330. Both of them were 308.
Mark Todd had to pedal.
Yeah,
he was 1.12 to 60 again, but
outstanding.
That was awesome. Oh, I must say as well, though, before we forget, first ever side-by-side 200+ mile-an-hour run, I think, in Street Eliminator that was. They both ran 207. I'm not sure we've had a side-by-side 200.
No, I think we have, and the reason is Mark Todd, Steve Nemantis. I think they both did that, but that is certainly...
685,
both of them,
though.
207. That is the fastest side-by-side ever.
Absolutely.
Wow.
Back to qualifying for Pro ET last session. Al Schofield, Simon Goff. Side Downs at 870. Al Schofield with 883. .870 with a 6 for Simon Goff. Up to number 3, Al Schofield. 885 and no improvement. My goodness me.
It's the final qualifying session of the day, and it's awesome. Right. I've got to even say, this is Pro ET, it's the final session.
Callum got it, look at that.
Oh, Al Mack with that Volvo, what a beautifully controlled wheelie that was.
Well, and that was just at the point of being unmanageable, that was. And he got it back. Maybe he doesn't want to make it any lighter. Anyway, 887 with Ronnie Mercer. Paul Marston, though, is number 30.
Right, Ronnie goes 892. Paul goes 868. No help for either of them. So Paul's going to stay 30. Ronnie stays number 22. Right, Vic Parsons, the man who's had that number 1 spot for quite a few rounds now. Can he hold on to it and be number 1 qualifier going into eliminations tomorrow? Going alongside the Blitzkrieg Roadster of John Giles. John in the number 31 spot.
Needs to get himself a bit more comfy though, because there's other cars behind that could improve. Well, Vic Parsons is going to get, well, he actually deep stage and went 007 on the tree. What's John Giles going to do this time round? 9.85, too quick again. He's still in the 31st spot. So good to see Splinter back up here, and
we're good to see you.
Very, very good to see you, mate. Probably worth coming just for that one side-by-side run. Staggering, isn't it? Unbelievable. John Turner, Mason Griffiths, 10.45 for JT. He's finally actually changed the dial to what the car's been running. So this will be a 10-1. What do you think, Colin?
He'll take that.
Probably.
Well, he won't, because that'll mean he's remained unqualified, but... Oh, look at the lights as well. 0-1 for Mason, but 0-0-1 for John Turner. 9.33, JT goes 10.56, bumps himself into the show. So he's just bumped Carl Goldsmith into the spectator zone at the moment, but Carl's still to run. All right, the Fulton boys. Simon Fulton, he is in the Kestrel beer lane, and it's Dave Fulton with the Camaro. He's in the Autoclip lane. Darlings, 9.90 for Simon, stuck with that all weekend long. Dave Fulton looking for a 9.02. .906 for Dave Fulton. Unbelievably, he's only 400ths off, and he only moves up 2 spots in the qualifying. It's a tough, tough crowd in Pro ET. Can I please have Junior Dragster into the pairing lanes, please? Junior Dragster, can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? Right, Brian Huxley and Bob Molden. Brian Huxley, number 9 in qualifying at the moment. Bob Molden, he is your number 2. Now then, can Bob find that one extra position? Can he go 9.68 with a 0? That's what he's going to need to do to get that number 1 spot. Both for the Wide Awake Club on the reaction times. .966 with a 5, plays a 9.57, double breakout. So Bob stays 2, Brian stays 9. Next up, Carl Goldsmith. Now he's the one that's just been bumped out of the show. He needs to get back in, and thanks ever so much indeed, Carl, for sending us the photograph of the roof of the car at the back. The crew have even written Top Fuel Carl on the top there. So Brett Featherstone, he's safety qualified in the number 19 spot. He's dialing in a 9.63 for this one. But it's Carl Goldsmith, the one who wants to get back in the show. 10.10, or within a few hundredths of that, to get into the show. .961 breakout. Carl goes 10.31, no help for him. So he stays in the number 33 spot, and he is first alternate going into eliminations tomorrow. So we've just got to see if anybody's broken in front of him, and if they have, then we'll be seeing Carl Goldsmith. I must admit, we haven't seen Mark Manning for a little while. Hopefully he's not broken. Next pair, Andrew Garnett with the Millennium Hawk Tesla going alongside Coey Wilkins with the Eye Candy Dragster. Everybody you're going to see now is safety qualified. Unfortunately, we know that Al Platt has broken.
So, Chloe Wilkins looking for 9.40. 9.57, she stays 15. Andrew Garnett, though, goes 11.11 and 11.09 and only gets the number 14 qualifying spot. So Al Medley even. Kestrel Beer Lane with the oldest timer, 10.76. Going up against Chris Newsom, 9.53. So Al Medley, number 29. There will be a bump spot as well in Pro ET. We are oversubscribed. Good news is Chloe will be part of the show tomorrow. Al Medley needs to get close to that 1096 just to make life a bit more comfy for himself. 9.54 for Chris Newsom, 10.72. Too quick for Al Medley. Chris Newsom, though, moves up to number 12 with a 54 on a 53. Keith Herbert with the Sport Fury on the Auto Glim side of the racetrack. Taking on Mr. Mark Huxley, who dials 10.13 this time. He was in the 9s last weekend. Overjoyed to be there as well. Nice and quick on the tree for Mark. .961 with an O for Keith Herbert. He will be the number 1 qualifier for now. 10.13 though for Mark Huxley. That actually got him the number 6 spot. Would you believe the top 6 are actually bang on their dialing? It's down to thousandths. Keith Herbert just took the number 1 spot with a 9.610. Mark Huxley ran 10.13 with a 6 on 10.13, and he's only number 6. Would you believe? Absolute thousandths in it in Pro ET.
The Herbs had a good couple of weekends so far.
They were only slightly excited about that one. So James Forster, currently number 9. Dials 9.36. Very nice 01 light as well. 9.36 with a 9. Well, unbelievably, he only moves up 1 spot. The top 8. 10.74 for Simon Innes broke out. The top 8 in Pro ET are all bang on their dialing. All of them. Unbelievable. John Tebenham, who was number 1 qualifier for a bit, I think, was 9.02 on a 9.02. And because he's got 7 on the end, he's number 7 now.
Outstanding.
Up against Will Clark's only 18. Not that that really matters, because it's all about racing tomorrow. But my goodness me, how tight is it at the top? I know we always say this, but this is after like 3.5 qualifying sessions as well.
Well, Will Clark is only 0.03 off his dial. The top 30 were 0.07 off dialing. Unbelievable.
John Tebenham dials a 9 flat this time. Will Clark a 9.83. 8.99 with a 7. And 9.87 for Will Clark. No help for either of them. John Tebenham breaks out by that much. If he'd done that yesterday, he'd still be in Super Pro.
If he'd have staged a couple of inches deeper, that would have probably been bang on.
Yeah, that's what it was, you're right. Due to the rollout. Oh God, I can't read that.
There's been lots of them.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Barney. How much do we owe you? How much do we owe you?
£12.
Cheap. Very cheap.
How much do we owe the people that are making the nice comments?
Yeah, thank you very much indeed for all the lovely comments on the live stream. It's very, very kind of you. We can't read it, obviously, because we're up here working and looking at the racing, but thank you all very much. Lee Huxley, Dave Cherritt, numbers 9 and 10 at the moment in Super Street. The White Horse in the Kestrel Lane, dial 9.37.
Whoa, where's Dave Cherritt going? Straighten it up, though.
9.87 for Dave. 9.37 with a 1. Oh, and it only gets him, the number 3 spot.
those of you on the live stream, I hope you like Stephen's shirt as well, because we certainly do.
You got it. Now that's the top 9, all bang on their dial into the thousands. Well, it's the thousands off it, I should say, but that's it.
So,
Again,
John Bean, let's see if he can get up there. He's number 12.
Pete Dodd with Metamorphosis. Mike Lacey guiding him in. Must be weird for Mike guiding his car into stage. Supposed to be in it. But Pete Dodd looking for a 9.20. Needs to get close to that to move on up in the top 20.
Oh, look at the light though. 006 for Pete Dodd.
Oh, and he goes 9.15 at 147.
Yeah,
Never mind.
John Bean breaks out by less than 200ths of a second. He's 9.96 with a 7 on a 9.98. I'm really enjoying this.
It's great, isn't it?
Enjoy it. Love it.
Okay. Amy Watkins, the That a Bird Firebird. Blimey, try saying that a few times in a row.
Yeah.
From Wadhurst, down my way in East Sussex.
Tom Kay, he would just like a straight run. That would do him nicely. He's currently on the number 36 spot.
He's not in. Unfortunately, because of the button, we can't see who's on the bump. You've got the qualifying order open.
Yeah.
But this was at start.
Carl Goldsmith is number 33 now. He is your first alternate. Amy, number 24, but she is
big
number 1
move
of the
again
points.
for Tom. Scrubbing off speed. He's in. No, he's not.
No, number 34.
I thought it was 24. Sorry, I misread it.
Yeah.
36 to 34 for Tom Kay. Amy Watkins, a 9.59 on a 54. Amy, actually, I think that's probably the biggest shock of qualifying. Amy is number 24.
Yeah, but it's not a shock. Well, the shock is she's 24. Not with the ET. She's only 0.04 off. But tough crowd.
Good job they only had 4 qualifying positions, otherwise it'd be close.
Yeah. Watch this car launch. This is Tom Watkins with Doris. New power plant in there, in the 9.1s. And I'm just wondering if Tommy's going to invest in some wheelie bars soon.
Well, we might find out on this run. I just hope he doesn't need them yet. Not with a bouncy launch like that. That looks fun. Won't be a 9.1, 9.48 there. He's in the show though, at number 28. The problem is runs like that don't really give you much to tune from, do they? You know. So we're coming to the end of Pro ET. This is the last pair of cars, and they're already qualified. Neil Watkins with the little purple express, with the limping dragon guiding him into stage, and he'll take Lim Lane. 11.46 is what he's looking for. Lee Morris green with Emery. Again, Lee, only number 27 in the order.
Well, nothing wrong with Neil's lights.
Well, Lee Morris stays the best for last. Moves up to number 13 with a 10.23 on a 10.22. Breakout for Mr. Watkins in the other lane. That is Pro ET qualifying done for the day. We're on to Super Pro, the last session for them before they go into racing tomorrow.
So the for sale Corvette Stingray of Phil Toppin. Going alongside Laura Turbeville, the Bad Blood Dragster, dialing in a 780. Phil Toppin dialing in at 875.
Yeah, Phil Toppin's car's for sale, so if you fancy going in the 8s, open in the fresh air with the blower in your face. Seems like a very reasonable amount of money to be doing it with as well. Laura Turbeville, the Bad Blood car. Not sure whether Phil's got anything else in the works or he's going to concentrate on being a granddad. Well, it's called Granddad's Toy, isn't it? So, you know. Can we have Super Comp into the lanes, please? Super Comp, please, into the pairing lanes. 004 for Phil. He doesn't come with the car. 792 for Laura, still annoyingly not getting quicker. Phil Topping though goes through number 11, sorry, with an 877 on that 875 dialing and a 004 light as well. Oh, sun's come out again, sorry.
Yeah.
Not a lot we can do about that now, actually, because of where it is.
A bit.
Yeah. Pete Waters with the reloaded dragster. He's number 9 at the moment. Tom Atkinson, the team time is money, is not alongside Dave Russell, which is the shock of this pairing. They normally come round together at the start of qualifying. Pete Dial 766, which is roughly what he ran earlier on. He's been dialing in the 7.7s up to now. Tom Atkinson, though, with an 8.96. You all right, Colin?
Just frustrating that I finally got it this time.
What connection? Yeah. Is that Al Mac? That's great. That,
having a closer look at that.
That is on the limit of either going over or going forwards, isn't it? There's nothing in that. That's almost beyond the point of no return. And a cracking shot by Callum. Brilliant. So Pete Waters rolls it in. Dad Rich brings him into stage. The little dragster will go way quicker than the door car or the estate car. Oh, 5 light for Pete Waters. And a 770. Just keeps him at number 9. Tom Atkinson breaks out by about 8 measly thousandths. 895 with a 2 and an 896. Now, are these nice, cool air and good track conditions where Mark Coulsell breaks into the 8.0s?
Oh, that would be nice.
It would be great, wouldn't it?
Oh, that would be nice.
The only thing is you don't know whether Steve's actually turned it down a little bit because obviously it's on the edge if it runs that quick.
Well, they're running next weekend, don't forget, in the Wild Bunch at the Hot Rod Drags, so don't get carried away too much, Steve.
Yep. There's going to be a lot of this weekend, isn't there? That the teams are going home, but the cars aren't.
Yeah.
He dials actually in 8.16 in answer to our own question. 7.70 for Alan Didwell with the Monostrat Dragster. Do you know, I've got an awful feeling as well tonight, after racing's finished, the track crew have got to scrape it as well. I bet they will do. You know, they'd never stop, that lot. Alan Didwell gets thumbs up. Mark Coulsell is now number 2 qualifier. Alan Didwell is number 10. Kieran Ashley's back out in this session as well.
Fantastic.
Yeah, he wasn't round for the last one, but back for the final session. Oh, they were both so close to brilliant green lights there. It will be Alan Didwell over the line first. Alan Didwell goes 7.72. Mark goes 8.14. He breaks out, but no one cares. He's over 160 miles an hour again. Just is Mark Coulsell. Well done to the whole Limited Funds Ball Breaker team. Great effort all throughout qualifying. So your next pair is Andrew Pell-Norman. Or Pell-Norman. We'll go back to Pell. Yeah, we'll go back to Pell. Which does remind me that we haven't seen Mark Manning, unfortunately, after yesterday, did we?
No, that's true.
With a coupe. That's a great shame. I love that car. Anyway, Pell's in the Autoglym lane. Dave Russell being a little bit off his normal killer form.
Talking of coupes, 34 coupes, Hot Rod Drags next weekend. Tony Betts
Is he bringing
his 34 out next weekend?
That
Looking
is
forward to seeing
just that car. What he's done with that is immense. Absolutely immense. Now Dave Russell with a bit of a wobble on. Pel Norman's long gone. 7.78 Pel Norman. No help. Dave Russell goes 76. Breaks out.
Wobble, yeah.
Maybe he needed a bit more of a wobble. Scrub a bit of speed off, you never know. So, Kieran Astley, great to see Kieran back out with the turbo dragster. Even better to see the fuel filter stay on the burnout. Good young lad, Kieran, being backed up by Mick Checkett. Now, I don't know whether you think the same as me, but the potential for this is a lot more than an 836. Because he ran roughly that yesterday, but he lifted quite a way before the finish line, didn't he?
Well, doesn't matter if he breaks out, he's safely qualified.
Is he? Number 24, yeah. Of course, all run field tomorrow, I think, because only a couple of cars short of being 32. Mark Flabble, 760 again with the Steel River Hot Rod. Nice for Mark to come and see us again. Been busy setting track records up at Melbourne Raceway, which is where I think he might be again in a couple of weeks' time. Or maybe next week, actually. Oh, lots of smoke for Kieran. 7.52, too quick for Mark Flavel. Kieran Astley, they're going to do a bit of a track check. Went 8.82. But there's lots of billowing smoke out. That was actually at the top of the engine, though. Did you notice?
Yeah.
Right, the crew doing a check in the Autoglym lane to see what might be occurring over there in the lane. Kieran Ashley's just been down. Unfortunately, Ian runs towards the tractor. We are going to have a bit of a clean up again in the Autoglym lane. Sorry, folks. Sorry to Kieran Ashley as well. Obviously, after all the hard work getting it back together, hopefully it hasn't wounded it too much. Aaron Fenson was just about to be in the burnout box.
Yeah, a lot of people walking down the shutdown area as well. Well, at the moment...
Yeah,
there they go.
Yeah, what was quite odd about that, actually, hopefully it might just be fuel. You never know, because Aaron's not getting out the car, which is always a good sign. When the pair behind don't get told to, it's going to be a little while.
Well, we are going to be down for a few moments, so obviously we need to do a little bit of a track clean-up, sled, whatever. Tell you what, we're going to hand the airways over to Nitro FM 96.2. Let them take over just for a little while, but obviously, as soon as we get back running again, we'll take it back with Aaron Fensom and the Fenny Racing team down there. Aaron getting very close to Saskia's number. So, yeah, going to be a little bit battle between you two. I know you're not keeping score. Yes, you are. Anyway, going to hand it over to Nitro FM. We'll take it back very, very shortly. 116 to 60 foot, 312 to the 330, but off the gas after that.
Thought he'd actually done it that time, to be honest with you. It was going in, well, I was going to say it's going in the right direction, going forward, but...
Go straight in, and then hold on tight. .424 208, and the tyre shake for Suzanne was...
Well, much further down the racetrack for both of them. Steve Ashdown goes 5:31, 6:34 for Kevin Kent. Kevin's car still dropping cylinders all over the place. Well, Tim on a whole shot again. Whoa, Tony. Well, 6:24. Well, that was a few years ago now. Steve all the way through at a 6:28.
A big old wave as Martin goes into stage. The tree's going to count it down once again. Off he goes. All the way through to a 588.
Earlier on. Another pedal off the line for Nigel Hale. Is long gone to a 960. Look at that, 143. The bonnet, the boot lid, obviously. Yeah. Still got no bonnet though. Oh wow!
Beautifully driven.
Beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. 782 at 177, but it won't be a. Hold your breath if they get off the line. There's a good chance it's going to happen. No tyre spin for either of them.
Oh,
I think
pedal for and
Mark Todd had to pedal it. Andy Bond is 685. Side Knowles at 870. Al Schofield with 883. .870 with a 6 for Simon Goff. Paul Marston though is number 30.
Right, Ronnie goes 8.
That could improve. Well, Vic Parsons is going to get, well, he actually deep stage and went 007 on the tree. What's John Giles going to do this time round? 985, too quick again. He's still.
He's remain on speed. Yeah.
So, Aaron Fensham, I don't think 790 is his dialing. Do you?
No, we need to check it. I've got one of those digital dialing boards on the back of the car. I will just double check that when it comes back. Brian Pateman, a non-nitrous 883. Now, there hasn't been a picture of Brian's wheelie on social media, but I can't see it. Yeah, 708
yeah.
is the dial.
That's all right, they're on it.
Yeah, it's changed. Well done.
So let's see if Aaron can go as quick as Saskia. I said that out loud, didn't I? Just kidding, Aaron. All good fun. It's good that it's cool that they get to share the driving seat as well, isn't it?
Well, they basically paid for it themselves. flat to 60 foot.
And a 005 as well for Aaron. What, 719? 174. May have backed off that a bit. Brian Bateman breaks out with an 880.
Yeah. Guess what? Aaron Finson from the world of junior dragster.
There's a shock.
Oh, yeah. Here's another one. Joe Kellett. If I remember rightly, I think Joe took the Junior Dragster Championship 3 times.
Yeah, he nearly did the double. He nearly won the Scandinavian one as well, didn't he?
He's good. But you know, he spent, well, near on 10 years in the juniors, actually. He's one of those that started as early as he could and
made the most of it.
He did. He certainly did.
So Nick Good for Lucas Oil. Nick's looking for 759. Joe Kellett's looking for 754. Providing they leave when the tree goes green, be a pretty good race. All about running the numbers, obviously, because it's qualifying, but I'm sure they're still sort of racing, if you know what I mean. It's always good practice, isn't it? The only thing that's a bit odd in qualifying, I mean, you've done this, Cole, is that you get green lights at the same time in qualifying, but when it comes to eliminations, you get your staggered start. Does that kind of throw you a bit? No? Okay, just red light anyway, yeah?
Yeah.
0142, the ex-junior dragster driver. 55.59, look at that. 7.55 with a 5 for Joe Kellett on the 7.54. Takes him up to, where's the number gone? To number 9. But for Nick Good, thank you, went 7.59 with an 8. On a 59, I think it was actually, and went up all the way up to number 5. Yeah, I'm only kidding, obviously, but it doesn't make any difference then, the fact that the tree...
He's moving out of the way this time.
I'm not surprised.
I actually made a comedy moment of that as well.
Yeah, so when you're actually racing and the tree's staggered, so it doesn't make any difference, no? Because you're just watching your side, yeah?
Yeah, purely that. The only time that you sort of observe what's happening on the tree is if you are second off the line,
right?
When I was racing in VW Action, I had seen the other car go red, so I knew I had already.
You were okay.
Yeah, I knew I was okay.
That must be a nice feeling, that, knowing you can't red light. So Billy looking for 8.56. Bob looking for 8.74. .56 with a 0. Your new number 1 qualifier. Do you know what? That man down there was on the start line when the number 1 qualifier number was run for Pro ET and for Super Pro. Yeah, thank you. We did notice, don't panic. Breakout though on the other side of the racetrack with an 8.72 that time round.
That's another perfect ET. That's 2 in Super Pro. Yeah. Yeah.
So, Mark Turner, Callum Swinchap. Mark Turner looking for 8.73.
Right, now to Callum to move up along with Mark Turner.
You might want to frame both those timing slips, Jim. Yeah, Callum can definitely get a lot closer to his dial. Another ex-junior drag racer.
Oh.
81 and 95 with a 9. Oh, goodness.
Oh, it was that much, Chris. It was that much.
881 for Mark Turner, no help. Stays at 14. Yeah, Callum was although the thing is, he really did shallow stage. You could have staged much more shallow than that, could he? That was kind of a coat of paint, that was. Ashley Bell underneath the tower in the Auto Glen Lane. Takes on Ian Brown. Well, actually venting the nitrous, but only dialing an 866. This is going to be another one of those runs where the car does what it's supposed to again. Ashley's 23, Ian Brown 766 is number 22. Ashley Bell's pedalling. I think he had to drag it back from the centre line. 769 for Ian Brown. Actually takes him up to number 15. Breakout for Ashley Bell. That's what I said. The car behaved itself and did what it was supposed to. Sort of negated the dial-in a bit. Just a few more cars to go in this session of Super Pro. Let's have a quick nose where we're up to on the order, Cole. Sorry, where are we?
We're here.
Okay.
And then obviously they've run, so it's that lot to go.
Okay. It's roughly an hour-ish.
Not
without
sure.
those.
Yeah.
Yeah, without Street Eliminator. I don't think maybe not them because they've had.
Yeah, possible.
Yeah, we'll see. Oh, there's none of them left. One of the two. Ron Bartlett, 827 for Rocket Ron. Ron still number 2 in the points in the Super Pro, which is an incredibly difficult class to do well in, let alone with an Anglia, frankly. And that's no disrespect to anyone with an Anglia. It's just obviously door cars are more difficult to bracket race generally than dragsters.
Both into stage. Lights count down. Treble 3 red for Scott. But it's all about the ETs.
That'll be because it's getting dark. 41 and a 30 for Ron. No help either side.
Just checking on the live stream. It is going to be a shock for somebody. Chloe Hornsby. There we go. What, me? Yeah. Chloe Hornsby. My brother and sister-in-law are there, and unfortunately I'm unable to attend this weekend. Well, Chloe, I hope you enjoyed the live stream. Sorry we don't have a lot of chance to check in, but we're pretty busy up here in the tower. And like you, we're drag racing fans, love watching all the action. And obviously, we're talking about it as well. But Chloe, thanks for your comments. Some of them are quite funny. Paul Holmes was there yesterday, my first time ever. Stayed to a firework display. What a great day.
Glad you enjoyed it,
yeah.
sir. Daniel Giles and Mick Howling. These might be, I think, the last two. Yeah, they are. We're on to Super Comp after this. Anyway, Colin, go on. You
Yeah, no, it's funny.
So, Daniel Giles, 7.46 is what he's looking for. He's in the Kestrel lane. He's currently number 9 qualifier. Mick Howling, though, number 2 at the moment. Let me guess, Daniel Giles used to race in Junior Dragster.
Yeah, probably.
Mick Howling having a big wander round. 7.43 with the 6. Right numbers, wrong way round. Again, for Daniel Giles. No help at all, unfortunately, for Mick Howling. And that will be our field set in Super Pro as we move on to the final qualifying session for Junior Dragster.
Can we please have Funny Bike into the pairing lanes, please? Funny Bike, can we have you into the lanes, please? Well, let's just have a look at the top 16. 0.069 is number 16 spot in Junior Dragster.
And they've still got one more session to
They
go.
have.
So out there is Chevrolet Check-It with the Flame Game Mike Boss Dragster. Beautifully turned out machine. That's Dad Mick on there. I'm sure Mum Emma is watching somewhere along with Letty. Hope you've had a great day and the pod face is coming on nicely. Up against another young lady, Ada Cassisi with the Cherry Bomb. Ada was oh so close to a perfect light earlier on. Unfortunately, it was just the wrong side. it was a red. Junior dragster is pretty brutal, hence the fact that they all, when they grow up and go into the other classes, they end up being so good because they're just so well practiced at it. Oh, 06 red for Ada. Chevy with an 09 green. That's not going to help either of them, unfortunately. The other thing that they've got to deal with at the moment that they don't normally have to deal with, because it's getting darker, their eyes will see the tree better, which means they're more likely to red light than usual. Daniel Weir. Be good to see Dad Jason back out with the Suburban at some point in the Kestrel Lane. And Lola Bell Kent, her dad Kevin, who's actually with her on the start line this time. Nice to see Kev down there. He was the one putting his right boot into the Santa Pod funny car a little bit earlier on. Oh, Lola started rolling way before the tree went green, actually. She went 05 red. 05 green for Daniel. No improvement, unfortunately, for either of them.
Yeah, in a bizarre way, we expect Junior Dragster to see the least amount of improvements because it's so tightly bunched at the top. Caitlin Wilson, well, she's in the number 19 spot. Anything better than an 069 will get a 16th, but then it's 049 after that in the 15th spot. Katie Ellis, 015. She's currently number 3.
Yeah, Caitlin, as we keep saying, way better than the 19th qualifying spot. Again, maybe with just a flair for the dramatic in this last session. Here we go.
No.
No. I mean, maybe thinking about school. Who knows? 06 for Katie. No improvement for either of them. 0.23 though for Caitlin. Wow. Still going to be a threat on race day.
Oh, she's always a threat. Never a problem. Even Rachel shrugging her shoulders.
That's right. So, Harley Coulsell with Bandit 1. Dad Mark down on the start line. Being prime cheerleader for his lad. Harley has already got an 03. Freddie Taylor has got an 02 so far. They will have to go some to make those lights that bit better.
Nicely done.
That's the one for Harley Coulsell, actually. Doesn't move him up far, though, frankly.
Yeah,
number 5.
Nick Freddie's spot.
He nicks Freddie's spot, exactly right. Oh, it's nice to see happy faces.
That's interesting. 816 for Harley. 814
for his dad.
For his dad.
Yeah,
Very
over
close.
double the distance, though, obviously. Yeah.
Definitely. Right, Jack Taylor and Ellie Brown.
Well, Jack Taylor, was it Jack's car that died on the start?
No, Max.
Right, okay. Well, Jack's got a number on there. He's numbered. No.
Where's he going?
Whoops. Oh, we're going to hold Ellie on the start line till Jack gets clear. He is qualified, but he kind of just double-stepped it and thought, oh, I'll just get on with it anyway. Dad Steve shrugged his shoulders. Well, Ellie Brown's actually now in deep stage and asleep. Yeah. 0.23, no improvement for Ellie. Mum and Dad watching intently for the numbers, which will be an 8.12. Not bad as well. 77 miles an hour, that's pretty good. Not bad. Evening, folks. Oh, definitely that, yes.
Right, Luke Mugridge comes into the autogun lane, and it is Jake Cooper. Well, then Luke currently number 13 on a 040. Jake in the number 24 spot needs to go 069 or better to get into the top 16. They'll all be racing tomorrow anyway.
I'll tell you what, there's a new definition for the Urban Dictionary. There's now a thing called pod neck that Matthew Seamarks has down there on the start line. Can you see that?
Yeah.
Not just pod face. He's got pod neck as well. Obviously, he's been standing with the sun behind him for a little too long, this man. He's helping out Luke and Nick Mugridge with the Jurassic Dragster. Luke is qualified at 13. His reaction times have been good. They're just having issues getting the car to go from A to B under power.
He's one of the few that's actually gone to the centre of the lane, to be honest.
Yeah. It's very sticky. I mean, I got stuck when I was wandering around down there. It is very sticky indeed. .17 red, kind of rolled the lights. I think Nicky's more looking at what the car runs and hope it doesn't stutter. 894 at 74 miles an hour, good speed, not so much the ET really. Jake Cooper stays at number 24 for now. So, Thomas Cook Abbott. Mr. and Mrs. matchup actually. Excuse me. Thomas Cook Abbott with the Dominator in the Kestrel lane, taking on someone who will rib him to death if she leads on him. Purdy Hadfield. So the last chance to improve. They both had 0-3 reaction times. Who's going to win this one? It is Purdy with a 004. That will be your new number one qualifier. Purdy Hadfield. And she needs to wind Tom up as much as possible after that one. Definitely, yeah. It wasn't that good. It wasn't that good. Nice abs, though, sir. Well done. 086 for Tom. We missed in the other lane, obviously. But 004 for Purdy.
Yeah.
Number one.
Oh, dear. Can be lively in the Hadfield.
I must admit, I'm not
tonight.
going to be cheering for her anymore if her dad does that again.
All right, Kai Cooper, currently 20th. Luke, 15th. Right, time for these two to step on up. Come on. Ooh, 08 for Luke. 06 red for Kai.
Kind of a bit ho-hum for them, to be honest with you. Especially for Luke.
Yeah, but he's very good when it comes to racing, so never count that young Fulton boy out.
Yeah, one thing is qualifying, one thing another, racing, obviously.
Right, Teddy Sullivan, Mackenzie Love. Now, Mackenzie is more than capable of pulling out a good light. Let's see if he can do it this time. It's his last opportunity, obviously, in qualifying.
Well, Teddy's actually double bubbled.
Oh, yeah. I don't think Mackenzie will be fazed by that.
Well, I also don't. It wasn't intentional either, I don't think. It's one of those things.
Ooh, 024.
That's going to help.
Him up.
Number 8, I think you're right. Yeah.
Yep, number 8. Well done, Mackenzie.
And Teddy Sullivan stays put 22 with a .25.
Well done,
done.
Mackenzie, up to number 8 there.
That will
number
be.
8.
So it's the Red Shores again, side by side. Kestrel Lane is Harry. Autoglim is Damien. I always have to remind myself which one's in the points lead, actually. It's Harry.
It's young Harry. Obviously, there are qualifying points as well. It's Freddie Taylor, number 2. Jessica Bishop, number 3. Katie Ellis, number 4. Thomas Cook Abbott, number 5.
Yeah, number 10 and 14 at the moment. No help for either. 0.1's a pair. Still a few more cars to go. I think Super Gas is right behind them.
All right, Jessica Bishop with the Nightmare Machine. She's currently number 16, going alongside the Bullet Boy, junior dragster of Harley J. Derby. He's 17th. So 0697 or better for Harley J. And he'll jump in front of Jessica. But if Jessica can find a couple of hundredths, she'll move on up. Nicely done, Harley J. 017. That's going to put him into the number 6 spot. No help for Jessica. She's going to drop down to 17 due to Harley J. Nice improvement there. Lee very happy indeed. Well done. All good. Harley J up to number 6. Right, this is the young lad that needs to get a number on the board then. Max Taylor going alongside your current number 10, Jacqueline Bartlett.
Who's parked nearly on the spectator banking by the looks of it, look. Is that
Get
far
any
over?
further over?
Couldn't get much further over unless you started on the blue stuff.
Freshly painted blue stuff, actually.
Well.
All right, fingers crossed for Max.
096 for Jacqueline. That won't help by number 10 qualifying spots. And like Colin just said, fingers crossed for Max Taylor this time. He still doesn't actually have a number on the board, so reaction time important, and getting to the 8th mile important for Max Taylor.
Yes. Come on.
Steve Taylor thrilled with that. 0.15 reaction time. It was a deep stage one as well. Looks like Max is actually going to make it finally into the show.
Come on, Max.
He's done it. He's there. Look at that.
Yes.
15.95. Doesn't matter what the time is. Well done, Steve.
Well done, gang. Excellent stuff. He's in at number 23.
He's going to be a happy boy.
He's going to be racing tomorrow.
So, Daniel Todd in Kestrel Lane going against Lara.
Yeah, number 2, Lara. Number 3, Daniel.
Well, the reason Mark's not down here, I guess he's getting ready for the cruise.
Yeah.
It's amazing you run 6.8 isn't going on a cruise, isn't it? So Paul Houston points the way for Daniel. Yeah, so he's number 3 with an 011, which is pretty damn good, to be honest with you. 057, not bad for Lara. 0.15 for Daniel.
Well, they're happy with the run. That's good.
They're more happy about the numbers, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
That's probably the biggest team I've seen for a junior dragster car.
Well, Suzanne's down there as well. Well done, Jay.
Still got a headache or not? You all right? You're okay, good.
So it's Purdy Hadfield, Lara Bartlett, Daniel Todd, Katie Ellis, Chevy Checkett, Harley J. Derby, Harley Cosell, Freddie Taylor. That's your top 8 in junior dragster qualifying.
Well, we got Super Comp and Super Gas by the looks of it round there. Not sure which way round they're going to run.
I think it's Gas because Tim Moore's not running in Comp.
It's because we've lost Street Eliminator in the middle.
Comp.
Yeah, no,
Comp.
it's only
Right,
because we've lost Street Eliminator in the middle, mate. That was all.
Yeah. Oh, it's weird that because Bob Molden is head of the lanes and he's in Gas.
That's right. Yeah, we got Steve Field.
But then you got Steve Field who's in Comp.
Yeah, they're all lined up over on the other side.
Yeah, that's... yeah, but it is comp that's appeared on our screens here. So it's just starting to get that little bit darker here now. These are prime conditions for our sports and races. It really is. And some extra glue going down as well to aid traction. Just a bit of an update on one of the pairings that you're going to be seeing coming round. Mark White and Andy Dibley are lining up together in Super Gas. And although they can't change the result of a meeting because that's done and buried, they are going to run it as if it was the final from the Green Light Nationals. Just for bragging rights and fun. That's what they're doing. Wonder if they've got any money on it between them. But Mark White and Andy Dibley are going to be running, in effect, what would have been the final from the Green Light Nationals, as we know got rained out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, obviously little ears are very fragile indeed. That's the fact we don't allow dogs and stuff like that as well, because obviously they can't shield their ears.
Just looking through some of the other messages we get. A very good friend of mine, Lawrence Simpson. Lawrence, hope you're well, mate. Basically, he's messaged in to say, I was at the pod today and he managed to lose his mobile phone, either on the banking or in the car park. If anybody's kind enough to hand it in, we'd greatly appreciate it if you could let me know. So we'll keep an eye out for that, Lawrence. Normally it gets handed in, that sort of thing. So we'll keep an eye out for it. And I will check in myself to see if that's been handed in, Lawrence. So,
well, it was a bit of a precursor to the Hot Rod Drags next weekend. We got side-by-side slingshots in the gathering gloom. Andy Kifford's snake eyes even sticking out a few flames as well down here. Looks very cool. So Andy Clifford's best run of the weekend is a 9:58. Now he's been much closer to the 8s than that before. Look, Colin, he's actually got flames. Cool. Looks very cool.
Yeah, but look at the colour of the flames as well.
Looks running like an A fuel car.
Yeah.
I'm not sure whether that's a good thing or not, to be honest with you. But it looks very cool all the same. So Steve Field has the potential to go way quicker. Nearly a second quicker than the 890 index. The Super Comp. We can see again.
Yeah, the sun's now gone down.
Look at that for Andy Clifford, though. That's I'm not sure he's added something to that. I can only think that must be a really awesome view to be sat there looking at fire in the pipes in front of you. Steve doesn't worry about the index and goes 822 at 160.
He doesn't.
964 at 142. Oh, it's all right. It's good fun.
No, don't apologise.
It's
all right.
It's all right. It's just start a 790 class. You'll be in that soon.
Yeah.
Paul Hudson.
It's making it interesting for Hot Rod Drags next week, though.
Fun, definitely. Darryl House. Do you do evening running at Hot Rod Drags as well? I think you do, don't you?
Yes.
Yeah, you do. So we've got Paul Hudson with a pension pot taking on Darryl Howes. Paul Hudson's been 8.99. Darryl Howe's been 9:02. The thing with Darryl Howe's though is that the car itself, again, has no throttle stop or any sort of device. It can go way quicker than 890. Way quicker. Well, he's going straight, which is the big news in this one. He's also got the shift light in his face for most of the run. That'll be quicker than... 899! Actually goes to number 5. He was trying. 9:14 at 150 for Paul Hudson.
Look at the mile an hour at the stripe, though. Dropped to 108 compared to 150 in the other lane. Wow.
Well, Paul Hudson must have gone blowing past him. Literally.
Right, number 1 and number 2 in the points chase. Number 1 and number 3 in the qualifying order. Leah Khaled leads the way in both. Steve Hudson. The intravenous Model T would love to take that number 1 spot. I'll tell you what, there's wiggle, there's a lot of room in there.
Yeah, there is. Plenty. Well, either of these two.
Yeah.
Well, Leah's already in number 1. There's another one more pair behind them. Looks like Steve Hudson's in front, but Leah will run him down at the finish line. They'll go over it dead even. Almost dead even.
Leah 891.
With a 1. Steve Hudson, though, moves up to number 2 spot for now with an 896. I think that's how it is in the championship as well, is that right?
It's exactly that.
1 and 2. There still is room at the top, though, for one of these two to get in. Alan Schofield, Martin Kirbishley. Martin, fine, he went 8.9 something earlier. He went 8.97. 8.96 for Alan Schofield with the semi-luminous dragster.
So Martin Kirbishley all the way from Whitecross, which is near Penzance, where you'll find Fix Auto.
Aha.
They are there.
Although not one of their drivers for the weekend.
No, he's here this weekend. Fix Auto Penzance. Thank you very much indeed to them for supporting Martin. Well, ain't going to be Alan Schofield. He left before the tree ran, so he's not going to get any ET or speed. Let's see what Martin's got for us. 886, 153. That's a breakout of the class index, so he's going to stay number 4.
I think he's only had one number that's been the right side without being rude. Well, actually, we've got Junior Drag Bike coming up before Super Gas. I can only think that's because someone in Super Comp needs to get back for Super Gas. Not sure. I love that. All the things I say and I don't get a whack, but, you know.
Yeah, but that deserves one.
Okay, you've got a fair point, to be honest. Samuel Hope. Look, that's his dad in full race gear, putting him in stage.
Proper.
How cool is that? Good lads. Got the whole team down here, both brothers as well.
13.55. Come on, Sam.
Oh, yes. Number 3 qualifier as well. Yeah, the whole family down there cheering him on as well. Well done, fellas. Yeah, 13.63. Nicely done. 44 miles an hour as well for that young lad. So Lyra Humber and Meg Talbot. Lyra in the Kestrel lane. Meggie in the Autoglym lane.
They're all chasing the number 1 spot, which is currently held by Holly King. So Meg looking for 9:30. 9:53. She's going to stay number 2. Lyra approaches the stripe now. Goes 18.53. She stays number 5.
Well done, Lyra.
Casey Holgate. 10 flat, please. And of course it is your number 1 qualifier, Holly King. She is in the Kestrel Beers lane. Casey in the Autoglym lane. Both off the way nicely. Not the quickest reaction times, that doesn't matter. It's all about the ETs for junior drag bike.
10.07. Casey Holgate up to 3. Holly King stays number 1, but with a breakout on that one. So that's the ladder set for junior drag bike as well. Super Gas up next, I think.
Right, it's the turn of the Tims. Tim Moore with that beautiful Tri-Chevy down there. He's currently number 10 with a 10.08, but he's your number 1 qualifier. That's Tim Adam with the Blitzkrieg Pierogi Roadster 9.902. That's got in the number 1 spot at the moment.
Yeah, there's a bit of room at the top, but not much.
Yeah.
This must be a bit of a mare for them as well, because they haven't run in air this cool all weekend, have they, really? And by that, I just mean to work out throttle stops, that's all it is. Tim's has got a little bit further to roll in. Be completely fair to him, he is getting used to the new car. Too quick for Tim Moore, 987. Tim Adam, right side of the number. Not quite as close as he was before with a 997. John Morton taking on Bob Molden. Two very different ways of running 990 you're about to see. Bob Molden will run the car all the way up to about 1,000 foot, then back out of it. John Morton the car will bobble off the line when the throttle stop kicks in, and then he'll run it out the back door, basically about 150 miles an hour. Remember when I was in Indy years ago, and one of the Jegs cars was in Super Gas, and that's when they had a monster throttle stop, and the car would run 200 miles an hour. It was a 7-second car in Super Gas. Had the mother of all throttle stops on it. So there we go. Bob will slow down about now. And he does. And he does it very well. Look at that.
Very good. John Morton, 991 with a 2. Bob, 991 with a 5.
Numbers 3 and 4 with that run. Very well judged, Mr. Molden. And to John Morton's team. Well done, Dan Page. Dave Fulton, Andy Harrison. I can't remember which was tall and which one was ugly. Which way round was it? I can never remember with the Fultons. No, it wasn't ugly, was it? One was, I can't remember what it was. Anyway, whatever. None of them were ugly. It wouldn't have been ugly. It would have been short and tall or something like that. Or skinny and tall. Can't remember. So Dave's out there. Dave is number 8. Run 993. Andy Harrison knows. Run 991 with a 1. He's number 2. If he wants to go number 1, he's got to be bang on. Oh, nearly. 991 with a 6. 991 with a 7 for the man in the other lane. Sorry, 997.
It's back.
The shirt.
It's the shirt.
The shirt very kindly brings a car with it every time.
Right, Simon Fulton, number 6 on a 992 with a 0. And Dave Cherry, number 9. Yep. Yep.
No one reaction time for Simon. And a 9.8 with a 5 on the quarter mile. Oh, so close. 10 flat for Dave Cherry.
A bit too close, actually.
Sorry? You what? Oh, get out of it. I wandered over there as well. I thought you were going to talk to the timing crew.
It followed you.
Oh, dear.
Right, this is a bit of a grudge, if you like. This would have been the final at the Green Light National, so they decided to pair up and run it. Obviously, they can't change the result of the meeting. That's done and buried, but
what a cool idea,
just for
though.
bragging rights.
That is a cool idea, though, isn't it?
Who sees? Green light race, so Mark White.
And it is a race, look at
It
that.
is, look at this. I know it's qualifying, but they've turned it into a race. And it is Chalky that
On a
takes
hole
it.
shot.
Yeah.
Wow, look at the
991.
win margin. 0003 at the finish. If that was the final, it wasn't, but if it was, what a race. On the most minute hole shot.
Yeah.
And win margin.
That could be Bob's photo finish. We don't know yet.
Eliminations only. No
is it?
problem.
Oh, what's a shame.
What about
that was,
pretend
'cause that was-
eliminations?
that was
Does
really-
that count?
what was pretend elimination that was? Oh dear.
Comp Eliminator, final qualifying session coming your way right now. Kev Jenkins, Steve Lloyd. Best conditions they've had all weekend, actually, especially for normally aspirated cars, because the air's nice and cool, the track's really warm still. Seriously fantastic racing weather, to be honest. Which, considering what yesterday morning was like, I can't believe I'm saying that out loud, but there we go. So Steve Lloyd is number 6, Kev Jenkins number 8. We have had 12 cars put in runs in comp. There were 14 entered. Kev Perkins very kindly popped up earlier to say what his issues were. We'll get to that in just a minute. No shake at all for Kev Jenkins. Will this be another 7-8?
Or better.
It's a great run. Oh wow! 766, 175, a wholesale improvement for the fraudster, and his quickest run ever as well.
Wow.
11:41 in the other lane, but that was one hell of a run. Look at that, 112 to 60 foot, 766, 175. That's getting after it with a 4-cylinder single turbo.
Stays number 8, but who cares?
I don't think they're worried about it, are they?
Spencer Dram and Dan Williams. It's a Williams Brothers Racing Team matchup. Indexes are 11.55 and 10.70. Beautiful wheels found for Dan, but it's Spencer who gets the better light this time round.
Yeah, Dan has been 0.61 under his index with a 10.09. Will he go quicker? Yes, 10.07. Stretches it out even further. 11.27 for Spence. Car actually getting slightly slower, which is unusual. But the cool air really helps normally aspirated cars, of which we've got a number of them. God, what a pair next as well.
It's not Jordan and Nick, is it?
It's Nick and Elaine. Now, Kev Perkins popped up earlier just to say he was here, the car was here. They had all kinds of issues. He did actually, they thought they fixed it. They were going to bring it down, fired it up to bring down. He said it didn't just sound, just didn't sound right. He had water in one of the ports as well, and unfortunately, just decided discretion being the better part of Valerie, he wasn't going to try and do anything daft, take it home and make sure everything was okay. So, bad luck, Kev. Really bad luck. We love that car. So Elaine Hancock is number 9, an A blown altered with a 713 index. If she runs anywhere near that, she'll be doing handstands, I should think. Nick Williams, 9.30 with a Copo Camaro. Now this is the kind of weather that Nick could go well under his index, isn't it? He went 8.47 last week.
Yeah, wants to stay around about 8.50, 8.55 would do nicely.
Elaine's pointing towards the wall from here. I think the crew have noticed it as well. Well, it doesn't matter where she was pointing, she didn't get off the start line. Nick Williams, long gone.
Nick. 8.60.
Number 2. Williams boys, number 1 and 2 is exactly.
That's exactly where Nick wanted to be. Nicely done.
No, he's number 1. Beg your pardon.
Oh.
I was just thinking that. He's 7 tenths. 7 tenths under his index. Dan 63 under his index.
Yeah, shuffled it around a bit there.
Certainly has. Great to see Rob Smallworth getting to grips with the Dirty Dog 55. The Dirty Dog 55. Both of these cars, super modifieds. Commiserations to Luke and the whole team. Not round here for this round of qualifying. Not a big surprise, actually, after that qualifying run earlier on today. They've been working themselves to death over this weekend just to try and get everything squared away. It's just one of those things, isn't it? You come in with high hopes for a weekend and, you know, nothing seems to go right, unfortunately. But they never give up, which is the most important part. So, Rob Smallworth, earlier on today, ran his first 7 with a new car, went 7.86. Quickest run for Jordan Payne of the weekend at 7.45, which I think was yesterday.
Luke basically says, push the head gasket out and put the boost on into the coolant system. We shall rebuild, much to the team's dismay.
Yeah, they want to go to bed. So this would be, if they paired up in eliminations, a heads-up super modified race between 2 vintage American cars, 155, one of the 62 variety.
Jordan is so sharp off the line.
Great run for Rob again. Jordan goes 7.45 and a 7.79. Another improvement for Rob Smallworth, 175 miles an hour. Jordan equals his time pretty much from here. Actually, look, that's about 1,000th off what he ran yesterday. Comp is good fun these days, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, we've got Funny Bike coming round underneath the tower next.
Well, this is our last pair of cars for today because it's all bikes the rest of the way.
Excellent, okay. So the last pair will be an altered against a UK Pro Stocker. Sort of.
Yeah, so still to come at you, Funny Bike, super street bike. Oh, in these conditions. Wow.
Yeah.
Comp bike, junior drag. Oh no, the junior bikes have been.
They've done, yeah.
850, 950, and ET bike.
And we're done. The one thing I've noticed though is that the wind normally drops to hardly anything at this sort of time of day. But it's still going a bit. So see how it pans out. For everybody that's been watching in on the live stream around Europe, please show your appreciation on the Santa Prod feed, whether it be on Facebook or on YouTube. They do provide this for free so that everyone out there can enjoy the racing, and I hope that you have. And next time, come with you, restrictions permitting obviously, and bring friends. Well, Dave Smith, I think, or his team, are about to be told to get it in. So good luck to Dave Smith. His quickest of the weekend has been an 8.48. The car does have a very characteristic wobble about 3.30. He's actually pointing towards the centre line as well.
Oh, Robin's parachutes come out very early, slowing him down.
He's still got his foot in it.
I think he's realised now.
No, he hasn't. He's probably sorry. I didn't mean to be rude, but he's still getting his foot in it. When 7.78 at 1.43, it just popped. I think the tyre shake did that, didn't it? Dave Smith went 10.24 at 97 miles an hour. They're just slowly but surely working their way forwards with Jag. Last qualifying session for Funny Bike. And this, do you know what? Bertrand Maurice with the Pro Stocker against Dave Batchelor with the Plum Crazy. Now, Dave Batchelor, at the moment, the bump spot up there, 7.83. He's got to get into the 7s to be around to play tomorrow. That's depending on Lorcan Parnell and the team. If Lorcan can make eliminations and isn't broken. Hopefully not, we'll see. But Dave Batchelor at the moment is number 9. The good thing for Bertrand Maurice, Pro Stockers or Pro Stock bikes really like cool air. They really like nice warm racetracks. This could be potential for his quickest run of the weekend. But it won't be. Unfortunately, didn't get into second gear. Dave Batchelor does get into the sevens with a 797 at 157, but he's still number 9. Go
See,
on.
Luke Stevenson is working really hard getting everything sorted for tomorrow.
On doing nothing.
Yeah, Andy Vos has just sent us that picture. Well, Luke, keep working hard, mate, and I'm sure that you, without any help at all whatsoever...
Yeah, I mean, he's just a one-man machine, isn't he? Doing everything.
He's just legend.
Basically, what he's doing is he's doing all the sleeping for the team, so they don't have to.
That's right. Yeah. So if he does all the sleeping for the team, then the others don't need to go to bed at all.
Precisely.
It's exactly that.
What a bloke!
What
honestly.
a great idea.
I could do that for the kids at home. That'd be great.
Thanks, Andy Vos. We like that one.
Luke won't. Right, so next pair underneath the tower. Mark Smith with the Draper Tools bike in the Kestrel beer lane.
Andy Vos had Sofas Are Us.
That was awesome.
Over at Bug Jam, didn't they? Surprised he didn't keep one to keep in the pits for Luke to sleep on.
I'd like to know where they all got them from.
Oh, I don't know.
But the thing is, they did it before the start of the weekend, not after when everyone had gone home and there was loads left behind. Yeah, Andy's Sofa Emporium, I think it was.
That's
wasn't
it, yeah.
So it's going to be the Box of Frogs machine. Roger Moore on board. The bike built and engineered by Mr. Bob Brooks. The idle sounded to be stuck a little high for Roger that time. You're right, though. That is a seriously wholesale changing class, isn't it?
Yeah.
Possibly one of the most, what's the word I'm looking for, unique ones ever. We've also had Junior Dragster to top fuel, haven't we? Well, Mark Smith's got problems as well. They both qualified, no problem. Well, it looks like Mark Smith, I can't talk anymore, sorry. Yeah, they're going to refire.
Sounded like the record got stopped back then. Mark Smith.
I'll try not to do it again, I promise. Problem is now, it's my eyes telling my brain what to say, not my, whatever. I want to say thank goodness it's not 4 days, because I'd be flat on my face by now. Out of practice.
Well, Mark Smith, 7:28. It's going to the number 4 spot.
With potentially more to come. That's another great run for Mark Smith. Oh, he doesn't quite make top gear. 8:01 at 1:25. Looked really smooth up to that point. Nice to get some good runs down the track. I think we are ready. Roger Mike Moore's bike being pushed away. Hope it's not a big problem, Rog. I think it was just an idle speed thing. What have we got left? We've got Super Street Bike next, I think.
Yep.
In possibly the best conditions of the weekend.
Followed by Comp Bike, 850, 950 and ET Bike.
And then we're done for the day.
We are.
Then we're done for qualifying.
Yes, yeah, that's it. No more qualifying. It's eliminations day tomorrow. Fantastic conditions out there.
I do apologise, there's still one more funny bike underneath us, and it is a Pro Stock bike. Martin Bishop.
Yeah, it's got to be Martin Bishop.
So the Bish, world's fastest gecko, has run 7:54. He's previously run down to 7:2s. I don't think Martin's competed for 2 years, actually. This is the first event for 2 years, unbelievably.
Martin featured on one of our Santa podcasts as a very interesting guest on the same show as Dale Leaks, and a lot of good stories between those two.
Did he get a word in?
Yeah, he did, yeah.
Excellent. Nice launch for Martin. Improves by a tenth to 744, 179. Knocking on the door of 180 miles an hour as well. Super Street bike. Their last qualifying session.
Looking forward to this. Steve Venables and Mark Hope, your first pair.
Now this is where Steve slaps a massive number on the board.
Well, bump spot 728.
That may be unlikely to change. You might have an alternate in as well.
Well, let's just see if Mark Hope can, yeah, I mean, we still have that bump spot number. If Mark Hope can find some improvements.
Oh, both past 60. Steve Venables long gone in the Kestrel lane to a 701 at 197. Look at that. The bump spot lowered to a 7.18. He's actually bumped his brother. Yeah. Sorry, he's put his brother on the bump spot. 717 at 205 that time for Mark Hope. That was 701 at 197 for Steve Venables.
Wow.
Almost looked like a partial throttle run, to be honest with you. Okay, up next. No, it's not Alan Morrison Jr.
It is.
No, it can't be.
What?
Really? Jake Michel. Well, it's on the screen, it's Alan. We'll soon find out how the... Yeah, it is, possibly. 121 to 60.
Look at Jake.
Jake's off to a 695. 209 miles an hour. He's done it. Well done to Jake Michel, the bike he built himself in his workshop only this year, and he's already in the sixes at over 200.
And look at that, Alan Morrison Jr.
Seriously.
Oh, I told you.
720, 196.
I told you.
In the next qualifying session after dumping the bike. That's mind-blowing.
I just had it in my head that he was going to do that. I must admit, I thought he was going to come back tomorrow eliminations. Not in qualifying.
We got 3 bikes in the sixes. Jake is number 2 with that 695. Terrific stuff for Jake Michel. The thing was, it's probably one of those moments where he's been working towards it, saw the conditions, it's nearly the end of the season, and thought, do you know what, if I don't try now, I'm going to have to wait another 7 months to do it. Bump spot, 718.
Can we get any more bikes into the sixes?
Steve Mead, Gary Bowe.
These have been 7-0.
Yeah, they're both knocking on the door of the sixes. Gary Bowe's been in the sixes before. Steve Mead hasn't yet. God, that's one tough old bump spot on there. Problems for Steve Mead, Gary Bowe.
Yeah, both got problems.
Backs off as well, yeah. Yeah, 135 to 60 foot for him. Not quite representative of what they were trying to do. So the man on the bump spot, who, if things remain the same, well, he's actually, if he improves, he's going to put his brother back on the bump spot, right? Whoever is in front of the Hope Boys will be racing Steve Venables. Oh, sorry, who's behind will be racing Steve Venables, I beg your pardon. It'll be 1 against number 8. Lem Paget, number 10 at the moment, best of 8.43 with the bike in the Kestrel lane. Alex Hope, CBD Asylum Machine. Problems for Lenny off the line. Alex trying to keep it off the centre line. 772 at 173. Had to back out of it because he was getting a little bit too close to the blocks. Well, highlight of that session. I say session, we haven't finished yet. Jake Michel in the sixes. Whole family are down there still celebrating. So this is Ross Morrison, I think the last bike in this session. Unfortunately, no Matthias Bolin this time round. Not surprised after the issue he had earlier on, but what a field of bikes. Ross Morrison needs to run a personal best by about half a second to get in the show for tomorrow. Really nice smooth run for Ross. Just will it be quick enough? 8:06 at 166. He'd already run about half a second quicker than that. We're on to comp bike. You're right, come.
Yeah, I'm just trying to suss this one out. Lowest bump spot. I mean, I know this is in an 8-bike field. 7.58?
Possibly.
Kuhava, Finland, July 2019.
No, I think for an 8-bike field.
8-bike field.
Yeah, I think that's FIM. I mean, obviously
is,
we have obviously the ACU.
Yeah, I'll just go on to that now.
It'll be a mid 7. It's not listed. Okay.
Oh, right,
Probably
okay.
about a 7.3 or a 7.4. But anyway, for an 8-bike ACU field, that is
71825. Unreal. Brilliant.
Just waiting for a quick reset of the timing system. Hence all the funny numbers at the top end.
Yeah. There we go. There's a dead heat at the finish line. Look. Win line on in both lanes.
Don't often see that, do you?
No.
You won and you won. Okay, cool. We'll do that. As you mentioned, though, Carl, we haven't seen Goose out again, have we?
No.
Shaw Mills, Jordan Kenway lining up. Shaw Mills has been 7.37 with a big CC outlaw machine in the Auto Glim lane. Whoa, Shaw Mills with a lot of tyre slip, and he's still going. 7.45 at 188. That was a riding job. Jordan Kenway with 9.29. And here comes Louis.
The Goose is back.
Back to Goose, everyone. Can I say that? I just did. John McLean Senior. I doubt we'll be seeing Junior in this session.
No.
Unfortunately. Well, he might be down there watching his dad, but other than that. So Louis is still #1 qualifier. I think that was his run yesterday, wasn't it? 7.16.
I think you're right, yeah.
We ran the first session earlier. The bike quit about 100 foot. He didn't make the second one, so yeah, it must have been yesterday. Well, Louis, 7.58 at 132 for Goose.
Yeah, didn't look too good at the strike though. Lots of smoke. On the right hand side, you can see where our spotter's going over. Have a look.
Just going over the track in the Auto Glim lane. Louis Davis was actually trailing smoke for quite a way down there. Looks good.
Spotter's back over the wall.
Yeah, absolutely.
850 bike, Jay Rowe and Steve Howe. Jay in the Auto Glim lane. Currently #1 qualifier on an 855, which means there is room at the top to slot some people in.
So 850, 950 and ET, yeah?
Yep.
Cool. Here we go. Steve Howe, though, is the one that keeps running 8 zeros, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's got to run an 850 something at some point, or try to at least, anyway. Jay Rowe will be trying to run the number, though. Steve Howe's going to do it again. Yep, there you go. 8:06 at 177. Jay Rowe breaks out on 8:45.
Normally, when riders start doing that, getting into the low 8s, the next season or season later, they appear in Super Street Bike, don't they? That's what
well, 177 is all in, definitely. I remember when that was a seriously quick time in Super Street Bike. Alan Morrison. I still can't get over that was actually Al Morrison Jr. in that.
I just had
That's
a
mental. Joe Elliott in the other lane, a little bit quick bike. BMW, not a Buell. He did that to catch me out. 873, 904. Joe stays 2, Al stays 3. So Jasmine Cordell, round regularly in the 8s, which is good because that's the number you need to run for the class.
And she is the last of the 850s. Brett helping out her sister. Unfortunately, Brett's broken his bike and sent me a picture of all the internals of the bike. Not looking too good.
Hopefully we don't get the wobble again, Jazz.
It's just
cruising to a stop.
The right-hand side.
Yeah, the bike launched and went straight for the centre line. I'm not sure whether Jazz actually lifted or whether it was a problem. It's probably quicker, or going to be quicker, to push her back.
It's just about the 330-foot mark out there.
So
that's right, it is 330 foot. She just broke the beam there.
So we got
950 bike, ET bike to go. Oh no, still running.
Good. Good.
Okay, so time to bring the next machines up to the line. Craig Wright, your number 1 qualifier, going alongside number 2 man here this weekend, Bradley Head. Both of them have run 9.53. It's just that Craig has got a 0 on the end of his. Brad's got a 3. Brad was your number 1 qualifier, but Craig found the improvement.
Now, starting to get the business end of the season. Qualifying position is all important.
Yeah. 9.55, but it's 9.52 for Brad. He takes the number 1 spot back.
Well done, Brad.
Drops Craig to number 2.
Craig wasn't exactly far off, but just a little bit too far.
Right, Craig's main rival in the championship, Rick Sawatsky. They are tied for points coming into this event. If Craig can stay ahead of Rick in qualifying, then he takes the lead in the championship, and it's all down to eliminations.
Whoop. A lot of up for Phil Harrison that time. Not a lot of forward.
9.62, Rick stays 6, Phil stays 3.
So basically it's split on qualifying points.
Yes,
that's
at the moment
seriously
now.
close.
Yeah. So Craig now leads the championship
by a couple of points.
Yeah, it's
not a lot.
Very small margin now. All right, Martin Hallett.
Last bike for 950. 954 actually moves up to number 3 with that one. Well done, Martin. So, last class of the day, ET bike. Just to close out this lovely Saturday here.
5 pairs and a solo. But what a great day it's been here today. Absolutely outstanding. Some of the performances that we've seen today. Incredible. What a recap that's going to be. Ida Zetterstrom, top fuel. Goodness me.
Amongst a lot of other things. 6.8 second street cars, 2 of them as well. Phil Platt looking for 911. Both of them actually looking for 911. Styling the number of the day. 917 and 921. Phil stays 2. Actually, Bill Marsh moves up to number 3 with that one. Yeah, that is the number of the day, isn't it? 911.
Yeah, 20 years ago today, it wasn't one of the world's best days, and obviously our thoughts everyone was USA.
One of those days where everyone remembers where they were or what they were doing when they were watching it. I do, definitely. Liam Holgate, Paul Adams. Liam Holgate looking at 13.30. Paul Adams going for a 905. He goes 907. That could help. Liam stays 11 by breaking out by a lot, nearly a second. Paul Adams, though, goes to number 2 with that 907.
So Dave Grundy and Robbie Dobby. Robbie looking for a 10.25. Dave Grundy 10.71. Dave getting off the line properly this time.
Very on time. 11.24. No help for either. Robbie Dobby goes 11.62 and a 25.
All right, the Hobo Racing teammates then. Michael Gooding and Justin Moulton. Michael number 5 at the moment, Justin number 7. 9:30 plays 11:30.
Both red light, but they both will get an ET, which is what it's all about. Michael Gooding wants a 9.30, goes 9.13. Breaks out by a bunch, 11.53 under 30 for Justin Moulton. Does not help either. Oh, last couple of bikes. I think the last bike of the day, last vehicle of the day is going to be Johnny Young.
Bang on 8 o'clock. How about that?
Like we planned it, eh?
Yeah.
Well, on the run order it was 5, so we're on time. Like I said, just one of those days. But these are the days you look back on over a winter and think, you know what, that was really cool. And it was, for many reasons. 6.8 second streetcars. We got 2 of them as well. Gary Hester. And 0-1 reaction time. Needs to drag it off the centre line though. And he does, just with a 9.06. That'll take him a long way on race day. So the last pair, actually, I beg your pardon.
Yeah, and it's good to see these two actually. Matt Jones and Johnny Young. Side-by-side 9s will be pretty cool now.
Oh, it would. They Barfdale pretty close to it.
Yeah, well, they both break out, but I don't think they'd care.
So, last pair of vehicles of the day. Bang on the curfew as well, like you said. If all the gear shifts go well for Johnny Young may well be a 9.
Yes.
It is 9.91 at 1.25. They don't care about breaking out. 10.56 for Matt Jones.
Well done.
Well, obviously that doesn't help qualified order at all. So we're done with qualifying. Thank you all very much indeed for your time and attention. Have a wonderful evening. We will, because we're getting ready for race day tomorrow.
We certainly are. Have a fantastic time. I know a lot of you will be hanging out in Fuelers Bar. There's quite a few there already. We really do look forward to your company tomorrow here as we do our eliminations at the Euro Final Shootout. But until then, Darryl and I are going to say goodnight to you all, and we'll see you tomorrow. The airwaves now belong to Nitro FM just for a little while, and we'll see you tomorrow.